The steady fundamental route, right? I think this is the final one. Yep, let's load. Yep, we finished the mystery route and unlocked the lock. Where was it? Here. Yes, locked scenario. Oh yeah, I forgot to speed it up. Oh yeah, so why are we leaving tomorrow? You're familiar with the mystery timeline. You remember who was killed? Yeah, okay, I just want to check quickly what's gonna happen.
Oh.
Basically, we're gonna expose X, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Tomorrow, we're going to expose the true mastermind and stop X before they can start killing.
Guy, the lock. Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Feels like your mind's somewhere else. Oh yeah, the thing is... I know this is sudden, it'll probably sound weird, but I figured it out. I think I know who's behind the murders in the mystery timeline. I know who X is. It's Kako. Huh, you knew?
Oh.
More accurately, it's a Gi-possessed version of her. A Kako G, to borrow the term you came up with yesterday. How long have you known that?
Oh.
The whole time, ever since I got my memories back on day 3. Why didn't you say anything? You never asked, but why do you know it all of a sudden? Because I just finished it. I just finished the route just yesterday. So it's a dream. Or I guess it's more like some memories from that timeline came back to me. It explains why you've been so spacey. Try not to get too fixated on it, concentrate on tonight's sleep. I can't just turn off my emotions, especially when those memories, some of the things I saw.
Oh.
It's Nozomi, isn't it? You're feeling bad about not being able to save her. Takumi, why are we leaving tonight? Catch X to stop Kakuji. And what will happen when we do that? A new branch of the mystery timeline will be created, one where Ava and the others survive and Nozomi won't have to die. Exactly, focus on making that the reality. This is our chance to get back at the G for everything they've done to us. The G? Gi. Of course, the one we'll be facing won't have actually killed anyone yet. Maybe, but I'm still not letting it off the hook. Well said. It was 4:13 a.m. The two of us had already put on our leap suits. Hiroko was adjusting the machine settings, so I decided to ask her a few things just to make sure everything was clear. So we're leaping to the Hunt mystery timeline. No, there's no Kakoji there at this point. Alright. The Gi-possessed Kako isn't actually the mystery Kako, she came from another timeline. Or maybe I should say she was sent there, sent by, well... I know, by me. That version of me thought she was doing the right thing, but it has serious consequences for the mystery timeline.
No.
All the more reason why I have to fix this. It was my mistake. This is the least I can do to atone it for it. So the timeline we're leaping to is... the Box of Calamity timeline. I looked at the time in my helmet window. It was 4:15 a.m. Hiroko and I locked eyes and nodded. Alright, let's go. We're here. Yeah, I know I said this last time, but it barely feels like we went anywhere. That's just how it works. Get used to it. What's your plan for catching Kakuji?
No.
The me from this timeline, Hiruka 3, will be here soon. She'll have knocked Kakuji out with an anesthetic. So she's bringing her here to send to another timeline. Hiruko nodded, her helmet moved up and down slightly. When's she coming? I don't remember the exact time, around 5 AM I think. Are we just going to wait around until then? Yes, we can hide somewhere, we won't be spotted. What about our suits? It's best to keep them on. If she feels threatened, Hiruko 3 might use her Hemo Anima to attack us. So we waited, but things didn't go exactly according to plan. 5 AM arrived, but there was still no sign of Hiruko 3. We waited 5 minutes more and another 5. By 5:15 AM I couldn't take that numb feeling in my legs anymore. I'm going to take a look outside. Keep an eye on things here, okay? What? Wait. I'll be right back, I promise. And we somehow end up in the school, because I remember we met an ocean man in that timeline, right? I ran outside to find countless drops of water falling from the sky. That rain stuff again. Right, it rains on day 24. I looked around, but I didn't see anyone anywhere. If Hiruko 3's coming, it will be from that direction. I took off down a nearby street to check. Still no sign of Hiruko 3, or Kakuji for that matter. This road is the fastest way to the lab from the school. Maybe something happened that made her take another route. I walked to the nearest crossroads and decided to take a look down one of the other streets. And then I saw someone. They were standing there looking right at me. The sun still wasn't up and the rain didn't help visibility at all. Because of that I couldn't make out who it was.
Is that Hiruko 3? No, she'd be carrying Kakuji. So maybe...
Something clicked and everything became clear.
It's me. That's the me from the Box of Calamity timeline. Takumi 3.
When I put that together, I took down one of the ruined streets.
Hey, wait!
To cough down. He ran after me. The rain was stronger now, but it wasn't slowing him down. If he caught up with me, it would cause a lot of problems. I had to throw him off. But how? I tried to think of something as I headed down the road to the lab. I jumped over a puddle and ran a good 60 feet. Then there was a dull thud behind me. I spun around to see what had happened. Lying there on the soaking wet sidewalk was Takumi 3. He wasn't moving and there was somebody else there too. It must be Hiruko. She stood over Takumi 3 and looked down at him. Oh. I thought it happened at school and not outside. I forgot. He looked up at her and croaked out a single word in a weak, faltering voice.
Who?
He never finished his question. The next moment his eyes glazed over and he passed out. Was it okay to leave him there like that? We moved him inside a building with the roof. That's good enough. Come on, we have to get back to the lab. Right. We ran back to the lab and into the PLM room. There was nobody there. But something was strange. The air was somewhat hazy, almost as if... Oh no, it's already happened. Hiruko rushed to the control console and began furiously typing on the keyboard. Damn it, we're too late. What's wrong? I checked the log. The machine was last used 10 minutes ago. What? How? One person made the leap. Their destination was the Hunt Mystery Timeline. You know what that means. Kakuji's gone just in the last 10 minutes? I'm afraid so. Hiruko 3 must have arrived and sent her away while we were outside. No, we didn't have time to stand around and feel sorry for ourselves. We needed to act and fast. And we have to go too. We'll follow her to the Hunt Mystery Timeline and... Hiruko shook her head. We can't. Why? Look at that display in your helmet. It keeps track of blood space wave activity. They're looking pretty low. Right, we won't be able to leap again for a while. It's 2 days until they'll be strong enough again on 8 to 10 PM on day 26. So we're... Yes, we're going to be stuck here for a while in the Box of Calamity timeline. You've got to be kidding. Hiroko and I discussed what we should do next. Eventually we decided to carry Takumi 3 back to the school. We couldn't just leave him out there in the ruins all night. With Takumi 3 hoisted on my back, we made our way to Last Defense Academy. The sun was coming up by the time we arrived.
Oh.
The morning announcement will be playing soon. We have to hurry. How about you help me with this guy then? Excuse me, me carry luggage? That's your job, servant. Again with the servant stuff. Just who do you think I am anyway? My servant, of course. Was I not clear? Would you prefer lackey? We took Takumi 3 back to his room and put him into bed.
There. That should do it.
No, he looks so pitifully vulnerable sleeping like that. I wish we could stay to draw something on his face. But we don't have the time. We have to leave before the others start waking up.
Right.
Let's get going.
Back on the road to the lab, Hiroko suddenly came to a halt. You still don't have all your memories back yet, do you? Huh? We're in the box of Calamity timeline right now. What's that? If you don't remember, that's alright. We can probably chalk it up to leap damage. What do you mean? It's not important. Forget I said anything. Huh? She began walking again, clearly in no mood to discuss the matter further. I don't remember this timeline bit much. Well, I kinda do, but what had just happened? We arrived back in the lab and did what little we could. Namely, we took off our suits, hung them up, and caught our breath. Once that was done, we were at the loose end. We had nothing to do and way too much time on our hands. We'll just have to wait things out here for the next 2 days. The next sleep's at 8 p.m. on day 26, so it's more like 2.5. Don't quibble over details. What difference does it make? So how are we going to kill time until then? Want to play 20 questions? Think I'd get bored of that after 5 minutes. Would you like to lick my boots then? That was the last time we spoke to each other that day. For the next few hours we sat around in silence, letting time pass us by. Ten o'clock. I'm getting pretty hungry.
Oh.
Me too. Go find some food somewhere and cook it for me. You didn't take it from the school?
Huh?
Somewhere in the town ruins. Sometimes you find old canned food around. Why don't you go look for some yourself? I'm not the servant here. That was the last straw. This is all your fault, you know. What is?
Hey!
Us missing Kakoji. I told you to wait here. The blood space waves were about to fade out. What was I supposed to do? What? I waited and waited and you still didn't come back, so I went outside to try and find you. When I saw the Takumi 3 chasing you, I knew I had to do something, so I went around him and up into one of the buildings. He would have caught up to you if I hadn't knocked him out with that nice clean knee drop to the back of his head. Don't you get it? I did all of this to save you. And now you're saying it's my fault? Hiroko's tirade seemed to jog something loose in my mind. Of course, how could I forget something so important? It's the leap damage again. Is it the leap damage again? What's the matter? A memory. I remember something about what day 24 in this timeline. It was around 4 p.m. when I was Takumi 3. I saw Hiroko 3 leaving the school grounds. I didn't realize it at that time, but she must have been carrying Kakuji too. I wondered what she was up to and I followed her. Then I spotted someone in a leap suit in the city ruins. Of course I didn't know what the suit was back then or who was inside it. But I do now. That was the me from the steady fundamental timeline, the Takumi 1, the version of me I am right now. I don't need to tell you the rest. Somebody hit him with a nice clean knee drop into the back of the head. That's weird, isn't it? Why is the story repeating itself like this? The same thing happened in the Killer Zombie timeline.
Oh.
So what are you getting at? It's like we're on rails, just acting out a predetermined series of events. Same goes for us failing to stop Kakuji leaving this timeline. I feel like we're reenacting a version of history that's already happened, or that we're being railroaded so things play out the way they're supposed to. Is anything we're doing making a difference, or is it even possible for us to change history? Not this again, we've been over this already. Over in the killer zombie timeline, we saved Hiroko too and made sure Takumi too got treated. But enough, I can't keep talking on an empty stomach like this. Don't waste what a few calories I have access to by making me repeat myself. I'm going to bed. We need to conserve our strength. Good night. Hiroko skulked away to a corner of the room and lay down with her back to me. I stared at her for a while and thought about what she said. According to her, Hiroko too was killed by Takumi too in the killer zombie line on day 16. But I had no memory of that happening. I really only had her word for it. Was it true, or could Hiroko have been lying to me? So she's has experienced all the timelines, and we have experienced the timelines after study fundamental, I guess. Could Hiroko have been lying to me? Suddenly I became aware of a fragrance in the air. It felt familiar, almost nostalgic. I knew that soothing floral aroma. It was the scent of lavender. Hiroko. At the very least, we weren't in any danger of dying of thirst. Rainwater had collected in the little hollows of the ruins around us, giving us enough to stay hydrated. Food was another matter. The last time we'd had anything to eat was 2 nights ago. I'm feeling dizzy. I think my blood sugar's getting low. Same here. We need to find something to eat soon. Hiroko and I split up to look for food, but in the end... The whole day's almost gone. How have you been trying? Have you even been trying? I want to scream back, oh, of course I have. I'm just as hungry as you are, you know, but I didn't have the energy. I didn't say anything and Hiroko didn't press me. A heavy silence settled over the two of us. Pain from hunger and exhaustion, we slowly made our way back to the lab and spent the next couple of hours there. Takumi, what time is it? Check for yourself, you got it built into your glasses, don't you? Too much trouble to raise my hand, just tell me. I took my device out of my pocket and checked the time. It's 9:50 p.m. Still a whole day before we can leap back. They're probably worried about us back in the study fundamental. From their point of view, we just disappeared. Maybe they think we eloped together. Kidding. Sorry, I don't have the energy to laugh. I'm almost at my limit too. I don't think I can make it through these last 22 hours. What do you want me to do about it? We've already searched every inch of these old ruins. The school. In that case, there's only one place we can go. Where's that? The only place we're guaranteed to get a high caloric intake. Dun dun dun. You want to steal food from the cafeteria? You're really that surprised? What did you think we were doing here? I thought if someone sees us. That's why we've got our leap suits on. Come on, let's go. We snuck along the hallway to the cafeteria and slipped inside, making as little noise as possible. Then we ransacked the place. We mostly took snacks and preserved food, stuff we wouldn't need to cook. Can't we just eat it here? And take off our helmets? We'd be royally screwed if anyone saw us. It's 11:10 p.m. The nighttime announcement was a while ago. Doesn't matter, some of them are bound to still be awake. You worry too much, it won't take long. Just right as Hiroko reached up to remove her helmet. Kaku. What timeline is this? Calamity. We took off running as fast as we could, even in our panic trying to get away. A thought occurred to me. Wait, didn't Gaku say in some timeline that he saw someone? Something happened in this timeline with Gaku in the middle of the night.
I got kinda hungry, so I went to the cafeteria for some food, and when I turned around, there were two dark, shadowy figures standing at the back of the room.
Yeah. At least I knew who those shadowy figures had been now. Fortunately, no one tried to follow us, but we weren't in the clear yet. Clutching our spoils tight, we ran all the way back to the lab. After we'd filled our bellies, Hiroko and I decided to take some well-earned rest. We spent most of day 26 lounging around like giant pandas. Before we knew it, the sun had gone down and night had fallen. The time was 8:03 p.m. Soon the blood space waves would finally be strong enough for us to leap again. Hiroko was setting it all up. I didn't want to distract her, but I still had some doubts. We're going to hunt mystery, right? Well, not quite. Why not? Shouldn't we be trying to stop Kakuji? Of course, we're actually going to the mystery timeline. It's day 26. It's the day. This is the day Hunt Mystery splits off into the Hunt and Mystery. Our original goal was to prevent the murders Kakuji perpetrates in the mystery line. Now that timeline has branched off, we have to follow her there. Hiroko continued pressing buttons and typing commands, then stopped. No, this can't be. What's wrong? There is a lock on the mystery timeline. To put it simply, it's like when a phone blocks all incoming calls. Does that mean what I think it does? I'm afraid so. The machine will let us sleep there. What? Does Kakuji do this? She must have. She's the only one in that timeline who knows this lab exists. She's smart too. I doubt it would take her long to figure out how the machine works. We've got no choice. We'll have to return to study fundamental for now and plan a new strategy. Damn, you're right. There was just 1 minute left until our leap. Everything was set up and ready to go. What are we going to tell everyone when we get back? How about we went out to explore the ruins early in day 24 and got caught in the rain? We were laid up there with the fever until now. The fever's too bad we couldn't move for the last 2 days. Nobody's going to buy that. I'm open to the suggestions. Excuses and cover stories are your forte, not mine. While we were talking, the time changed. It was 8:10 p.m. now. Okay, time to go home. It's like, let's wait until tomorrow to discuss the Kakuji problem. Fine with me, I'm going back to my room. We staggered back into school grounds and made it up to the roof, but when we got there... Where have you two been? You got any idea how worried we were? It's been 3 days. We've been going out of our minds looking for you. We couldn't find any trace of you. We were starting to wonder if you'd eloped or something. Seriously, but if that were the case, you wouldn't have come back. What have you been doing? Do you have to ask? Feeding, seating, and breathing. What such indecency? Do you two think of nothing else? I sighed, might as well get this over with. The truth is, we went to explore the ruins on day 24. You guys remember how hard it was raining that day? Well, we both got a cold in it, and we were laid up with a fever until today. Everyone's faces had the same expression, blank astonishment, but the silence only lasted for a moment. Ah, sheesh, is that all? Guess there's no helping it then. Don't let it happen again, okay? All this stress is bad for my heart. Unbelievable, they actually bought it. Huh? Nothing, don't worry about it. Anyway, we're sorry to worry you all this time. Me too, I apologize. Oh, I don't think I've ever heard you apologize before. It wasn't addressed to you. Oh, come on. Just then. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. Ava? You're here? I know this is sudden, but I'm now a member of the Special Defense Unit. Perhaps you heard about it already. But I haven't formally introduced myself to either of you yet. The brainwashing's done. I feel like that's a little faster than in the other timelines. Mr. Sumino, Miss Shizuhara, it's an honor to be working with you. Oh, Ava, we told you before, you don't gotta be so formal around us. Yeah, we're all on the same team here. Just make sure to ignore any weird orders from the boys, okay? So I can't get her to show me her boobs? Of course not. And I can't perform a vivisection on her? Especially not that. What orders from us girls are okay, Ava? Shake. Arf. Without accident, a hand. Ava knelt down and put her own hand on top of it. Oh, so you're so adorable. Who's a good girl? You is. Yes, you is. She patted Ava's head. Ava herself knelt there with her tongue lolling, an expression of pure ecstasy on her face. I want to try too. Ava, do some more doggy style stuff. Doggy style, understood. Late Ava, no, we must ignore strange orders from the girls as well. Oh, but I want to set up a killing game with her. A killing game, that sounds lovely. I'd be glad to participate. You don't even know what that means, do ya? You should join too, Mr. Yakushiji, and you, Mr. Ginzaki. Well, I guess a little one wouldn't hurt. What? Don't get swept up in the mood, you two. Always a killing game, a contest to see who can kill the most invaders. That really does sound wonderful. Let's all kill lots of invaders together. I wasn't sure what had happened in the 3 days that Hiruka and I had been gone. But it seemed like Ava had assimilated into the team just fine, even without her help. Now that the team's back together, should we celebrate the usual way? I'm down for that. Alright, 1, 2, 3. You're the best in the world, indestructible and defeated.
Never lose, never yield. Special Defense Unit, fight on!
Everyone raised their voices, their cheers echoing out across the roof. Hiruka watched them with a mixture of confusion and relief.
I guess this is fun.
Her expression softened a little, and she smiled as the group continued kidding around. Oh, Sir Ace theme? Sumino, Shizuhara, I assume you know why you're here. Did you need some extra players for a game of Mahjong? Of course not. It's about your unauthorized stay away from the school grounds. It wasn't our fault. We were out on a regular exploration mission, but then we had to Akon prick our dangle toes, join spigot with a front ankle. That's right, we hadn't done that. The Bever Gash's muffin hole would have registered all over the hempin box. We found the fronticle just fine, but actually acorn pricking the dangle toe joint spigot was harder than we thought. It's delicate work after all. In the end, it took us 3 whole days. Naturally, we're lying through our teeth. We're just making up a bunch of nonsense words we hoped sounded convincing. We'd had a little strategy meeting before we came here to get our story straight. It had the intended effect. Sergei and Nigo were stunned into silence, trying to make sense of the gibberish we'd bombarded them with. We were waiting a full 30 seconds before they spoke again. So what exactly is a dangle tool, whatchamacallit? And what does the beaver gash thingummy have to do with it? Even if you try to explain, you wouldn't understand. Suffice it to say, we had to deal with a certain phenomenon to prevent the entire Special Defense Unit from being wiped out. We knew about it thanks to our previous experience in the time loop. It caused us no end suffering in other timelines. So we were out there trying to save the rest of the team and working at it solidly for 3 whole days. We both nodded our face completely serious. I don't know about this. It does sound a mite suspicious. Oh, so that's your attitude, is it? In that case, maybe we'll stop sharing information about the enemy with you. Are you okay with that? Your new and improved Dolmeni cognitive reconstruction therapy process was only made possible because of my advice, isn't that right? I suppose so. Thanks to that, we brainwashed Ava much faster than we were expecting. And it's so complete that we never have to worry about it coming undone. Provided she's unsubjected to a very powerful mental shock, that is. Why are we really emphasizing that always? You see what I'm saying? The crew and I are on your side. We always have the team's best interest in mind. That's how we've made it all the way to day 27 without a single member entering total death. Oh, fine, have it your way. It will help us. If it'll help us win the war or anything goes, we'll do whatever you want. Well then. Yeah, you're off the hook. You're allowed to stay outside school grounds without prior notice. Just make sure you're here on battle days, alright? After finishing up our talk with Surya and Nigo, Hiroka and I made our way to the library. Back to looking for reflections, huh?
Oh.
You do want to find a way out of this loop, don't you? Yeah, of course, but will we really find it in that book? All we know is that Professor Inone was researching the time loop and wrote up his findings. It's our only lead. We have to take that chance.
What are we going to do about Kakoji?
I don't know. I thought about it all last night, and I still haven't come up with anything.
When's the next time leap we can leap? Day 31 between 1:50 and 5:10 p.m. 4 days from now. But we still can't leap. The mystery timeline is going to stay blocked off for the next 50 days. Why 50 days? When a timeline is locked, it automatically opens up again after 50 days. If Gakoji left on day 24, it will be at least day 74 before we can follow her. It would be way too late to stop her by then. Exactly, I'm honestly stumped. We'll just have to put the whole Gakoji issue on hold for now. I know it's frustrating, but it's the only thing we can do. Kakoji still weighed heavily on my mind, but I tried to concentrate on searching for the book instead. Finding a way out of the loop was just as important, if not more so. I knew that and I really did try to focus, but... Oh, this is so irritating. 60% of these shelves searched and it's still nothing. Maybe it really isn't here. Don't say that it's here, it has to be. How can you be so sure? Instinct. That's all. Don't underestimate my instincts. So it's somewhere in the 40% we haven't checked yet. I hope you're right. Hope has nothing to do with it. What if it isn't here? What? What are you going to do if it is not here? How will you take responsibility for that? She's not making any sense. What am I even supposed to say here? Anyway, I'm done for today. Go do whatever you want until tomorrow. Having reached her limit, Hiroka stormed out, the clacking of her heels echoing down the halls as she went. What was that all about? I decided to ignore Hiroko's weird outburst for now. It was probably just the stress of the last few days getting to her. It would be evening soon after getting my thoughts in order. I headed out like usual. I still couldn't take my mind off the Kakoji problem, but it was like Hiroka said, there was nothing we could do. I need to make finding in the book my first priority. Who knows, maybe I'll come up with a way to deal with Kakoji while I'm searching. I got into bed and let the tide of sleep wash over me. You're late, you blithering half-wit. Can't I at least take my time over breakfast? Just get to work, I don't want to waste time talking. We've got 40% of the library still to check. That metempsychosis book has to be in here somewhere. Give it your all and find it. Before I could reply, Hiroko disappeared into the upper part of the room. That was loud. Before I could reply, Hiroko disappeared, yeah. Her eyes had looked bloodshot. She was just as stressed out today as she had been yesterday. I didn't want to think about how she'd react if we didn't find the book today. Not wanting to let that happen, I plunged into the search, trembling with a kind of desperate determination. The day wore on, and the moment I'd been dreading finally arrived. Or can't take this anymore. I'm going to burn all these books to ashes. Whoa, calm down, Hiroko. We still got like 30% to go. We still have a chance of finding it in. No. We've been searching for days and there's still no sign of it. It's not in here. We won't know that for sure until we've checked it all. Somewhere along the way our roles had been reversed. How did that happen? We'll just have to order it online. I don't think they deliver out here. Then what do we do if we can't find that book? We'll be stuck in this loop forever. I'm going back to my room, take the rest of the day off, and be seeing you. Hiroko left, her eyes downcast, and like yesterday she didn't seem angry or stressed so much as emotionally exhausted. It was evening, I still had some free time left. Reflections on imprecatory metempsychosis is still a no-show. Is it in the library or not? If I'm too far to give up now, I'll see the search through to the very end. Will Hiroko be there tomorrow? Still had some fears and doubts in my mind, but they all faded away into the background as I drifted off to sleep. Somebody else was there already. They had their back to me, but it was clearly a girl with long dark hair. Hey Hiroko, good to see you. With the sound of my voice, she turned around, but it wasn't Hiroko. Good morning, Mr. Sabino. Ava, what are you doing here? Studying. I thought it would be useful if I knew more about your culture and customs. How about you? There was a chance she knew something about the book I needed. It wouldn't do any harm to ask anyway. Have you ever heard of a book called Reflections on Imprecatory Metempsychosis? Ava thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, I haven't. I'm sorry. That's too bad. I don't suppose you know anything about time loops. Oh yes, I know all about them. What? It's where young men and women go wild together in a swimming facility after dark with colorful lights everywhere. It's an evening of debauchery and hedonism, isn't that right? That's a night pool, not a time loop. You've got the last word backwards. Oh, clearly Ava didn't know anything that could help me. Well, I must be going. I have to give Miss Osazuki a massage later. Why am I not surprised? Please excuse me. As soon as Ava left the room, someone else appeared from behind the stacks. Yuriko, how long have you been there? A while. I skipped breakfast and came here first thing this morning. So you heard me talking just now? Of course, you should be more careful mentioning that loop could have unintended consequences. The loop and crypto loop are connected, so I thought Ava might know something about it. But she didn't. Leaking information to her only makes things riskier for us. I just asked about them in general. I didn't tell her we were stuck in one. It should be fine. Hiroko furrowed her brow. Fine, let's just get started on our work for today. Right. Reflections on imprecatory metempsychosis. Here we come. However, yeah. Things are starting to look bad, aren't they? Yeah, I'd say we've searched around 80% of what's here, just 20% to go. What if we ask the others for some help? How are we supposed to explain what we're doing without telling them about the loop or our parallel leaping? Maybe it's time we did tell them. Did you forget what I told you on day 11? Telling them practically guarantees the worst possible outcome. I've lived through 146 loops and there's never been a single exception. We're on our own then. Yes, we'll have to hope for the best from this remaining 20%. Down and dirty? No, it's not day 30. Evening had already arrived. Iruka and I stopped searching for books and regrouped. Evening, it's still morning. The seconds ticked by in silence. She didn't have to say anything. I knew what she was thinking. Don't worry, I'm sure it'll be in the last 10%. You really think so? Yes, absolutely. My words didn't do a lot to reassure her. She turned to me with a weary expression, like she was carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. Takumi, do you believe in miracles? I wasn't prepared for a question like that. I had no idea how to answer it.
I think if you keep believing in something for long enough, you can make it happen. You can absolutely overcome any obstacle in your way. I don't know if that counts as a miracle or not, but it's good enough for me.
Did you steal that line from someone? It's far too philosophical for a servant like you. At least that's what I'd usually say, but I'm not in the mood for it today. What? Alright, I've decided I'll believe too. In miracles? No, not miracles. What I want to believe in is... Hiroka stared at me intensely. I froze up, gulping nervously, and then... Dude, that was a close one. I was about to start spouting corny lines myself. It could have been my imagination, but it looked like Hiroka was blushing just a little. All we can do now is push through to the end, the day after tomorrow. That is, would she have said, I believe in you? The day after tomorrow? Tomorrow's no good, we have other plans, remember? Of course, it's going to be day 31. Exactly, that means we can leap again. Where are we going this time? I haven't decided yet, let's talk about it tonight. Okay, see you after dinner in the usual place. Sounds good. Hey Hiroka, I noticed something on my device earlier. Take a look. I showed her the screen. It was currently displaying the map of the different timelines. Is this the Hunt mystery route? What about it? Kakuji left this timeline on day 24, right? Then it splits to the Hunt and mystery lines on day 25. All this time we've been fixated on just one of the branches, the mystery timeline. Yeah, what did happen to Kako and Invader Hunt? Did she become the sponsor or what? It's only natural, since our goal has been to prevent the murders that happened there. That's right, and as I've told you several times now, it's been locked, so we can't leave there anymore. Yeah, I know, but putting the murders aside for a moment, what if we focus on catching Kakuji instead? I see there's still another branch that she exists in that hasn't been locked. Right, we just have to leave to the Invader Hunt timeline. The two of us snuck out of school and headed toward the lab. Everything looks good, the Hunt timeline hasn't been blocked off. So we can leap there? Yes, but not right now. The blood space waves won't be at their peak until tomorrow afternoon at 1:50 p.m. Wait, if the Kako... Wait. If Kako blocked off the mystery timeline, that means she only blocked it off after the split, not when she arrived? Because the split happens later, after she arrives? So she didn't block the Invader Hunt, but blocked Mystery afterwards. Okay. At least we know that, and we have a real chance of catching Kakuji now.
We still won't be able to do anything about the murders in the mystery timeline.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we should just let her run wild in the other one, does it?
You're right. We should treat her and get rid of that Gi parasite in her head. There's another thing too. But bear in mind, it's only a theory. I think the sponsor behind the Invader Hunt killing game is probably Kakuji too.
But how did she create all those clones though?
She's the one who set it up so everyone would have to kill each other?
It would make sense, wouldn't it? There's no one else who'd be in a position to mastermind it.
So if we stop her in that timeline, we can stop the killing game from happening.
Sounds like we've decided on our destination, and it won't work because Takumi has already experienced the Invader Hunt timeline. And the hunt happened, and Takumi experienced the stuff after our intervention. So yeah, unless it'll suddenly work, and that would be cool. But then we'd have to be able to explore that timeline, the fixed timeline, I don't know. Yeah, tomorrow we're leaping to the Invader Hunt timeline. Hiroka, I want to ask you something about the Hunt timeline. I don't have any memories of it. What exactly happened there? Like I said, we were forced to participate in a killing game called the Invader Hunt. Right, I do remember the name. It appeared on the blackboard on day 25 of the Hunt mystery timeline.
Huh?
There was also a tape recorder left on the teacher's desk. It had a message that mentioned it too. But that's all I know. I must have not gotten my memories back yet. But it's simply we were offered a chance to participate in the game. The Hunt timeline is what happened when you agreed to it. And then the Invader Hunt took place. But what about after that? What actually happened during that game? I don't really know either. My memory of it ends on day 30. Why? Because Yuruka let out a deep, deep sigh. Day 30 is the day I was killed. Oh yeah. I forgot. That afternoon, Hiruka and I made our way to the lab once more. That does it for the settings. Now we just need to put on our suits and wait. Hey, how exactly are we going to treat Kakoji? Same way we did Takumiji. But I thought Takumiji only had Gi data inside him. The Gi didn't physically travel back in time when the loop resets it, but it's different with Kakoji. She's from the Box of Calamity timeline where an actual Gi parasite crawled into her brain. True, that's why when we catch her, the first thing we'll do is cut off her head. Ooh. Don't look at me like that. We'll bring her back afterwards, but that's not all we'll do. If we revive her right away, the record of her brain inside the revive-matic will still include the Gi data. It will reconstruct her neural pathways the way they are now, making it the same as if she were still possessed. But wait. There are two Kakos in that timeline. Which Kako's data will the revival-matic use to reconstruct her? The Gi data Kako, Kakoji, or the normal Kako? Because if it used the normal Kako's data, she would just be reconstructed into normal Kako, right? Kind of like what happened with the Kumiji. The Stride Tenswell will treat her in the same way. With the repair program on the thumb drive, it made sense, but did really have to cut off her head first? I pushed aside my gloomy thoughts and got into my suit. Hiruka did the same. Remember, this timeline is basically uncharted territory. Neither of us know what's going to happen there, so I know we have to be careful, and I will be, don't worry. And just like that, it was time, 1:50 p.m. on the dot. Here we go. Hey, aren't these suits going to make us stand out? It would be even worse if we took them off, especially for me. Alright, the you from this timeline is already dead. Oh, it's day 31. Oh yeah. If anyone saw me walking around alive again, they'd probably burn me like they did to witches in the Middle Ages. Guess we'll just have to be extra careful not to get caught. I agree, let's get going. We made our way to the unmarked room on the first floor, the one we called the capsule room. We should be safe in here. Back in the study fundamental, this is where we put Eito, but I guess not in this timeline. What's our plan from here? First and foremost, we need the information to help us pin down Kakoji's whereabouts. Just then the unthinkable happened. The door opened and somebody stepped into the room. It was the me from this timeline, Takumi 4. When he moved fast. He spun around and ran for the door. I couldn't let him escape. I dove forward and barely managed to stop him.
Hey! Let me go!
Takumi 4 struggled to get out from under me. Naturally, in terms of strength, we were equally matched. Gravity was on my side, though I had him pinned down for the moment. But it would only be a matter of time before he threw me off. I had to do something. I had to keep him from getting away. Just so I was at my wit's end. Hiruka drew closer and with the voice changer in her helmet activated whispered something to the other me. We have nothing to do with the invader hunt. All at once the fight seemed to go out of Takumi 4. A few moments later he lost consciousness completely.
Good thing I brought this anesthetic.
Yeah.
You've been walking around with that stuff this whole time?
Yes, I carry it as a kind of lucky charm.
How strong is it? How long do we have?
This batch is pretty strong. He'll probably be out for 12 hours or so.
We carried the unconscious Takumi Far to one of the capsules and stowed him inside it. What now? With Takumi 4 inside that capsule, everyone will think he's gone missing. We don't want them to come looking for him. Fortunately, I have a plan. You act as Takumi. You want me to take Takumi 4's place and get information out of everyone? Don't act like you don't want to. You've already taken off your leap suit. What are you going to do, though? I'll stay here. I need to keep an eye on Takumi 4. But remember, our time here is limited. We need to leave back by 5:10 p.m. It's probably best if we leave the school by 4 p.m. Have you got that? It was already 3:20 p.m. That only gave me 40 minutes. I heard out of the door and got to work. I couldn't find anyone on the first or second floors. Finally got to the third floor and charged into the rec room. What is everyone doing in here? What do you mean? Where have you been, Takumi? Kako. My heart almost stepped right out of my chest, but then I realized my mistake. This wasn't Kakoji, I could tell by the look in her eyes. Something wrong? No, I'm fine, it's nothing really. I brushed her off and took another look around the group. There were 9 of them here in total. I'd said everyone a moment ago, but we were still missing some members. Eito, Gaku, Darumi, Kurara, Eva, and Hiroko 4 were nowhere to be seen. Of them, there were 2 whose absences I couldn't explain. Hey, where's Darumi? She still hasn't opened her eyes. And Kurara? Huh? Takumi, what's wrong with you? Kurara's dead. If this is a joke, it's not funny. Kurara, she refused to take part in the game and Takemoto trailed off her, but it looked heartbroken. It didn't take a genius to figure out what happened. She'd been killed by the Invader Hunt's mysterious sponsor by Kakoji. We all figured we couldn't stay depressed about it forever. So we decided to have a memorial in here tonight. Not just for Kurara, but Gaku and Hiroko and the others too. Not that now that the killing game or the Invader Hunt or whatever is over, we can finally take some time to grieve. Wait, what? I know we've had our differences in the past, but it's time to put them behind us. Wait a minute, what do you mean the game is over? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Seriously, man, what's up with you today? The sponsor died this morning, remember? They died? Yep, burnt to a crisp by undying flames. You were right there with us when it happened.
They were wearing that curious suit with the big helmet. So we never managed to figure out who they really were.
But they're dead and gone now. That much is obvious.
Their body was burned away completely. There was nothing left of them afterwards.
They screamed in this really weird way at the end. It sounded kind of like...
Oh yeah, it's Kako, okay. I forgot about that. So yeah, game's over. You really don't remember any of that? I was more confused than ever, but I didn't want to let it show and make things worse. I did my best to smile and sound at least halfway normal. Oh yeah, of course, I remember now. I just hit my head in the hallway a while back and things have been a little fuzzy since then. I don't think they bought my excuse, but no one else called me out on it either. I need to get back to Hiroko and tell her about this. I pulled out my device and checked the time. 4:02 p.m. Okay, I have to go now. Oh man, I'm feeling dizzy all of a sudden. Guess I'm not fully recovered yet. Sorry, but I think it's best if I call it a night here. See you tomorrow, guys. Made my excuses and head for the door, but never made it that far. In my rush, I lost my footing and my head slammed into the ground, where they didn't feel any pain. Because before I could even feel it, my consciousness suddenly faded away. Nice one, Takumi. Are we stuck in this timeline? I woke up suddenly, sitting bolt upright. The first thing I did was check my device. Time was 4:27. The date 8:32. I'd been knocked out for a whole day, which meant I'd also missed the window to leap out of this timeline. This is bad. I have to go find Hiruko. I got to my feet and opened the door. But before I could leave, someone else came charging in. It was Tsubasa. She looked tense and jittery. She was clearly worried about something. Takumi, you look fine. In that case, come with me. It's an emergency. I didn't get a chance to say no or even ask where we were going. Tsubasa just dragged me along with her. Eventually, we stopped outside the door on the first floor. Did the gym? I haven't told the others about this yet. You're the captain, so I figured you should be the first to know. Tsubasa got up on the stage and walked toward the corner of the room. I followed her. She stopped and knelt down to open a trapdoor on the floor. I already knew it was there. I remembered it from the mystery timeline. This leads to the escape pod storage, right? Good, sounds like you haven't forgotten everything. Apparently Takumi 4 knew about it too. Come on, there's something I need to show you. Oh yeah, about the corrosion from the bacteria. She disappeared into the darkness as I climbed down after her. I had a bad feeling about what might be waiting for me down there. Finally, we reached the bottom. I looked around and... Hey, what's the matter? Aren't you shocked about this? Honestly, it wasn't. I'd seen the exact same thing happen in another timeline after all. But it would seem unnatural for me to be calm, so I had to put on some kind of act. Whoa, what the heck? The escape pod's been totally wrecked. Right, this is really, really bad, right? Looked like I was in the clear. I wasn't much of an actor, but acting surprised that I could handle. Not that it even mattered right now. Even if I'd seen it happen before, the escape pod being put out of commission was still a serious matter. Do you know what did this, Tsubasa? Yeah, I just got through analyzing the damage before I came to see you. Let me explain. The corrosion's been caused by something called particle bacteria. It erodes matter on a molecular level, so it's invisible to the naked eye until the damage starts to show. The bacteria eats away at metal to grow stronger. Actually, I'm not sure if eat is the right word. Technically, it's more like the energy released during the oxidation process allows its cells to reproduce. Don't be fooled by the bacteria part of the name. It's not really alive, just a chemical substance. That said, we're talking about something that randomly occurs in quantum level space, so there's not a lot we know about it. This was new information. I guess that's because when I found the pod in the mystery timeline, Tsubasa wasn't there to investigate it. Like I said, this is really, really bad. I mean, with the pod in this condition, we won't be able to get away from the final attack when the final attack launches on day 100. Oh my god. That means on day 100 we'll be wiped out too. Tsubasa gulped and nodded. Can you repair it? Not the way it is now. I'd have to get rid of the particle bacteria first. Is that possible? Tsubasa took out a photograph and showed it to me. Yeah, but I'll need some of this QB liquid. It's the only thing that can purge the bacteria. I have no idea where to find it though. What about the biolamp? I looked in there already. This is rare stuff. I don't think there's a single vial of it in the whole school. At this point, the only thing we can do is search around in the ruins outside and hope for the best. Tsubasa and I went our separate ways for now. Once she was out of sight, I hurried back to the capsule room. The moment I got inside, I was reading what they yelled so loud it hurt my ears. You're late. What in the world have you been doing all this time? You're a hopeless nitwit. I'll explain everything, but first, where's Takumi 4? I got bored of him and decided to pluck out every single hair on his body. Huh? I'm kidding, he's still in the capsule. He did wake up at one point, but I gave him another dose to put him under again. All this in a study can be good for him. Now you were about to explain where you've been keeping me waiting? If I'm not satisfied with your excuse, I'll twist your body into double helix. I didn't want that to happen, obviously. I proceed to give Yuruka a full dramatic reenactment of what I'd experienced the day before. I see so the sponsor's dead and they screamed Gi when they died. I think it's safe to assume it was Gakakoji. No one else in this timeline could possibly be infected. That's too bad we've come all this way and now we won't be able to cure her. Hiruka sighed. I couldn't see her face, but she sounded thoroughly demoralized. I could understand why Kako may have been possessed, but she was still our friend and now she was gone. Not to mention it was Yuruka who sent her into this timeline to begin with. She was probably feeling guilty about all this. I swear the escape pod, well, it's just like I told you. Particle bacteria, haven't heard that one before. There's something I still don't understand. Why is the pod fine in all the other timelines? It's only the mystery timeline in this one where it's been corroded like that. There's probably a quantum theory explanation for that. Oh my god, it's some Uchikoshi bullshit. When you look at the universe on the smallest possible scale, everything comes down to chance. The slightest change... The slightest change in a single atom's placement can lead to dramatic changes. It's impossible to predict how it will all play out. So the reason the particle bacteria didn't form in the other timelines is pure luck. It just happened to occur here, but nowhere else. Wow. Couldn't think of anything more interesting? Maybe Kakoji did something, no? But how would she know about it? And why would she do that? If she wanted to return to the satellite herself? Well, I guess she would have used the distress signal. I don't know. Is that luck going to affect the other timelines as well? Of course, those changes are part of what creates the infinite parallel universes out there. What? Sorry, this is all too complicated for a peon like you to understand, isn't it? Let's get back to the more immediate problem. Right, if the pod is still out of action when the final attack launches on day 100, everyone here will die. I know this isn't our timeline, but I don't want to just abandon them. I feel the same. Let's see if we can find that QB liquid, but first... It looks like we made it. Yes, we're lucky our window to leap is still open. I've never known that blood space waves to remain this high for so long. Must be another quirk of quantum probability. The time limit's getting closer, though we need to get into our leap suits. Bet we take a little break. We've been running non-stop since we left the school. Man, it's just stand in the middle and that's it. The next window's not until day 45. If we miss this chance, we'll have to stay here until then. Is that what you want? No, I know that, but... And there will be an attack tomorrow. We need to be in steady fundamental to help them fight. I know, but we'll look for that QB liquid when we get the chance, right? We'll talk about this later. Come on, we've only got 5 minutes. I did as Yuruka said and got into my leap suit while she set up the machine. And then... Alright. Whoops. Looks like we stayed out past curfew again. We still made it back the day before a battle, sir, and Nigo can't complain about that. What are you going to tell the others about this time? If we should lead into the rumor and say we were making babies. Yuruko's face immediately went beet red. I'll let that slide since we need you for battle tomorrow, but next time you say something like that, you're getting that double helix treatment. She stormed off into the school, leaving me in the dust. QB liquid, are we really going to be able to find any? I gazed up at the starry night sky and sighed. Just one more thing to worry about. It's gonna take a while. I guess we're not getting the ending today. That concludes your briefing on the enemy we'll be facing this time. Are there any questions? Oh yeah, I still need to speed it up. Why don't we set up more traps and stuff to slow them down if we know when they will attack? Good grief, you really are a simpleton if you can't figure that out. We did that the invaders would know that we know when they're coming, you see. And then they change up their strategy to try and throw us off. Before you know it, we wouldn't have a clue when they were going to attack or which commanders they'd be setting. In other words, we'd lose our biggest strategic advantage. Correctamundo, that's why we've got to exercise a certain amount of subtlety. If Yuriko was smart, it had probably been her idea for Suri to tell everyone that. Yeah, and why did they have to attack so early anyway? That's actually a good question. They seem to attack at night or early morning a lot. But it's because they're jealous of my beautiful, healthy skin. You mean they're disrupting our sleep patterns in an attempt to undermine our skincare regime? You know what? Now it's personal. You actually care about your skin, Dorumi? I'm surprised you can even breathe through all that makeup you slather on. Better than sweating like a pig inside that mask. The whole thing stinks like an unwashed jockstrap, you know? No way, my precious mask. Snip, snip, do not worry, Miss Suzuki. Do not detect any such body odors. Dude, that's a relief. There is a smell of like defecation, though. That's even worse. Ava, about today's battle. I'll be joining you, of course. Are you really sure about this? You're not going to turn on us partway through or anything? That won't happen, I guarantee it. Miss Ava is a fully fledged member of our team now. You must trust her. Yes, please trust me, and we'll kill lots of those disgusting invaders together. As we were talking, the morning announcement played. It wouldn't be long now.
Intruder.
Did you?
Thanks. Yeah.
I believe it was something like. Alan, get a clue?
Alan, get a clue? What? Adamancu?
It's Adamancu.
Come on, guys, don't
stick.
Adam with the shoes here.
Adam with the shoe.
Rates of depression among shoe salesmen are higher than in any other industry.
That's not even a joke anymore.
How sad.
Let's give the poor guy a break. Focus.
I'm coming for you!
Are we made so?
Adamancu.
Aaron, take a pew.
We should kill.
Nah.
I agree.
He's not even moving anymore. He's totally.
Don't let. There's still a.
They landed next to Adamancu's body, snatched it up and threw it with all their might. It hurtled across the sky, flying in an elegant arc. Finally, it disappeared from view, landing somewhere outside the wall of fire. We watched it go, then turned our attention back to the new arrival. It was, of course, Veshness. Yay.
You're still alive.
It will take more than a little firework like that to defeat me. I wasn't able to save Valagarzo and Zanshin's bodies from the blast, but we all have to make sacrifices.
The Undying Flame Bomb didn't kill Veshness in any of the other timelines. Hiroka and I both knew that, but I've been holding on to a vain hope that maybe things would be different this time. This timeline's explosive was supposed to be a lot stronger than the others, after all. I really hadn't known for sure whether she would show up at the end of this battle or not. All we'd been able to do was to tell everyone, via Sir A, of course, that it was a possibility.
Sir did warn us about this, so I'm not totally shocked. I'm still surprised, though.
Surprised, but not shocked?
Aren't they essentially the same thing?
I mean, surprised, but shocked. Surprised is like, oh, this happened. Shocked is like, oh my god, this really happened. Like, you're shocked from it. Like, you're stunned from the shock, electric shock. I don't know. But no, the shock can also be... Not electric shock. Just shock. Okay, I don't care.
Don't despair, you've betrayed. Shut the hell up, you nasty bitch.
Oh, damn.
I'm going to shove my hand so far up your ass, your back teeth will clatter.
It sounded like the new and improved brainwashing process had made some interesting changes to Ava's vocabulary.
Have it your way. Bring it on, skank. I'll break
break open your head and suck your brains up through a bendy straw.
You guys, this is your first time fighting her, right?
Huh? Of course! Why are you even asking?
Yeah, what do you mean, our first time?
Almost sounds like you fought her before, Takumi. No, of course I haven't. How could I? At any rate, she's really strong.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Kill.
Bow down!
You win?
We did it! We won!
Curious. Ding dong, the bitch is dead. The special defense unit comes out on top again.
Ding dong, the wicked bitch is dead.
Curse you!
Oh no! She's still alive!
Of course I am. If your bomb didn't kill me, what makes you think your little guns and swords could? I have to compliment you, though. I never thought you'd give me this much trouble.
How about you surrender now and make it easier on yourself?
Fools! I can't die yet. I will win this war, even if I have to violate the teachings to do it.
Oh no.
What? Farewell, for now.
That freshness was gone.
We did it!
You're light years!
But don't light years measure distance.
Don't sweat the details.
Looks like we won again!
There's only one thing left to do.
No.
Yeah, let's do it.
Special defense unit. Special defense unit. Best in the world. Indestructible and undefeated. Never yield. Special defense unit. Fight on. Everyone was in a good mood, but freshness were still haunted me, even if I have to violate the teachings. Was this timeline's version of her ready to start absorbing cryptoglobin now? It was an unsettling thought, but I didn't want to ruin everyone's fun.
I'll worry about.
I pushed aside those worries, yeah. Yay. Ding dong. The wicked bitch is dead. Immediately after I heard the usual morning announcement, Yugami rushed into my room. Takumi, it's an emergency. Come with me. I ran down the hall with Yugami until we arrived at the parking lot. I rushed over to where everyone was standing only to see... Oh shit. What? Everyone was already there. We all stood stunned in front of the school bus, which had somehow become rusted and corroded. The bacteria. Nigo and I were the first one to find it. We were patrolling the school early this morning when we saw it. Then we went to wake up Shizuhara, Kawana, and Namakage. We chose these three because they seem to have plenty of knowledge of physics and chemistry. They got to work analyzing the corrosion, and we called you all here because they figured out the cause. What is it? I had a bad feeling about this. It felt awfully similar to something I'd seen before. I'll explain what we found out. The cause of the corrosion lies with something called particle bacteria. Same thing that were in the escape pods in the Hunt and Mystery timelines. It had showed up in this timeline too. But why? Did we bring it here? I called Hiroko's eye and she nodded. We'd talk about this later when we were alone. Tsubasa continued her explanation. The details were exactly the same as what she told us in the Hunt timeline. I don't really get what you're saying, but I can't tell we're in a world of trouble. You've got that right. So far, we've only found damage here in the parking lot, but believe it like this, a particle bacteria will spread in no time. And then all the metal in the school will be reduced to rusted scrap. Everyone was lost for words. I could hear gasps from a few of them. We have implemented some countermeasures, so things aren't going to fall apart just yet. Countermeasures? We've increased the air pressure in all school facilities, excluding the parking lot. That means we don't have to worry about air flowing from the low-pressure atmosphere of the parking lot to the high-pressure atmosphere of the rest of the school. Using this method, we'll be able to prevent the damage from spreading for another 9 days. 9 days? But how are we supposed to get rid of this particle stuff? In response to Takamada's question, Tsubasa produced a photograph. We'll need some of this QB liquid. It's the only thing that can purge the bacteria. The only problem is we have no idea where to find it. What about the biolab? I know every chemical in that place, there's nothing like that in there. That's right, we're not going to find it in the school. So incredibly rare, we might not even find it outside in the city ruins. Don't worry, I'll know what we have to do. Basically, we have to find this QB liquid within 9 days, right? But is that even possible? You'll have to make it possible. We'll be in lethal levels of trouble if you don't find it. No props, we'll figure something out. Yeah, let's all split up and get to searching. The enemy would strike again on day 47, so there wasn't any issue with us leaving the school unattended for a while. But just in case of any expected attacks, we decided that 8 of the team will remain at the school. The remaining 7 of us went out to search the ruins, but we're not getting anywhere. There's no sign of it here. We didn't find anything. We didn't find anything either. This is driving me crazy. I told you it wouldn't be easy to find. Generate, it's already nighttime. Yeah, let's get back and try it again tomorrow. We returned to the school and reported our results, or lack thereof, to the defense team. Our friends who had been guarding the school were disappointed for a moment, but they shrugged it off. It's fine, we still got 8 days left, right? You'll be sure to find it if you keep just looking. If you just keep looking patiently. Nobody seemed too discouraged by the situation. We had a late dinner and went to our separate ways. Eventually, everybody returned to their rooms. Everybody except for me and Hiroka, that is. Why is this happening? Why is the bacteria here in this timeline too? Told you, didn't I? The particle bacteria emerges depending on quantum luck. It's an entirely fickle phenomenon that plays by its own rules. There's no sense in trying to reason it out. Let's focus on what we're going to do from here on, namely finding the QB liquid. Do you have any ideas? Hiroka listlessly shook her head. Either way, we're in trouble. Our class weapons will be fine, but our electronics, perhaps the escape pod, anything made out of metal, all of it will end up falling apart. Even the holy Jumanji sword, oh no! Even the machine in the defense room that holds Xian's real body. Which means, exactly at this rate, we're all going to die. Just like the other day before, we split up into a group of 7 to explore and 8 to defend the school. Hiroka and I were part of the exploration team. We spent all day going from place to place in search of QB liquid. But in the end we had nothing to show for it. We gave up on the search for now and decided to pick it up again the next day. We decided to switch out the members of the search and defense teams randomly each day. Today I ended up in the defense team. After breakfast I sent off the exploration team with a few words of encouragement. Special defense unit, best unit in the world. What was it? After that I went back to my room. What should I do now? Yeah, At night, I met up in the schoolyard with the exploration team who had returned from their trip. Their despondent faces told me all I needed to know. But I still had to ask just in case. How did it go? They weakly shook their heads. That's too bad. 6 days left. Slowly but surely, our time was running out. After dinner, I headed for the usual spot behind the school at Hiroka's request. What did you want to talk about? Today's day 36 that reminded me of something. Do you remember what happened on day 36 in the Box of Calamity timeline? I sifted through my memories. La 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 la. Box of Blessings and Box of Conspiracy Route. Ooh. Box of Calamity. No, I don't see anything that could indicate what happened. I sifted through my memories. If I remember right, Aito used the parallel leap machine to jump into another timeline. That's right, but in the end we never found out which one he jumped to. Hunt, right? You're saying you figured it out now? No, it's not that, but something about it still bothers me. That reminds me, Ado escaped from his cage back then too. His method was different from this time around, though. In the box of Calamity Timeline, someone broke the lock of the cage for him. Someone. If you don't remember, it's for the best. What? At any rate, he used a different plan here in this timeline. He managed to escape the cage all by himself. The moment I heard those words, I remembered something I'd heard.
Sir Ato requested that I close the drain.
Well, it's true. I opened the valve for the fountain in the courtyard all the way. The whole courtyard was soaked. Like it had been doused by a sprinkler
Which timeline is this?
I did give Ato something made of rubber. Sturdy rubber balloons. About 100 of them, actually.
Oh yeah, this plan. So that's what happened.
Ato used the same method Ava did in the mystery timeline.
You're just realizing that now? Well, it took me a while to connect the dots myself. On day 9, I remembered the way Ava escaped in the mystery timeline. Do you remember when you suggested putting Ato back in the cage after he escaped? At that point, I was suddenly assaulted by a violent headache. I suddenly remembered what had happened in the mystery timeline. That's why I said what I said.
Not that cage. We have to put him somewhere else.
As soon as Hiroko finished talking, I took off running.
Where do you think you're going?
I could hear her calling after me. I responded without turning around.
I'm going to confirm something with Ato.
Confirm what?
Isn't it obvious?
The
SAD! The scandalous Atsuki disappearance.
Ugh, fine. I don't know what you're up to, but I'm going with you.
What are you two doing? It's almost time for bed. Couldn't you get any sleep? Did you come here so I could read Snow White to you? Unfortunately, I don't have any fairy tales. Shut up, I'm here to ask you something. Oh, really? You got out of that cage by yourself, didn't you? That K person you said unlocked it for you that doesn't really exist. What are you babbling about, Takumi? The bottom part of that animal pen wasn't secured in place. It's just a heavy iron cage mounted on a base. Still, it weighs 1 ton. It's not something anyone could move with their bare hands. That's why you came up with the idea of using buoyancy. The courtyard can be sealed airtight. If the drain was sealed off and the fountain valve was wide open, the courtyard would be full of water in a matter of hours. And what would happen if there were 100 inflated 10-liter balloons in the cage when that happened? Archimedes' principle states that upward buoyant force is equal to the weight of the displaced water. 100 balloons that hold 10 liters each make 1,000 kilograms, 1 ton of upward force. This cancels out the weight of the cage and reduces it to near zero. You barely need to use a single finger. You were easily able to lift the cage with just the slightest effort. That's how you escaped, Ato. On hearing my explanation, Ato broke out in the bright grin. Bravo, what a brilliant deduction, detective. There's no reason for me to hide anything now that you've figured out that much. Then tell us, why did you invent this cape person? So distress and discord, naturally. And why did you go to the infirmary after escaping? To destroy the revival-matic. Without that, you'd be all and be in the tough spot, wouldn't you? Listening to him was making my blood boil. You haven't changed at all. You're still a liar, traitor, and untrustworthy scumbag. Oh, I feel so terribly wounded. Maybe it would make me feel better if I told everyone about your little trip through time. Apologize. On your hands and knees, put those sloping forehead of yours on the ground. Then scream about how sorry you are with tears streaming down your face. Do that and I might forgive you. I drew my hand back to lash out, but Hiroko caught it before I could. Come on, we'll only waste our time talking to him. Oh, you're going? It's too bad. I happen to be aware of some valuable intel that you might be interested in. Valuable intel? Core 9? But I won't say a word until I get that apology. See you around, friends. Good night. Love and peace. Ado turned and vanished into the capsule. He's bluffing, don't pay him any mind. Does he know what the QB liquid is?
Huh?
Yeah, you're right. Let's get out of here. So ended day 36. I didn't think about Ato again for a while after that. We didn't find anything. The morning of day 38 was upon us. Okay, catch you guys later. Careful out there. Or don't be as reckless as you want. We only have 5 days left. That's right, don't hesitate to make sacrifices. Do whatever it takes to find that QB liquid and bring it back to the school. Make sacrifices? If we die outside of the wall, we can't come back. He's telling us he doesn't care if it comes to that. That's so heartless. I won't let that comment slide. Sir, he can say whatever he wants. It doesn't mean we have to agree. Right, your biggest priority is making it back in one piece. That's an order, understood? I'm so grateful for your words of encouragement. Yes, we should go now. After seeing off the exploration team, the rest of us went our own ways. Yay. The exploration team came back late. It was already past 10 PM when we saw them. What were you guys doing? I was worried. Yeah, sorry about that. Well, did you find anything? All 7 members of the exploration team grinned upon hearing her question. Don't tell me. You found the QB liquid? No, we weren't that successful. But we got something else instead. KFC bucket. An important piece of information. What information? We're searching around some buildings a long way from here. And we happened upon a platoon of enemies making camp. Of course, we hid ourselves right away. Those clowns never saw us, but we overheard their leader talking to someone through their wireless comms. And we heard them mention the particle bacteria. The exploration team excitedly continued their tale. They had learned something from the platoon leader's conversation. A few days ago, at an enemy base, the relay station we'd been in other timelines, there was a particle bacteria outbreak. They quarantined the corroded areas but couldn't stop the spread completely. That was why that platoon had been sent out to that cluster of buildings to look for a way to combat the bacteria. The last thing we heard the leader say was, "We've secured the QB liquid. I already sent it to the relay station. It should arrive any minute now." So you're saying there's QB liquid at the enemy base? The exploration team nodded with smiles up their faces. Just then Sir Inigo showed up. Hooray! Surprise, we heard everything. What an incredible feat. And you all made it back in one piece. Your commanding officer sniffs. Just so happy you're all okay. Credit with that, man. Anyway, I know we only just got this news, but I need you to go immediately. Huh? Go where? Isn't it obvious? The enemy relay station. Of course, we can't very well leave the school empty. You never know when there might be a surprise attack. Those of you who went out today should stay here. You're probably exhausted after all that walking. Wait a minute, I get why the defense team should be the ones to go, but you really mean right now? Yum yum yum. You're darn right I do. If you don't go now, you won't make it in time. Even by bus, it takes about 8 hours to get to the base. 8 hours? Then we'd make it. Even if we left tomorrow, we'd still have 4 days left anyway. I think you're forgetting something very important, Marco. The school bus right now, it's... Oh dang, we can't use the bus because of that particle stuff. Exactly, that's why we need the defense team to set off now, preferably sprinting. You want us to run when it would take the bus 8 hours? You'll be fine, we're confident you can make the trip in a mere 32 hours. 32 hours. God damn. After taking a moment to rest our eyes, those of us assigned to the expedition team left for the base. There were 8 of us in all: Moku, Darumi, Shoma, Gaku, Tsubasa, Kurara, Hiruko, and me. We were cautioned against using Tsubasa's and Shoma's class weapons to make the journey easier. We'd be in for a fight when we got to the base, so we needed to preserve our Himo item as much as possible. According to Sir Inigo, class weapons weren't capable of that kind of extended use anyway. Our only option was to run. Night fell. Dawn broke, and even as everything fell dark again, we just kept going. Maybe that was an exaggeration, but aside from some short breaks for food, we really did just keep running. An overwhelming amount of time passed, and before I knew it, it was the start of another day. Suddenly I realized the sky was light again. I must have fallen asleep while I was running. Everybody else seemed just as dazed, constantly moving their legs even as they grew limp and weak. Right as I opened my eyes, Hiruko was leading the charge, called out, "We're here. And we'll have to go back all this distance as well." We stopped and made our way to the top of a nearby hill to survey the situation. What we saw there was nothing. After some quick recon, we snuck into a nearby storm drain. Getting here was really tiring, wasn't it? For real, not even a real killing game could make me feel this close to death. Can we rest for a sec? I can barely move a muscle. No, we don't have time. The cold-blooded psycho. He's eviler than a homicidal mastermind. Just to confirm, we're going to fight the enemies in the base, right? Isn't that obvious? It's not like if we ask politely for the QB liquid, they'll just hand it over with a smile. You've all heard the enemy intel, right? Right, Hiruko told us on the way here. Hiruka explained to everyone what she heard from Sir A and hit the others. So the name of commander is Quenzel. Quenzel A. He flies around in the sky, right? So annoying. Now, my specialist skill on our side will whip up some surface artillery and knock him down in one shot. The thing is, I'll have to start crafting the after Ash appears, yeah. No revival, so be careful. Without the school bus, we'd never make it to the infirmary in time. Exactly, so things look shaky. Retreat immediately, got it? Everyone nodded in silence, their faces looked tense. Okay guys, let's do it.
Yeah, it's not over.
It's Quinzale!
He's here. All right.
Hello, Earth to peasants!
Earth to peasant.
Myself here? It's an honor to be tasked with
Everybody.
See?
No, I mean, forget about.
Understood.
Got it. It's set. Told you it wouldn't take long.
He freaking survived.
Naughty. I never said that.
Less big.
Okay.
You wretches. The pain. What?
You're and
Oh my god, he's gonna prank us again. You've been Quenzelade.
Huh? Don't. Did he?
Run.
Looks like it.
With that idiotic
And yeah.
We're dumber.
I found it. It's here.
Shoma's voice echoed through the base. We all followed the sound. Shoma, did you really find it? Yes, in a storage room in the back. Then let's see it. That Gaku surging, Shoma pulled it out from behind his back. No doubt about it, that's QB liquid. Yahoo! Can use this to get rid of the particle bacteria, right? Yep, completely and thoroughly. Good work, Shoma. Great work. Great work. I didn't know you had it in you, Shoma. Phew, now we can take a break. I don't think so. We don't even have time to stand still, let alone sit down and rest. Huh?
Oh?
We only have 2 days left. If it's going to take us 32 hours to get back, we won't arrive until tomorrow night. And I'm assuming you're all too tired to run at the same speed as we did on our way here. That means we'll be racing against the clock. If we really push ourselves, we might make it by the morning after tomorrow. But, silent servant? Servant? Let's just get going. The others are counting on us. Hiruka started making her way outside the base. The rest of us could only sigh. That Hiruka is just like I said. She's a cold-blooded psycho. With that, we all staggered after her. Yay. All we could do was drag our exhausted bodies back to the academy one step at a time. My consciousness was so easy that I felt like running inside a nightmare. I was running inside a nightmare. My legs were out of strength. I imagined they were just two withered, ancient tree trunks attached to my body. Morning finally came. The sun set. And even as night came again, we never stopped. Okay, I want to see how many kilometers is this base away from bus speed. How fast is a bus? No, not CPU, bus speed. How fast is a bus? Buses typically travel at speeds that vary depending on the area. Is this AI? Yeah. They operate at around 20 miles per hour, while on the highways they can reach speeds up to 60 miles per hour or more. let's say 60 miles per hour. MPH 2 kilometers per hour, because we're European here. 60 is 96 kilometers? What? Okay. 96.5 kilometers per hour times 8. Yeah, this can't be 772 kilometers far away. This can't be. The school bus must be going slower. It can't reach highway speeds, probably. Because it's ruined, so you have to drive around stuff. Human walking speed. 3 miles per hour. Okay, let's say 5 kilometers per hour. 772 divided by 5 would be 154 hours. 154 hours is like 6.5 days, so the bus speed must be slower. Let's say it's 20 miles per hour, the bus speed. Then it's 32 kilometers per hour. 32 kilometers per hour for 8 hours is 256 kilometers. 256 divided by 5 is 5, right? 50, yeah. 50 hours of walking. That's like 2 days. 2 entire days, okay. What we were doing by that point could hardly be called running. Even walking would have been too generous a description. My body felt like it wasn't mine anymore. It was like I was having an out-of-body experience. Suddenly I heard a voice. The date is about to change. I had no idea who said it. For all I knew, I might have said it myself without realizing it. Feeling blurry and hazy, we crossed over into a new day. Just like Hiroko predicted, we finally arrived at the academy on the morning of day 42. You guys, I hardly know what to say in a situation like this. Welcome back just isn't enough. Well, you've returned safely. I was so worried that my heart almost broke. My dear sister and I prayed for you every day. Darn it, the hell is this? Some kind of salty shit coming out of my eyes. Me too, my eyes are squirting. The defense team all looked genuinely happy to see us back. We appreciated that, but all we could muster was a dry laugh. Oh yeah, I'll have to speed this up anyway. So what about that QB liquid? We found it, right? Tsubasa weakly lifted her arms to bring it out. Hey, nice work. I knew we could do it. Thank you so much, everybody. They showered us with applause, cheers and praise. Smiles stretched across every face, and some even started leaping with joy. Now, Miss Kawana, I hate to ask you so soon after your return, but do you think you can get started on dealing with that bacteria? Tsubasa looked completely drained. Her hollow eyes stared into nothing as she answered. Fine, but I can't do it alone. Need everyone's help. Gee, looks like we made it in time. Good thing the school has replication machines. Thanks to that, we managed to synthesize a large quantity of undiluted QB liquid. We divided the QB liquid among ourselves and spread it all over every last inch of the school. Of course, we gave the school bus in the parking lot the thorough going over as well. That should clear out the particle bacteria. There's no chance of it spreading now. What about the bus? It's still a corroded mess. I guess I'll just have to figure something out. You're gonna repair it? Yeah, I did this kind of thing plenty at Grandpa's garage. What a relief. And now, Kavan, if you don't mind, I need you to... Someone kicked Surrey as hard as they could before he could finish his demand. Yeah, honorable Surrey, sir. Nigo ran over to comfort his fallen superior. Well, who would do such a thing? I looked around to find the culprit, only to see that everyone else was looking at me. Apparently, I was the one who kicked him. It had all happened unconsciously. Sorry, Surrey, I'm so tired, I'm losing my sense of reason. Surrey does not appear to be listening, I fear. Yeah, he's out like the light. Is everything okay? I mean, with you, Takumi? Isn't the bomb inside of you supposed to go off even if you lay a finger in Surrey? It's probably fine, I agree. After all, Takumi might have laid something on him, but it wasn't a finger. It was a foot. Wow. After that, we immediately parted ways. The others headed back to their rooms, but Hiruka lingered behind to speak to me. Looks like we've solved our particle bacteria problem, in this timeline anyway. Yeah, we should give some QB liquid to the Hunt timeline too. The next time the blood space waves will be high enough is day 45. We'll be able to leap then between 5 and 11 AM. It will still be a while until we can get to the Hunt timeline. I hope the damage hasn't spread too badly by then. Me too, but there's something else we have to do first. Are you talking about the metempsychosis book? We'll resume our research tomorrow. Tomorrow will probably be our last day actually. Right, we only have 10% of the books left to check. Hiruka gave a firm nod. Well then, it's all in your hands. With that, she left and headed for her own room. I staggered and wobbled back to my room. When I lay my worn-out husk of a body down, I was greeted by an intense drowsiness. I have no idea what happened after that. A second later, I was completely unconscious. It's evening, Takumi. How long do you plan on sleeping? You're too old to act like this. I'm literally a teenager. And in case you forgot, we ran them 2 marathons, fought a battle in between, and had to hose the school down with QB liquid as soon as we got back. I'm dying from lack of sleep here. Keep it down, we're in the library. Who cares? Nobody's even here. I'm here, you blind or something? Sigh. Didn't I just tell you to quiet down, smooth brain? You're yelling too. The battle, I forgot. The battle is on day 47. Gasp. Huff, huff. I'm glad to see you're doing okay. Same to you. After a short rest, Hiruka spoke solemnly. Alright, let's get started for real this time. We spent what felt like an eternity there in the library, just in silence. My head was empty and capable of independent thought. We're just staring at the light of the lamp dangling from the ceiling, transfixed. I had no idea how much time had passed, but then I heard the announcement. Silence washed over the cold, vast space once more. Neither of us said a word. We continued to stand there stunned. After some time, Hiruka finally spoke. Let's head back. I tried to answer, but my mouth was too dry to move. There's no sense in lingering. The book wasn't in here after all. It might be out there somewhere beyond the wall of fire, but I have no idea how we'd find it. There's no libraries or bookstores out there. It would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Does that mean we're going to have to give up on the book and find another way out of the loop? With that, Hiruka slipped out of the room. I felt something dark in the pit of my chest. I couldn't even muster a sigh. I wasn't over what happened yesterday. The black lump was still stuck in my chest. But we still had more than 50 days until day 100. We had to be sure to find a way to break out of the loop by then. I only reminded myself of this fact and decided to walk around the school like normal. Yay. Couldn't stop thinking about the loop. Was there really a way out of it? As I was mulling it over, I realized I wasn't alone. Eva, did you need something? There's something I wish to report to you. Mr. Sumino, you said you were looking for a book called Reflections on Imprecatory Metempsychosis, correct? Yeah, I did. What about it? I think I may have figured it out where that book is, I mean. What? I was just talking to Mr. Ginzaki and somehow we ended up on the subject of Mr. Atsuki. Yes, Eito has been locked up in that room ever since day 9. Pardon my asking this, but is he doing alright? How is his emotional well-being? I give him meals regularly and he always seems the same as ever. He's actually pretty fond of that place. He told me it's quiet and relaxing. He even said it's perfect for reading. For reading? Yes, I bring him books with his meals, and you brought him that book? What? He asked me for something to read, so I just grabbed a few from the library. It happened to be... Was there a book called Reflections on Imprecatory Metempsychosis in your selection? Yes, there was. I remember it because of that weird, complicated title. Why do you want to know? Hey, well, thank you. I gave her more short and sweet thanks for sprinting outside. Wow. Hiruka, come with me. What is it? I know where the book is. We thundered down the stairs, through the halls, and into the capsule room. Let me guess, you finally figured that out. Where did you put that book? I've got it right here. Eito pulled out the book out of his jacket and ripped it out of his clutches. I looked over the cover. There it was, the title I wanted to see for so long. Reflections on Imprecatory Metempsychosis. Unfortunately, what the... All the pages are ripped out. Eito is now the Slender Man. You have to find my pages. What happened to them? Do you not know anything about goats? I've been told more than once that I look like one. Oh my god, did you eat the book? Don't tell me. That's right, I ate them. You gave me so little food, I was so hungry I just couldn't help myself. Either can I just searched the room from top to bottom. We even frisked Eito just in case he was hiding anything on him. But there wasn't so much as a single page, not a single paragraph of the book remaining. Did you read it? You did, didn't you? Why did you think I asked if you finally figured it out? There was information relevant to our situation in there. You knew we'd show up for it eventually. Isn't that right? That's not all. I gave you a hint on day 36 as well. I happen to be aware of some valuable intel that you might be interested in. So there was information about the time loop in that book. Eito, tell us everything. What exactly was written in it? Have your hippocampi rotted away? I said I wouldn't tell you anything until you apologized to me. And not just Takumi, I'm including you too now, Hiruko. That's called joint liability. Why don't you two get on your knees, put your foreheads to the ground and lick the floor while you grovel? We're so sorry, Eito. We don't deserve this. Just maybe. There's no way we're doing any of that. Well then I guess we're done here. You're going to have to repeat the same pointless 100 days forever and ever. 100 years, 1,000 years, it doesn't matter. It'll just keep going for all eternity. Maybe that's not so bad in its own way. It's the same as being immortal in a sense. On second thought, I'm actually a little jealous of you. So envious than yawn. I might have to sleep it off for a while. I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Sleep tight, you two. Just go. Oh. I thought you could go to another timeline and read the book there, but it will take a while to find it. It was still before dawn. Hiruko and I had to come to the lab for the first time in a long while. Okay, I'm done configuring the machine. Everything's ready. Now we just have to wait for 5 AM. The QB liquid. Got it right here. I asked Tsubasa to give me a little extra. By the way, what do we know about Eito? Are we going to force him to tell us what he knows somehow? That would be a waste of time. Torture doesn't work on his type. But then what do we do? Hiruko wrapped her knuckles against her brows. She answered, let's think on it. We still have time, and right now we need to focus on the leap at hand. Our goal isn't anything too complicated this time. We just have to get the QB liquid onto Tsubasa in the hunt timeline. But it's possible somebody might slip and crack his head somewhere along the line, isn't it? The next time the blood space waves will surge is day 50. There's a battle on day 47, so we can't afford to linger under any circumstances. Don't worry, I won't screw up like that again. Then go ahead and work your magic. 5 AM on the dot. Oh, let's go. Let's slide out. The morning announcement hasn't played yet, but someone might wake up early and come over here. Let's proceed with caution, don't make a sound. Got it. First, we head for Takumi 4's room. How shouldn't we go straight to Tsubasa? Looking like this when she wakes up and screams in our faces, then what? But why do we need to go to Mayumi in Takumi 4's room? I need you to become Takumi 4 again, then you can give the QB liquid to Tsubasa and explain how you got it. Explain it how? Just make something up. But if Takumi 4 wakes up while you're at it, we'll have a mess on our hands, that's why. We quietly infiltrated Takumi 4's room. He was still sleeping. Hiruko sidled up to him and with a reckless amount of force, stabbed him with a hypodermic needle.
Can't you be a little gentler when you do that? Even if he's from another timeline, he's still me.
I know. And that's why I did it like that. More importantly, change clothes and get to Tsubasa. I'll take your suit and head for the capsule room.
What do we do about him?
We leave him here and go. The anesthetic I used is more powerful than the one from last time. He'll be out for a whole day. We've got nothing to worry about.
We stepped out of Takumi 4's room. I gave my leap suit to Hiruko, who wished me luck, and vanished inside the school. I watched her leave before I headed to Tsubasa's room. I rang the doorbell and Tsubasa opened the door, sleepily rubbing her eyelids. Yawn, what is it? So early. Sorry, but I have something to give you. I pulled out the QB liquid out of my pocket and handed it to Tsubasa. No way, this is QB liquid, but how? Where did you get this? Well, I snuck out to do some extra exploring last night and found it then. Where? Oh jeez, where was it again? It was so dark you couldn't really see. Well, whatever, that matters. That is, we can use this to get rid of the particle bacteria. Thank you, Takumi, you're seriously the best. What a relief now, all of you can leave this place on day 100 too. What do you mean all of you? Aren't you going to get in the pod with us? I know that's what I meant. I was going to blow the lid off the whole operation if I kept talking. There was only one way out. Well, good luck with everything. I turned to try to leave Tsubasa behind, but... Wait, aren't you going to help? I have an errand I need to deal with. You can ask the others though, right? Wow, heartless much. I am kind of offended. Maybe I'll just disable the shower and toilet in the room. Tsubasa started marching over to my room. I panicked and tried to stop him. Wait. You had until 11 AM to leap back to our timelines, but it's only 6:30 AM now, so I still had time. Fine, you win, I'll help you. Great, then let's get right to it. Phew, finally done. That should have wiped out the particle bacteria. Thanks to Takumi, you really saved us. I scratched the tip of my nose. This hangar is the only place affected by the bacteria, right? Yeah, for now, but just to be sure, I'll spray it all around the school later. I can use the replicator in the biolab to increase our stock of QB liquid. How about the escape pod prepares? I'll just have to give it a shot. It looks like it's going to be a serious task though. When I was spraying the liquid just now, I got inside the pod from a gap in the corroded external wall. From there I saw that the control system is a mess. I'll need to replace everything, including the circuit board. I don't really know anything about that stuff, but it sounds like a lot of work. But there's always one good thing. If we replace the control system circuit board, we'll be able to manually deploy the pod from the war room. From the war room manually? Yeah, so we could escape the school without waiting for day 100? Exactly, but it's going to take at least 50 days to fully repair it, even if I work at top speed. So it'd be done by day 95 at the earliest. That barely changes anything. Can't the others help you out with some of it? There's plenty they could do, but I can't really ask them for help right now. We're smack dab in the middle of the invader hunt after all. Huh? I can hardly ask the members we're up against, you know? Hold on, I thought the invader hunt was over. What heard you saying it got back on track a while back, ever since the real sponsor showed up on day 33. What, the sponsor is still alive? Wait, Tsubasa said the one that got killed on 31 was a spare. Then Kakoji's still out there. Which means she's likely hiding somewhere inside the school. If I was looking for a place to hide in the school without being found, our eyes met. Underground. The hidden room. We descended the stairs to the basement just as we suspected someone was there, but it wasn't who we were expecting. Eito, what are you doing here? Eito stared at Hiroko and her lips to nod as if something had just clicked for him. I see you must be Hiroko. I recognize the voice. Identifying people by their voice rather than their appearance is something of a forte of mine. The leap suits had voice changes, but Hiroko was turned off at that point. Because everyone looks like hideous monsters to you. Oh, we know that. I can't say I'm surprised. Those suits tell me you have experience jumping to other timelines. Then Hiroko don't belong to this timeline, do you? The Hiroko from this timeline is already dead. You're here from some other timeline, but that's where you learned about my secret. The same probably goes for you, Takumi. Hiroko being alive and well doesn't seem to bother you at all. Which means that the two of you jumped from the same timeline, didn't you? So what if we did? I was just thinking out loud. After all, you are the same as us. You don't belong to this timeline either. The 8 on this timeline had his cryptoglobin absorbed by Takumi on day 2. How despicably cruel. Even if this isn't my timeline, that's hard to forgive. You must be from the Box of Calamity timeline. You jumped from it on day 36, didn't you? Box of Calamity, is that what you're calling it? You're probably right. I imagine that is the timeline I came from. I escaped the school, wandered the streets, and by chance stumbled up on some sort of laboratory. I decided to tinker with the machinery there, and before I knew it, I was here. There's no way that just happened by chance. Oh, but it did. It's not so surprising considering my specialist skill. Special fortune telling. Hey, don't nod it slowly. Fine, we'll say it was a coincidence. Let me ask you something. Are you the sponsor of the Invader Hunt? No matter the timeline, you're still just as dense. The Invader Hunt started on day 26. How could I sponsor the game when I only arrived here on day 36? Then the real sponsor must be Kakuji. Oh, do you know who did this? Not answering him. Well, so be it. I'm not interested in the sponsor anyway. Then what are you doing here? Why are you here? I wanted to read. Read? Why would you do that? You don't know why someone would read? You're terminally stupid, I fear. I read to satisfy my intellectual hunger. There's so much I want to know. About humanity, about space, about the laws of physics that govern it all, and of course about the mystery behind my own existence. You two are completely unrelated to my timeline, so allow me to confess in full. Deep down, I wanted to see people the way you see them, purely as a matter of intellectual curiosity. So I started reading all kinds of books to find a way to make it happen. Unfortunately, it seems there really is some kind of glitch in my brain. So long as I have that, I won't be able to perceive people the way you do. Sad, isn't it? Shall we cry about it together? All I want is to be friends. Do you know anything about how to get this glitch out of my brain? If you do, I think I could be your comrade again, in the truest sense of the word. I suppose there was no point in asking. You don't believe me, do you? I'll just have to disappear, I suppose. Disappear? Don't tell me. Exactly, see you around. The very next moment, Beto pulled something out of his pocket. He threw it straight at us. Instantly, the object exploded, throwing a flashbang. I didn't have time to close my eyes or plug my ears. Stun grenade. I murmured my brief realization before losing consciousness. Oh no, we're gonna be stuck here.
You certainly sleep hard. Maybe it's an after effect of leap damage.
This is my room, right? Are we back in steady fundamental?
Of course. And who do you think you have to thank for that?
Don't tell me. Again.
I seriously considered just abandoning you this time, but I knew I'd miss having an errand boy. So I carried you back.
Was it a stun grenade that went off? Were you alright?
I was wearing my leap suit, so I took almost no damage.
I sat up and got out of bed. What happened after that? After the light subsided, 803 was gone. 3? He was the 80 from the Box of Calamity timeline. The versions of us in that time are Hiroko 3 and Takumi 3, right? Figured the same could apply to him. So 803 got away. I tried to chase him, but you were already incontinent and laid out. Don't you mean inanimate? Incontinent. Urinary incontinence. Oh. Okay. Yep, okay. Hiroko sighed deeply. We have to do something. Kakuji's in that timeline too. That's true, but let's set it aside for a moment. There's someone I want to introduce you to first. Who? This is the infirmary, that chair. It's the Dolmetic Cognitive Reconstruction Therapy device, the new improved version. So who did you want to introduce me to? We're ready for you, come on out. At Hiroko's words, someone stepped out from the inside of Revivomatic. Heito! I instinctively balled up my fist and squared up. It's okay, he's on our side now. On our side? Just to be absolutely clear, this timeline's Eito, in other words, 801. You let him out of the capsule room? Yes, why? Don't be so alarmed, Takumi, I've been completely reborn. I didn't understand, I looked to Hiroko for an explanation. Do you remember what 803 said in the Hunt timeline? Do you know anything how to get this glitch? Yeah, that gave me an idea. The cerebral glitch repair program, exactly. But I figured that wouldn't be enough to get rid of the bone-deep contempt he had for humanity. So you used the Dolmenic thing? Yes, with Sura and Nigo's permission, of course. Originally, this machine couldn't be used on Special Defense Unit members, but thanks to my improvements on this design, I was able to use it on NATO. And thanks to Hiroko, I'm as you see me now. Well, I suppose I don't look any different, but my mind feels like it's been thoroughly cleansed. And what do we look like to you? How can I explain it? To start with, Hiroko looks like an intellectual, refined woman of great beauty. On the other hand, Takumi looks like a half-rotten cherry tomato that's been left in the back of the refrigerator too long. I'm not Kurara. He's still glitched. Ah, that was a joke. In truth, you're a beautiful young man with a dignified face full of courage and passion. Oh, maybe I've said too much. At any rate, appearance is something that can only be described as subjectively. What I see and what you see are not necessarily the same. At the very least, I no longer have the physiological aversion to your appearance that I used to. Put it simply, in my eyes, you all look truly beautiful. There's the explanation. You really don't feel hatred for us or for the rest of humanity now? That's right. So we can trust you now? I swear you can't have my life. Then tell us about the book. How did you read in it? Exactly what you'd expect. It covers the history and examples of the time loop phenomenon, as well as some scientific considerations. I swear if he's gonna turn on us once again. How many times is it now already? We want to know how to get out of the time loop. Was there anything about that? There was. You jumped into the past from day 100 to day 2, right? The loop was triggered by that first trip back in time. When force is applied to an object, it will continue to move at the same speed until additional external force is applied. That's the law of inertia. Without friction or resistance, a spinning top would continue to spin forever. A pendulum continues to swing from side to side. A weighted spring continues to move up and down. That's exactly what your situation is like. Enough explaining, get to the conclusion. How do we break out of the loop? The best way to explain it is the example of the spring. You two are the weight of the spring. On the spring, the time moves down from day 2 to day 100, but it can't progress any further. The restoring force of the spring brings it back to day 2. So how do we cut loose from that spring? Do we increase the weight? Precisely. But how do we do that? Let me get straight to the point. It all comes down to lives of the Special Defense Unit. What? Their lives? Indeed, the weight here is the weight of life itself. In short, if all of the Special Defense Unit members in this timeline survive until 10 AM on day 100, the sum of all those lives will serve as a huge weight that can tear away the mighty spring that is the time loop. Hiruka and I were silent. 3 seconds later, I shouted out loud. Yes, we can finally break free of the time loop. Didn't we survive in some scenarios? The romance route? I guess we don't remember that. Box of Calamity? We all survived? Really? Here, some are dead. Box of Calamity, dead. Dead. I guess in Box of Blessings we revived them. Redstone route, I guess that doesn't count. Ato is dead. Okay. I guess we survived in Box of Calamity and Comedy. Well, Box of Calamity we revived, so maybe it doesn't count. In Comedy we survived, but it's not a route we remember. Yes, we can finally break free of the time loop. We just have to keep everyone in this timeline alive. That's no problem at all. Everyone's survival was one of my goals anyway. Even without this information, we are going to protect everyone anyway. Well, we have a definitive objective now, so I'm grateful for that. Our friend's survival is directly linked to our escape from the loop. The situation just got much simpler. I looked right into Ato's eyes as I spoke. Thank you, Ato. I'm going to trust you for now. For now, well, that's good enough, I guess. It's hard to regain lost trust. I'll do everything I can to support you until you can trust me unconditionally. Day 46 ended in excitement, or rather it didn't. Tomorrow, day 47, would face another defensive battle. Hiruka and I had something we needed to do before that, and that something was... Everyone gathered in the war room before the morning announcement played. Just checking it one last time. Are we really going to let that backdrop Ato fight with us? We spent 3 hours going over this last night. We heard your arguments against it, but in the end, you all agreed to this. Oh, you sounded so confident. You were so passionate, it was like you were spitting fire. It just felt right to trust you. If a gutter dweller like me is permitted to say so, Ato does seem different from before somehow. Let's try his aura. Before it was poopy brown, but now it's a shining poopy red. Poppy red. Thank you, although I'm not quite sure that was a compliment. Besides, you heard what Sir A said, right? If Ato does anything even a little threatening, he'll detonate the bomb inside of him. Did I say that? You did, sir. Oh sure, I'll take your word for it. I was so sleepy that I don't really remember. How are you feeling, away? Okay. Like I said last night, I followed Captain's lead. I agree, as do I. I'm quite opposed. Introducing a new character now will just take attention away from me. I want everyone to praise and adoration. I want everyone to fawn over me. I'll toss you a frisbee later. Then I'm on board. Thank you, everyone. A was right. I'm like a new character on the battlefield. But I'll give it all my all to fight for you. Then maybe you'll fawn over me after the battle. Ado flashed a carefree smile. It was infectious. Soon all of us were smiling. Well then, the enemy will be here any moment now, so Nigo, if you will. Got it. I'll cue the music. Watch for this freaky old Enka song. It's a folk song, right? I kind of like it. Went over the reason for the song choice already, so I don't need to talk about that again. We did. 2 commanders will attack this time to Nantami New Gang. Yeah, and hallucinations, preventative of music. Yeah, sound really... If the morning announcement didn't play, there might be something wrong with the intruder alert too. Oh, I knew it. What do we do? The enemy's already breached the wall. We need to do something quick. Takumi. Got it. Nod firmly, bro. Let's do this.
Nice. Now you won't. Well then.
To battle! That must... C-Ray and Nigo warned us about... We best save her...
If we don't.
All right,
This is my It's okay.
Right.
Isn't it against the...
Shoma was right. Okay.
Huh? Where's Turum Tammy?
New Gang's gone too!
They just ran off together.
They were holding each other for support. Why didn't you say anything?
Well...
They looked so sad, hobbling off like that.
Well, whatever. I don't feel like chasing after them to finish them off.
They were so completely covered in wounds. Their organs and bones will be in tatters by now.
That isn't I.
All right. Ready? And...
Go! Special Defense Unit, best in the world, indestructible and defeated. Never lose, never yield. Fight on. Everybody's voice is fast.
Not fair, Takumi! I'm the one who usually leads the chant. But Sir Takumi is our leader.
He...
You have to do the ready and go! Like you really mean it. Put some spirit into it.
Such detail.
I didn't know she put so much thought into it.
By the way, when does the fawning I was hoping for start?
Mr. Outsuki, did you really contribute to the battle that much?
Come on, I definitely did. Didn't you see?
Well, you'll just have to wait.
Our next defensive battle is in 10 days.
Now that's...
Oh, did my memories come back? Bolted upright and looked around me. This is my room. My body was freezing, a cold sweat soaked every inch of me. Was that a dream? No, that wasn't it. I experienced something like this many times before. This must be the same kind of thing, which meant... it's something that happened in another timeline. I headed over to see Hiruko and gave her the rundown of what I'd just remembered. She nodded in silence and led me to our usual spot.
Oh.
Actually, I had a vision of the same events just before I woke up. But that's not possible. What I just saw was from the Hunt timeline. We lost you on day 30 of that timeline. So there's no way you'd know what happened after that. Say what you will, but I saw what I saw. What? I do get the feeling it wasn't something I saw firsthand, though. It felt more like something I had heard from somebody else was playing out inside my head. Maybe I jumped to day 100 of the hunt timeline somewhere along the way. Then someone told me what happened in that timeline, and after that my consciousness jumped back to day 2 and I lost the memory. And you just regained it now? That's one possible explanation anyway. As usual, we continued our discussion after changing locations. What's more important are the specifics of what we just saw. Yeah. First of all, Kakoji is going to self-destruct soon. But her death won't stop the invader hunt because 803 will take her place as the game sponsor. We'll have more casualties, and finally on day 93...
The survivors will launch a last-ditch attack against Veshness. And all of them will die.
I wish we could help them. Do you think there's anything we can do? Let's give it some thought. We still have 2 days until we can leap again. Wait, but there are 2 timelines, 2 endings, right? One? Oh yeah, this ending. 93. Day 93. That's... If we kill the baby, yeah, we have to fight against Veshness, but if we don't... then we just go in this space, right? Into an artificial satellite? I don't remember. Okay, as much as I'm worried about the hunt timeline, I still have things to get this done. This one, nice. Wow, Tsubasa, this is amazing. You got the wheels back in perfect shape. Actually, isn't it even shinier than it was before? A girl could get jealous. What moisturizer do you need to use for that kind of dewy sheen? Frankly, I'm stunned you completely killed it. Oh, this was nothing. Then perhaps you'd be willing to fix a rotten heap of junk like myself? I think that's above my pay grade. Oh, Kyoshika, stop salivating over the muffler, you deviant. I swear I wasn't looking. The muffler? I tinkered with the engine while I was at it, so I think it'll go faster than before. Awesome, let's test it out by turning Gaku into Fender Ketchup. Why me? Oh, I'm jealous, I want to be praised too. Me too. This must have been so much work, Kawana. Thank you for all your efforts. I'll give you a collectible superhero razor as a reward. I can't really see myself needing that. Thank you, Tsubasa, you're a lifesaver. Oh, come on, guys. Good work deserves to be praised. I'd like to offer you my thanks as well. You too, Hiroko, you're making me blush. Continued to shower praise on Tsubasa until late. All that time, laughter echoed non-stop throughout the parking lot. I finished breakfast and returned to my room. I couldn't get the hunt timeline out of my mind. If we didn't do something, everyone would die. We had to do something. I just didn't know what. Tomorrow we'll go to the hunt timeline. We can figure it out then. I murmured this to myself, then decided to make my usual rounds. Fuck. Maybe this is not saving time.
Huh?
As much time.
What do you mean we can't jump to the hunt timeline?
Someone locked it up. You didn't see me around the school during the day, did you? That's because I was in the lab doing maintenance on the PLM. While I was doing that, I realized someone locked the machine in the hunt timeline. Don't tell me, 803. It's highly likely. We're the only ones who know he's there. It would be a problem for him if we showed up again. So he stopped us from going back to that timeline. Probably, can't say for sure when he did it. It must have been between day 45 when he first saw us and today day 49. Whenever it was, the lock will only be removed after 50 days have passed. That means day 95 at the earliest. And everyone in that timeline gets wiped out on day 93. In other words, we won't make it. Yes, unfortunately. We sat there stunned for a while. They might not have been from our timeline, but all of our friends were going to die. I'd spoken to the versions of them in that timeline. I spent an especially long time with Tsubasa. Those memories came rushing back. In my mind, I saw her bubbly smile. How much longer would she be able to smile like that? I clenched my fists tightly, infuriated at my inability to help her. I understand how you feel, but what's most important is that we protect everyone in this timeline.
In short,
yeah.
the sum...
Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this only because it's our way out of the time loop. I know our priorities are still the same. We have to make it to 10 AM of day 100, all of us alive and happy. Right, let's focus on what we can do to make that happen. It's not that complicated, is it? We just have to keep winning our defensive battles. All the way to day 100? Yeah, are you saying there's some other way? Yuruko's gaze slowly shifted up.
If we went up there, we wouldn't have to fight.
The artificial satellite?
Wouldn't that be safer? It would boost our chances of survival, much more than staying here.
So what, we kill some people in other timelines, get their codes, and then call the help, I don't know, ship? How would we get there? The escape pod won't activate until day 100. I'm aware of that. We can't go flying into the vacuum of space if we rip the door off either. We can't forget about that pod. The pod. How then? We can try calling for rescue. Huh? We'll use the distress signal transmitter. The maximum cargo of the rescue craft is 2 tons, more than enough for all of 16 of us. Why didn't we go over this before? We need to input 9 of 10 liver mortis codes from Team 1 to boot that machine. And those codes only show up when the unit member is truly dead. That would mean at least 9 deaths. Wait, hold on. Are you suggesting what I think you are? I think so.
Of course. Nobody has to actually die. We can just get the codes from other timelines.
It's a good idea, but it's not the most pleasant means of getting things done. It would mean we'd be using the deaths of our friends in other timelines for the sake of our own survival. That's true. We wouldn't be killing anyone or allowing them to be killed either. We'd go after versions of them that were already dead, just looking at the backs of those we never could have done anything for. I'm sure they'd forgive us. Yeah, I sure hope so. Think about it, Takumi. This would be for the sake of saving everyone in this timeline. Yeah, I get that. Alright, whose liver mortis codes do we need? I already saw 5 of them in the mystery timeline. Let's review them first. Tsubasa, her liver mortis code was 2, right? I sifted through my memories of the mystery timeline and gave her a firm nod. The other 4 were in Kakuji's scrapbook. Eito was 8, Gaku's 0, Kaku's 9, Shoma's was 3. Where does that leave us? There's 5 people left from Team 1, Darumi, Takamaru, myself, and me. Anyway, we need to just find 4 of those liver mortis codes. Then we can activate the distress signal transmitter and the 16 of us can get onto the rescue craft.
Once that's done, we'll all go to the artificial satellite together.
Are there any timelines where 4 of them are dead all right now? I don't think so. There isn't even one where 2 or 3 of them are dead. I guess we'll just have to check different timelines one by one. Indeed. We should probably go find Darumi's liver mortis code tomorrow. You remember, don't you? She's killed in the battle against Veshnis in some timelines.
Oh.
We'll jump to the coming of age timeline, which branches off from that event. Coming of age? You don't remember it, so I doubt there's any point in explaining. It's a timeline that plays out like some kind of teen drama, like, wow, the teenage dream. You know what I mean? I had no idea what she was trying to tell me. Yuruko stared into the distance, eyes narrowed with a kind of wistful yearning. We should head back soon, you know, we can leave tomorrow, right? Yeah, just check the device. Our window's between 7:30 and 11:10 p.m. I'll head into the lab in the morning. I still have some maintenance to finish. You'll come to the lab alone by 7 o'clock, or else. He left before I could respond as usual. I left on my own. I casually glanced up at the sky and saw the satellite. We might be able to get there before long. All we needed was 4 more liver mortis codes, but of course something will go wrong. Okay, what things need to happen? Still have to happen. We still have to do something about the secret hatch in the cage. So, on day 100 we have to bring some people to the mystery timeline. What else has to happen? Kakuji jumped from mystery timeline to somewhere. As I thought about that, I found it hard to calm the thumping in my chest. I stretched my hand toward the satellite and clasped my fingers into my palm as if I could somehow catch it in my grasp. Okay, does everyone have one now? Everyone except Miss Shizuhara. That's fine, she went out to explore early this morning. I gave her hers before she left. Just lame metal. I think I might be allergic to this cheap metal plating. When was the recycling day anyway? Again. You can't throw them out. Yeah, in case you didn't notice, you've just been bestowed the medals of great honor. Honor my ass. Hey everyone, why don't we have a party tonight? A party? Just to celebrate the halfway point. Oh, now you're speaking my language, bro. Not for that. Me too. Count me in. One after another, everyone expressed their approval of the idea. Well, Takumi, I wasn't sure how to respond. I wouldn't be there that night. I had to jump to that coming of age timeline, but I couldn't come out and say that, so... Yeah, of course, I'll let Hiroko know about it too. That settles it. Tonight we'll have a halfway to 100 party. Sounds good, but the name's kinda mid, ain't it? Then how about we call it Hump Day Party? I'm picking up what you're putting down, Miss Amamiya. That does sound kinda fun. Sure, why not? Sure, Nigo, you don't mind, do you? Well, the next defensive battle is day 57, so okay, I'll grant you special permission. But no freaking, no grinding, and no throwing it back. Yeah, Kyoshiko, maybe don't bring your sword to this one. I would never freak or grind with the holy Jumonji sword. We spent the morning and afternoon preparing for the party. I knew I wasn't going to be able to participate, but I was also in no place to refuse, so I helped out too. As the day wore on, the sun sank steadily west in the sky. It was 5:40 p.m. I still had some time until I had to meet Hiroko, but I didn't want to get yelled at for being late, so I decided to leave the school and head to the lab early. Dun 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 dun. Sir and Nigo were there almost as if they'd been waiting for me. Another late night with Shizuhara, says Sumino. You know the rules about relationships between students, no heavy petting. That's not what's going on. We'll be back before the day's over, so there shouldn't be a problem. What about the Hump Day party? You're not going to attend? No, sorry, do me a favor and come up with an excuse for me. You're a real loose cannon, pal, although I admit you're the one keeping our operation running smoothly. We've yet to experience a single fatality, and you even managed to get Mr. Aotsuki to cooperate with us. So for now, we'll let your egregious behavior slide. Normally, I'd have to execute you for this kind of stuff, you know? I'm so sorry and so grateful for your generosity and understanding. You didn't mean that at all. Still, I never would have guessed that the cerebral glitch repair program could be used like that. We managed to fix Aotsuki's defect and successfully used the Dalmanic therapy in him too. Sounds like Shizuhara's handiwork more than yours, but it was still a brilliant idea. You're the one who created the program, sir. I think you're the true brains here. Oh, is that right? I mean, of course, only a 300 IQ genius like me could ever make such a thing. Nigo, with the thumb drive you gave Hiroko must have had a copy of the program on it, huh? Right? Yeah, I never made any copies. Me neither. Actually, I don't recall giving Miss Hiroko any thumb drive in the first place. Yeah, there was only ever one of those. Wait. What does that mean? On the night of day 16, Hiroko and I leapt to the killer zombie timeline. We had two goals back then. Preventing the death of Hiroko 2 and purging the Gi data from Takumi 2's brain. We succeeded in saving Hiroko 2 but failed to capture Takumi 2. I got cornered by him, fell out of the bathroom window and got knocked unconscious. The next thing I knew, it was day 17. When I woke up back in my room in this timeline, Hiroko told me...
Treating Takumi. I actually had 2 thumb drives. I gave it to Hiroko too. She injected Takumi too with anesthetic.
Could it be she lied to me? She never gave Hiroko 2 the thumb drive? Which would mean that timeline Takumi 2 is...
He's still infected with the Gi data.
I see, so Sir A and Nigo exposed my secret. Well, it's true, I never gave Hiroko 2 a thumb drive. What? But why would you lie to me? I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. Why the hell not? Do you have any idea what you've done? If we'd fixed Takumi 2, then Eo wouldn't have to die on day 25. We could have prevented Moku's death on day 43. Yuruko remained silent. Her face was screwed up slightly, and she was staring at her feet. Fine, if you can't tell me why, that's all there is to it. We only have 5 minutes until we can leap anyway. But if you really can't tell me, you have to let me choose the next time we leap to instead. Where are you planning to go? Isn't it obvious the serial killer timeline? I'm going to erase the Gi data from Takumi 2's brain. If we don't do something, everyone will except you will end up being killed. There's no other place for that timeline to go. There's just more branches to that end with Takumi 2 murdering everyone. So we want to create a new branching path? Yes, we're going to create a timeline where nobody else has to get killed. A future where everyone who's left can live out a happy life. What if I refuse to go with you? I need that thumb drive of yours to fix Takumi 2, but there is only one, so... Are you going to take it from me by force? Wait, did they say they cannot create a copy? Kumi, you promised me last night. You said we'd go to the coming of age timeline and find Darumi's liver mortis code. Remember what you said our top priority was? Making it to 10 AM on day 100 in this timeline, together and happy. The surest way to do that is to go find those 4 liver mortis codes and call the rest draft. We'll have a greater chance of survival if we go to the artificial satellite. As a result, we'll finally be freed of this time loop. Yuruko's words helped me regain my composure a little. What she was saying made complete sense. The versions of our friends in this timeline are our top priority. And even if I did manage to fix the serial killer timelines Takumi, it wouldn't erase the branch of that timeline where he never got cured. Timeline where Takumi 2 killed everyone would still exist somewhere in blood space. Knowing that, was there any point in fixing him? One rail would still covered in flames no matter what it did. But then I thought about what Hiroko had told me before.
Of course, one of them is still destined to burn in hellfire. But...
I sincerely apologize for lying. I was obviously in the wrong. In spite of everything I just said, I'll let you make the final decision. You lead, I'll follow. I'll keep my mouth shut and cooperate with you, whatever you want to do. I thought about it. Should we go to the coming of age timeline to find Darumi's liver mortis code, or should we go to the serial killer timeline to fix Takumi 2? After a lot of agonize, I came to a conclusion. Oh, I'm still sped up. I mean, this is a bit sudden, like... I would just reintroduce this side plot. What's the point here? Do we jump the serial killer to fix Takumi? What even happened? Do we have a branch in the serial killer timeline? I don't know, let's just continue with the original plan, I guess. Coming of age. I've decided I think you might be right. Okay, let me check. Slash route. Did something... What happened on day 15 slash route? No, this is mystery route. I don't know. One is zombie route and one is Kumi killer route. And this zombie. Oh, and the sound effect. So we're going to the coming of age timeline. I nodded listlessly. This doesn't mean I don't feel anything for everyone in the serial killer timeline, but what matters to me most is everyone here in this one. I feel like we've chosen the wrong choice. You don't have to explain. I know how much it pained you to make this choice. Takumi, this is the right choice. We won't regret it. No, I won't lie. Let it cause us any regret. Kiriko placed her hand on my shoulder and I felt some of the tension in my chest ease up. Oh, it's loud. 7:40 p.m. It's been 10 minutes since the leap window opened. In order to regain the time we lost, we speedily put on our leap suits and configured the machine. And then, here we go. Alright, we've made it to the school, but we can't afford to linger. Why not? We have until 11:10 p.m. That's plenty of... Have you forgotten what we came here to do? Look at the code on Darumi's back, right? He hasn't heard dead body, and where do you think that body is? Underground? I don't remember anything about this timeline. You should still know Darumi was killed in the battle against Vishnas on day 9. That day is the start of this timeline and the Box of Calamity timeline. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure all of us buried her. Now that you remember, you know what we have to do.
We're going to dig up her grave.
Do we have any other option? That's why I said we couldn't linger.
But...
I understand your reservation. I don't want to do this either, but our hands are tied. We have to do this if we want to go to the artificial satellite.
Okay.
I grabbed a nearby shovel, shut my eyes tightly, and drove it to the ground. Hiroka and I started to dig in silence. With each shovel full of dirt, there was a searing ache in my chest. Eventually, we saw Darumi's body in the dirt. She was drained of her cryptoglobin, leaving behind nothing but a blackened mummy. It was tragic to look at. My heart felt like it was about to burst. I averted my eyes.
We have to do this. She fought valiantly to protect all of us in this timeline. Her body is the embodiment of all of the nobility and sacredness of that act. It would be rude of us to look away.
I bit my lip and gave a small nod, looking back at Darumi.
I'm sorry, Darumi. I'm going to have to move you a little. We're doing this so you can live on elsewhere. So please, forgive us.
Hiruko apologized as she lifted up the body and turned it around. On the back was a single number.
Does that say 5?
Seems so.
We carefully restored Darumi's grave.
Thank you, Darumi.
Please, rest in peace.
We pressed our palms together as we said goodbye to her, then quietly took our leave. I made my way to the cafeteria for breakfast. When I got there, I saw everyone but Suri and Nigo. You missed the party, why? Kumi, how many times is this now, man? Yeah, would you kindly stop disappearing all of a sudden, Captain? We went over this last night, didn't we? Takumi went to the city ruins to destroy some enemy recon devices. Isn't that right? Yeah, exactly. I wasn't sure what Eita was covering for me, but I decided I'd better just go with the flow. Kiriko went off exploring and never came back. What were you up to? Well, you met up with Takumi in the city, right? And you finished the mission together. Yes, exactly. Mr. Sumino, at least say something before you take off. Yeah, we would have helped you destroy those devices. There weren't that many of them, so there was no need for us to go send a huge group. I think Takumi was just trying to be considerate when he decided to go alone. He didn't want to ruin our plans for the Hump Day party, that's why he did it. But in the end, the Hump Day party was cancelled. Huh? You and Hiroko were gone, there was no point in doing it. See, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for that to happen. No, you had something to deal with, although I guess you don't need forgiveness from this degenerate trash heap. But I'm seething you. If you want my forgiveness, you'll have to play Russian roulette with me. Hearing Darumi say that brought tears to my eyes. It reminded me of her as I saw her last night, and here she was right here in front of me alive. I couldn't stop the emotions from surging inside of me as I thought about it. Hey, don't look at me like that, it's not good for my mental state. Okay, then let us all enjoy some Russian roulette. Ewa, do you know what Russian roulette is? Do you know what Russia is? Yes, of course, Miss Kawana can just soup up the wheel so it goes full tilt. Mes dames et monsieur. Place your bets. Oh, for the love of murder. I don't know how to say that. Monsieur? Thanks to Eito's cover story, Hiroko and I weren't questioning it further. Everyone ate breakfast together and left the cafeteria. The only ones left behind were Hiroko, Eito, and myself. Sorry about that, Eito. Thanks for the help. Yes, thanks to you, we somehow managed to explain our way out of things. But why that story? Takumi, you vanished right before the Hump Day party, right? I thought if I didn't say anything, everyone would get upset and go looking for you. Then your clandestine activities would be interrupted. So I said what I said to appease everybody. Did you know that what we were doing last night? Nothing specific. I had a vague notion you might be leaping to another timeline though. I told Ato about the parallel leaping, by the way. Right, I know all about your little secrets. I know better than anyone that your objective is to keep everyone alive. So that's why you covered for us. I told you before, right? I'll do everything it takes to regain your trust. That's why I came up with that story. I left Hiroko and Ato and returned to my room, then I started my usual rounds. Yay. I had a feeling you were here. We don't need to arrange meetings anymore, do we? If we have something to talk about, we can just come here. Does that sound good? I nodded. By the way, have you looked at your device yet? No, I'm not yet. What? You don't care when we'll get our next level Mortis code? Not really, it's just... Then look now, you'll be surprised. I pulled out the device and looked at the screen. I saw the numbers on the display and... Are you serious? 12:05 to 12:35 on day 74? Yes, that's the next time blood space when the waves will surge. It's more than 20 days from now. That's right. The liver mortis codes we know right now are Tsubasa 2, 8, yeah. Total of 6, we need 9 codes in all. So we need to wait until day 74 until we can find the other 3. Fortunately, you're still not quite right. It's likely impossible we'll be able to get any on day 74. We only have 30 minutes sleep on that day. It takes longer than that to just get from the lab to the school. Even if we sprint, it's just not possible. Yuruko nodded with a deep sigh. When do the blood space waves increase after that? That's not on the device yet, so we have no idea. Either way, our goal stays the same. We need to get to the artificial satellite as soon as possible. Whether that ends up happening on day 80 or day 90. Well, even if we leave with only 10 days left, it beats being stuck here. Then let's stay focused, Takumi. For now, we continue with our school routine as usual until day 74. Things will be fine, don't worry about the defensive battles. We know exactly who will attack us and when. At the very least, we can be sure no one's going to die permanently on the battlefield. Of course, I'm not going to let them. I'll protect them on the battlefield or anywhere else. Well said, Captain. I expect great things from you. The artificial satellite suspended in the night sky seemed just a bit further away than usual. But I couldn't let things get me down. I narrowed my eyes and cast a sharp gaze at their satellite and its gold glint. Oh, nice. Did we choose the bad ending now because we're skipping? For 4 days I lived out my life at the school like I always did, as per Hiroko's advice. I laughed and trained with everyone and sometimes got into arguments too. But we didn't experience any serious issues and time ticked away in relative peace. There was nothing we could do about the liver mortis codes until the blood space waves peaked again. I allowed myself to temporarily forget about that and focus on living as normal a life as possible. Day 56 came to an end. Day 57 would soon be upon us, the day of the next enemy attack. Reset, yes. Commander Zendaya. Zendaya. Stupid, it's Zanzibar, it's Zenta. And she has the ability to make copies of people. Real pain in the ass, nothing to worry about. Factory settings. Yeah.
Intrude.
That's one.
Now we just.
I told you
It's Zenta! Never mind her name.
Here we.
Here I come! I am my soul.
Boom. It splintered all over and burst into tiny pieces, yep.
That bitch.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
how did you like my moves, everyone?
I saw signs of effort.
Ava, why are you...
Because you irritate me.
Cut right to the bone with that one.
Anyway.
Oh!
Sorry.
No, hey.
Oh, right. Ready?
Go! Special Defense Unit, best in the world, indestructible and undefeated. Never lose, never yield. Special Defense Unit, fight on! So ended our defensive battle. The next attack will be in day 63. Yeah. Are we just gonna skip? Oh, yeah, we chose the bad ending. Explosive situation? Yep, we're gonna get a bad ending. And they talk.
Ah. Oh.
Why don't we yell the multiplication tables?
I don't want to fight. No.
It's true.
I cannot. Let's.
Everybody, here goes. Starting with 2.
2 times 1 is 2.
2 times 2 is 4.
2 times 3 is 6.
2 times 4 is 51.
Mommy, save me!
We're not done yet.
Kaku, don't.
Shut up! 7 is easy peasy.
Anyway.
Help me! No!
That was. Oh, absolutely. If another wave shows up.
No. Mercy!
Right.
Take it away.
Got it.
Special
The defense unit, best in the world. Something. Oh shit! What's happening? Things were starting to come apart. Somewhere in the shadows, little by little, it was starting to gnaw at us. For the past 2 days, everyone had gotten less communicative. Whenever someone did speak up, it was to make fun of someone or make a cutting remark. It wasn't anything like our usual joking. There was no affection to it. It seemed like everyone just wanted to take out their frustrations on the people around them. I didn't know what was happening, but we had been living together in the same place for over 65 days. It seemed natural enough that all the stress that had been building up might come out as resentment. The matter of the liver mortis goes was still on hold. The hero and I hadn't decided which timeline we'd jump to on day 74. We'd only have 30 minutes anyway. We couldn't get to the school from the lab and back again in such a short time. Still, it felt like a waste to let one of our rare opportunities to leap slip by. That's why Hiro and I were at a loss about what to do on that day. Today was day 66. We're about to pass the 2/3 mark. 1/3 of our time here left. I hope we wouldn't run into any serious issues, but things don't always work out. My expectations would be crushed the very next morning. Uh-oh. I went to the cafeteria to get breakfast. As soon as I walked in, I heard screaming. Aito, I heard you were making something real loud with Tsubasa in the garage last night. Loud? Don't play dumb with me, Shoma, saw you. It's true, I was at 1 o'clock in the morning. I was wandering the school because I couldn't sleep when I saw both of them making something that looked like a gun. A gun? Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it. This is what I made, a beam gun that generates a special electromagnetic pulse. It's just a toy, though it's harmless to the human body. Aito put the barrel to his temple and pulled the trigger. See? That was an interesting way to describe it. Harmless to the human body, then what does it harm? It doesn't harm anything, it's really just a toy. Aito was teaching me about how the different parts come together. Right, Tsubasa was the one who actually assembled it. I did a lot of reading while I was confined, that's where I learned how to make it. I just shared what I learned. Why would you waste your time on a silly little toy? Shh, keep it down. I don't want Sura and Nigo to find out. It's even more suspicious. I believe you, Aito. You should always trust the shadiest character in a mystery. What do you know about mysteries? The mere fact you rely on assumptions about the genre shows what an amateur you are. Shut up, you nasty brat. I've played dozens of mystery adventure games. I've played them all to death. I'm going to have to stop you right there, Miss Amimiya. Nobody talks to my dear sister like that. Please, everyone, calm down. Ava, I appreciate it if you kept your thoughts to yourself. You're a prisoner, in case you forgot. That's not fair. Ava is our friend. Wow, aren't we blessed? Goody Two-Shoes has weighed in with another heroic opinion. Aren't you embarrassed? Your mask is the most embarrassing thing in the room. And it smells like poop. I was so sweet to you, traitor. Sheesh, man, this is the problem with girls. My god, unabashed sexism. Your whole timey gimmick is so lame. Who asked you to pipe up? You wanna go? Come and get it, loser. Shut up, all of you. Knock it off. Hiruka shouted at the top of her lungs. The room immediately fell silent. I'll hold on to that beam gun of yours. Hiruka held out her hand and Daito gave her the gun. I'll be the one who decides if this is really just a toy. Everybody be quiet and behave until then. You guys aren't yourselves right now. Something is very wrong. Go back to your rooms and cool off, understood? For the rest of the day I was loud. What? Everyone did as they were told, shutting themselves in the rooms and never coming out. The sun set as we stayed inside, and when it was dark out, someone suddenly opened my door. It was Hiruka. I have an update about the beam gun from this morning. I wonder if maybe it had some kind of switch somewhere that would enable and disable it. That's why I examined it, but there wasn't anything of the sort. So it really is just a toy? Eita was right that it was harmless to the human body, at least. You couldn't hurt anyone with this. I took the gun from Hiruka and looked towards it. It felt solid and heavy. There was definitely something mechanical inside, but nothing happened when I pulled the trigger. All it did was play a tiny cheap sound effect. Now we know Eito and Tsubasa were telling the truth. But that's not the real issue here, is it? Yeah, the beam gun was only the catalyst. There's a ton of resentment building up inside of everyone waiting to go off. This just happened to be the spark that started the fire. You know the problem, why didn't you say anything in this morning? It's your job to keep everyone calm and mediate between them. I guess so, but I'm sure one is just exhausted. We've spent 66 days living under serious pressure. Whatever it is, something has to change. Our next offensive battle is day 72. We have to do something before then. Hiruka fell into deep thought. Her gaze wandered. Shortly after, she pushed her fingers through her long hair and looked straight at me. Takumi, this may sound harsh, but it's your fault things ended up this way too. Because I picked the wrong choice? You've acted a little too distant from everyone in this timeline. I know I've done this loop 146 times. There were timelines when you were a lot more proactive about integrating with the group. In those timelines, the others admired you more than they do now. They never would have fought like they did today. Their captain was an anchor for them, and that strengthened their unity. That doesn't mean those timelines were perfect. We lost a lot of people in them. This isn't my first time seeing it, but this timeline is a real miracle. Nobody's died, and even Eito are on our side. You need to treasure this timeline. The experiences you have here, the time you get to spend here. Ultimately, that's what will lead to unity and harmony among the team. Hiruko quietly left the room. I couldn't move, she was right, there was no doubt about that. Her words weighed heavy on me, sinking into the pit of my stomach. But I couldn't just stand there and dwell on it. I already knew what I had to do. I think I just know the thing to fix this. I clenched my fist as I murmured, trying to encourage myself. Eito and Tsubasa were telling the truth. The beam gun is just a toy. I had everyone pass the gun around. They each had a turn to inspect it, nodding when they were done. But Eito, what did you even want this for? There was a picture of this beam gun in one of the books I read while I was locked up. I found the shape and design appealing, that's all. Anyway, now that we know I'm going to give this back to Tsubasa. Me? You're the one who made it, right? I can give it back to Eito, but I think it would put everyone on edge. After a moment of hesitation, Tsubasa slowly reached out and took the gun. Sheesh, everybody's still suspicious of me, huh? That's not it, everyone's just kind of unbalanced right now. Little things have them jumping at shadows. But that's going to end today. Let's wash all these feelings of tension away and leave them behind for good. Wash them away? How? Beach party? Goodness, is this one of those night pools I've heard so much about? Young women and men go wild together in the pool at night. Colorful lights everywhere. We're having an evening of debauchery and hedonism, aren't we? It's not nighttime, but it's not any of that other stuff either, but sure. Are you serious? This is like so crazy. Takumi, did you do all this? Well, I had a little help from me. It's our fault the hump day party got cancelled, right? So in a way, this is an apology for that. Don't worry about swimsuits, we made sure to get them for all of you. Hold on a minute, are we going to swim here? Told you, we need to wash all the negativity away. You meant that literally? Takumi, this is the dream, you know exactly what the people want. You mean what you want? Why would Buster and Nigo? Of course they got their permission.
If things stay as tense as they have been, it will hinder the mission. I can't have that. So you get special permission.
It will hinder the mission. Special permission. Damn, sorry.
Everybody needs a break sometimes. But don't forget to keep it in your pants.
Yoshika, that also means you need to keep your pants on. I would never expose myself at the pool. Or for the love of murder. Although everyone griped and complained, they ended up changing into the swimsuits we brought from them. And so began our paradise pool palooza. I had a feeling all the complaining was just to cover up how embarrassed everyone felt. It took less than 5 seconds in the water for them to start shouting in excitement. Pretty soon they all had playful smiles on their faces. I joined conversations without hesitation and went crazy and wild with them. A lot of that strain and tension vanished in an instant. Everyone's faces looked so earnestly bright and happy, with droplets of water flying through the air. I memorized every last detail of the scene. I took in every passing moment and seared it into my brain. I never wanted to forget them. I never wanted to lose them. I could hear splashes of water all around me. Then everyone's joyous laughter echoed in the pool, drowning out the sound of water.
Huh? We're going to do what we did yesterday all over again today?
Well, the plan's a little different.
What is this? Could it be a festival? I've heard of these. Young men and women go crazy chanting as they dance wild and free around the watchtower. It's a gathering of wild abandon and artistic expression to release pent-up desires, isn't it? Absolutely not. You're right about it being a festival, though. Wow, this is amazing. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. Right, you've never been to a festival before. That's right, I'm so touched. Takumi and Hiroko, did you do all this? I only did about a quarter of the work, the rest of us all Takumi. Takumi, you look like crap with all those dark circles around your eyes. Yeah, I was up all night working on this. You're crazy, man. I thought the pool yesterday was cool, but this is peak. I felt mixed emotions hearing Gaku's compliments. I set this whole thing based up on what Gaku did in my timeline after all. I'm not so hot on festivals personally, but they worked so hard to please us. It would be a waste not to enjoy yourself. She's right, Darumi. Don't think of it as just a festival. Think of it as a dark carnival. Well, why didn't you just say so? Now I'm feeling it. Whoop whoop. Okay, sure, whatever that means. Anyway, let's have a blast together, guys. But what's with this music? It's ridiculously out of place. Just then Sir Inigo showed up. I was trying to do a rock wipe today, but you went and set up this folksy thing instead. Couldn't you have made it more like a modern music festival? I can see you put in a lot of effort, though. I'll give you what you want. Wait just 1 second. The two of them disappeared. Some time passed and then... Yeah, this is more like it. This is the kind of song you need for a festival. Then let's get this party started. Everybody cut loose and have fun. So began our fabulous, frolicsome festival fiesta. The festival was alive with activity. The air was filled with the sounds of happy chatter all around me. Everywhere I looked, I saw radiant smiles. There wasn't the slightest hint of gloom on those happy faces. Halfway through the festivities, Kurata started cooking. She made the Yosuzuki family special curry recipe handed down through the generations. It was so popular we had to line up for it, and before long we'd eaten every last drop. After we were done eating, it was Gaku's turn to entertain us. Gaku climbed to the top of the tower, got on the DJ equipment, and showed us their skills on the turntable. The rest of us danced to the rhythm, wild and free, went crazy, chanting and singing. We spun and flew, sweating so hard we practically melted away. And we continued to dance around the watchtower all night long. When I woke up, the sky was already dusky. I must have reached my limit after staying up all night and partying for 2 days straight. I left my room and got ready for the day. By the time I was done, it was completely dark, almost time for dinner. I hurried to the cafeteria and announced my plan for the evening to everyone. What, you have to be kidding? You're all going to the roof for fireworks? Yep, sparklers, Roman candles, aerial fireworks. You've got them all in my room. But Takumi, don't people usually space out these kinds of events? Yeah, you gotta be out of your mind to go 3 days in a row. Don't listen to him, bro. I'm all for it. Honestly, the pool and the festival weren't quite enough for me anyway. How does a broke bum like you have such a taste for parties? How did you say something? Well, if it's what your captain wants, I suppose you have no real reason to refuse. We're seriously doing this? Hot damn. If you're going to twist my arm, I guess. Despite their complaining, the smiles on their faces betrayed their true feelings. Then it's on. Oh, sorry, Inigo, what are you doing here? You need adult supervision to play with fire. We're just here as chaperones. Oh, for the love of murder, you've made us a lot worse than light some fireworks. You've made us do a lot worse than light some fireworks. I bet they're just being coy. You actually wanted to join us, didn't you? The pool and the festival. Absolutely not. Not at all, not at all. Okay, then you guys can hang tonight. Let's lose our freaking minds. Doesn't it feel like something's missing? Are you talking about my mask? You are, aren't you? I just can't see the fireworks with it on it, that's all. That's why I left it in my room. Eep, I'm so embarrassed. Don't look. But I don't need to wear that mask. You're only saying that because you think it stinks, right? Like poop, right? No, that's not it. I just think it's a waste of a very cute face, personally. Huh? Kurata froze at the loss for words. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I wasn't talking about Kurata's mask. Come to mention it, we're missing some people. 4 of them. Yuruko, Moko, Ima, and Eva. Where the hell are they? Everyone looked around and just then the missing 4 showed up. Sorry, we're late. It took some time to explain what we're doing. Explain? We have a surprise guest for everyone tonight. He's ready. He's all ready for us now. Introducing our special guest for the evening. Shion? Yeah, Shion. Shion. Yo, Shion. Everyone called out his name in surprise. What's going on? Why does everybody know his name? We've met him plenty of times before. Yeah, well, you were busy trying to knock up Hiruka. In other words, while we were jumping to other timelines. Hey, that's not what we're doing. Anyway, that's how they know him. Oh, I only found out yesterday at the festival. I heard it from Moku, Ima, and Eva. We thought we should bring Shion to the festival since it was such a big event. The 4 of us left the gym to ask him to come, but come to think of it, the 4 of them had disappeared for a while the night before. Sir and Nigo wouldn't allow me to come. And besides, I'm not a real Special Defense Unit member. I didn't want to get in the way of your fun. He tried to refuse again tonight. He was hesitant to come to this. But we managed to convince him, and now here he is. You lot don't listen to a word I say. You're wasting his energy. Just summoning an avatar like this uses up strength. Was this a bad idea after all? Well, obviously. Obviously it's fine. Shion is as much as a part of the Special Defense Unit as much as any of us. He's our 17th member. If he dies, we all die. If we die, he dies. Our destinies are intertwined. He's one of us, an important comrade. If you're going to disrespect one of our friends like that, well, you already know what I can do. I sent a sharp glare towards Sir and Nigo, and the 2 of them were clearly rattled by it. Akumi, fine. If you're going to go that far, you can have it your way, but just for tonight. Be grateful for the Honorable Sir A's magnanimous treatment. Thank you both, and you too, Takumi, sincerely. I nodded with a grin. Soon everyone else was smiling with me. Alright, time to get the show on the road. The fireworks are in your room. Alright, Takumi, let's go get them. So began our Special Defense Unit shining fireworks shindig. Every member of the team was there. Hiruko, Nozomi, Moku, Tsubasa, and Tsukumo twins, Sagaku, Shioma, Takemaru, Kurata, Drumi, Kyosuke, and Yugawa was having a blast with everybody. We had our 2 commanding officers with us too, and Eva and Eito, who were once hostile to us, were joining in on the fun. Last but not least, there was Shion. 19, including me, all of us alive and well. We'd gone through so much hardship in the last 70 days fighting to survive. This was a true miracle. I took it all in, reveling in the joy in my heart. A long time ago, someone once said that life and fireworks aren't all that different. For a brief moment, they shine brightly and then they disappear into the dark. People struggle and strive to create a spark, all for that fleeting moment. That's what makes life so beautiful. Every word of what said rang true to me. Who'd want to live forever? Being trapped in an infinite loop was a curse. I was going to break free. I was going to end this. I'd venture into the future that started from day 101 with all my friends. I'd get older with the passage of time and eventually die. One day my fireworks would sizzle out. This was going to be the last time I lived through this war. I'd never experienced these 100 days again. The thought made my heart swell. The instantaneous flash, the spark vanishing into the darkness. The flicker of the decaying embers were all breathtakingly beautiful. Would want to live forever. Being trapped in an infinite loop was a curse. I mean, the loop is a curse, but I feel like it would be cool to live forever. Even though there are so many pieces of media that like depict like death, invincibility as like a curse. But like, I feel like actually being able to beat death would be a great achievement, and it'd be better if we could do that. Our 3-day party binge finally ended yesterday. The next enemy attack would be tomorrow, day 72. Couldn't keep up the merriment forever. We needed to switch gears. Once I was done with my breakfast and back in my room, I headed back out to make my rounds. Yeah. Oh, leave my room. It was just then that I heard someone sniffling. I could see someone on the other side of the fence. It was Hiruko. Again? Something like this happened before, the night of day 9. At any rate, I couldn't very well leave her like that. After I went closer, hopped the fence and sat down beside her. I knew it. Behind the lenses of her glasses, Hiruko's eyes were wet, with countless trails of tears running down her cheeks. She was holding something tightly in her left hand. Yep, it was the calico cat figure I'd given her on day 10. She hurriedly put it back in her pocket when she noticed me and removed her glasses to wipe away her tears. The silence continued. I stayed by her side, not saying anything. After a little while of sitting there like that, Hiruko finally spoke.
You're not going to ask questions today? Last time you charged right in without any delicacy or tact.
Hey, even a guy like me can learn from experience.
Do you remember what happened on day 9?
Yeah.
Hiruko raised her head and stared at the faraway flames, forlorn.
I had a dream on the night of day 8. And I had the same dream last night. It was day 101. Everybody was there. Everyone except me. I must have died somehow. I saw you there, Takumi. You were in my dream, so I'm positive you managed to break free from the loop. Or perhaps I should say, you will manage to break free, but I'm going to be trapped here. Forever.
Hiruko bit her lip and hung her head. I could tell she was fighting hard to keep from crying again. I spoke up before the tears had a chance to flow.
Come on, Hiruko. It was just a dream. It doesn't mean that really happened. Or will happen. Think about it. If you were dead, how could you see everybody? It wouldn't make sense if I was the only one to break free from the loop. We need everyone from the Special Defense Unit to survive in order to escape it. That includes you. I guess what I'm trying to say is, you don't have to worry. It was just a bad dream. It's going to be okay. You're not going to die, no matter what happens, because I'm going to protect you. That's a promise. Okay? Remember what I said before? I promised we'd both get out of this, that I'd build us a future where everyone can be happy.
Takumi.
A refreshing evening breeze blew. Every time Hiruko's hair moved in the wind, I caught a familiar scent. The smell of lavender. Enveloped in that sweet fragrance, I sat there and waited for her to respond. Eventually, the trails of tears had all but dried from her cheeks. Looking much more like her usual self, she gave me a little smile and spoke.
You're right. It's not like me to be so bothered by a dream. Maybe I was just feeling nervous because we're getting closer to day 100. Forget about all that for now. I've had an idea.
An idea?
Let's drink wine.
Our next opportunity to jump is day 74. From 12:05 a.m. to 12:35 a.m. You remember, right?
Yeah?
I'm going to do something. Here.
Hiruko pulled out a coin out of her pocket.
I'm going to toss this coin. And you're going to call heads or tails. Heads is the sun. Tails is the crescent moon.
A choice? Oh no.
What happens if I get it right?
How about we go explore the ruins together the day after tomorrow? On day 73?
Why then?
We have a battle tomorrow. They'll come in the morning, but we'll be too tired afterwards.
And if I get it wrong?
Then we won't go. We'll just sit around and do nothing that day.
Why are we going out exploring if I get it right? Are you trying to indirectly ask me out?
Ooh.
Don't be so stupid. That's not it at all.
Well, I don't really get it, but this coin flip is related to leaping in timelines somehow, right?
Yes, I'll explain everything later.
Why later? Tell me now.
No more questions. Just call it.
Hiruko flipped the coin. It tumbled through the air, landing on the back of her left hand. She quickly covered it with her other hand, hiding it from my sight.
What's your guess? Heads or tails?
It was such a pointless question that it felt silly to think about it too seriously. Even if I was wrong, all it meant that I wouldn't spend the day outside with Hiruko. There was no real risk involved. But I felt a strange stirring in my chest. Was there a fateful choice hiding behind this light-hearted pretense? Was something unforeseen creeping closer? I couldn't help but worry. Instantly, I was conflicted. Logically, there was no real right answer, and yet I couldn't just choose blindly. 2 more timelines would be created based on what I decided here.
Hello? Takumi, what's your answer?
At Hiruko's urging, I steeled my resolve and gave her my answer. Heads or tails? What was it? Head was sun, tails was moon? I'm going with the moon.
Tails.
Huh? Tails, yeah, okay, I mixed that up. I give my decision with confidence, and Hiruka moved her hand to reveal what was underneath the sun symbol, which meant
I
no.
was wrong, huh? Sorry, Hiruko. Guess this means no date for us.
I don't care. I told you. It wasn't a date.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, tomorrow's another defensive battle. I'm going to bed. See you.
With that, she climbed over the fence and left. I was left on my own, staring at the undying flames in the distance.
Hey! You said you were going to tell me everything!
Spent the night without ever finding out what the coin toss had to do with our next sleep, or about Hiruko's real intentions behind our potential non-date. Salt cannon fodder, yeah.
Not like this.
I don't want to fight.
Don't be...
Help me! Not like this!
Was that?
Well, what?
All right. Ready?
Are you ready?
And go!
Special
Defense unit, used in the world, indestructible and undefeated. Never lose, never yield. Special defense unit, fight on. Feel like that's off sync because there is a delay on my mic. Yeah, a little bit of a delay, I think. Everyone's sheer voices echoed across the empty battlefield, but for some reason I felt a strange stirring in my chest. There wasn't any direct cause for it. Maybe it was an instinctive gut feeling or something like that. The stirring didn't go away until I got to sleep that night. It had been almost 3 hours since I finished breakfast. Hiruko and I were standing behind the school building in a daze. Hey Hiruko, what exactly are we doing right now? Told you when we did that coin toss 2 days ago. If you lose, we'll just stand around and do nothing. That's what we're doing, isn't it? Nothing at all. I don't get it. Seeing as we're here, how about that explanation you promised me? You want to know? Yeah, of course. Then get on all fours, spin 3 times and bark. Why would anybody do that? Because I want you to. Do you need any further explanation? This sadistic psychopathic 4-eyes freak. I cursed her mentally, but round and round I went. Very well, I'll explain. With a smug grin on her face, Hiruko began to walk eastward. I followed her close behind. Before long, we were deep enough in the forest. Suddenly, we stopped, and Hiruko turned around to talk to me. When is our next sleep window, Takumi? Day 74, 12, yeah, around half a day from now. Are we going anywhere during that time? No, we are staying put. We are? You failed the coin toss the night before last night, don't you remember? Yeah, called tails. But that means there's a timeline where you called heads. In other words, a timeline where you were right and we went out today. To keep it simple, let's call the versions of ourselves in that timeline Takumi 6 and Hiruka 6. Tonight, Takumi 6 and Hiruka 6 will come to this timeline. What? Wait, what? We're going to visit ourselves from some kind of right guess timeline? That's why I said what I said. If your answer was right, we'd jump timelines. If you were wrong, we'd wait. That's the decision I made before I even tossed the coin. What are they going to do here? They'll meet up with us. And then what? The more people on our side, the better, right? 2 heads are better than 1 and 4 are better than 2. Ooh. What? I assume you haven't given up on using the distress signal transmitter. Of course not. The chances of everyone's survival goes up if we can get to the satellite even 1 day earlier. Don't you think it would be more efficient if we split it into 2 teams to find the liver mortis codes? The teams can meet up later and share the codes they've learned. We only have 3 left, so yeah, if we come make that work, we'd get them a lot faster. Ah, now things are making sense. You deliberately made us stand around and do nothing so that history would branch off, right? You needed to make something happen in this timeline, so that was the complete opposite of that other one, the one where we're on a date right now. What's the matter? Are you disappointed you didn't get to go out with me after all? If I told you it wasn't a date. He recoiled viciously and put me in a headlock. My arteries were being squeezed, the oxygen wasn't reaching my brain. 3 seconds later I was out like a light. 12:04 a.m. Hiroka and I stood in the center of the lab waiting for Takumi 6 and Hiroka 6 to appear. 1 minute left, be careful, the window's only 30 minutes. Got it, we need to use our time to talk to them. If we go too long, they won't be able to go back to their timeline. Yes, so let's not waste time on idle chit-chat. What do you mean by idle chit-chat? I don't know, gossip about dirty manga? Why would we do that? As I was complaining, the clock ticked over to 5 minutes past the hour. And just like that, 2 people wearing leap suits appeared on the circular platform in front of us. Uh-oh, you must be me and Hiroka from the right guess timeline. Yeah, I guess so. You're right on time. Hold on, we're going to take these off. Isn't this plan a little overly complicated? I'm the one over here. Oh, where? I don't even know who I am anymore. It's me, Hiroka 1. Excuse me, I'm Hiroka 1. You're Hiroka 5. No, you're Hiroka 6. This whole thing is a mess. Put your leap suits back on. Is this better? Yeah, I've seen your faces now. Let's just move on. We don't have time for this. Let's get down to business. Still need 3 liver mortis codes, right? Yes, the ones we haven't found yet are Takemaru's, Ima's, Takumi's, and mine. We need to find 3 out of 4 of them. And the next time we can jump is in 5 days from 1:30 to 4:30 p.m. on day 79. So at that time we need to split into 2 groups and check a total of 3 liver mortis codes between us. Question is, which timeline does each team jump to? We're just gonna end up flying away on like day 100 anyway. What's the point? I guess they said there's a better chance of surviving if we go earlier. But certainly won't let us go out. The question is, which timeline does each team jump to? We started to investigate and narrowed it down to the 2 most efficient timelines. First up is the serial killer timeline. 6 of our team will be dead by day 79. Eito, Eva, Kurata, followed by Moko and Shoma, and lastly Takemaru. Couldn't bring myself to say anything. There was a suffocating pain in my chest. Takumi 6 was probably feeling the same way. He was staring down at his feet somberly. After all, the person who killed those 6 people was... Him, me, us. Don't tell me you're still stuck on that. Excluding Eito, it wasn't really you who killed them. It was an inevitability caused by the Gi possession. Haven't we been over this? We really need you to move on. I know that, but... At any rate, Takemaru is one of the casualties in the serial killer timeline. If we jump there, we'll be able to get his liver mortis code. I didn't really want to do it, but I had no choice. Takumi 6 and I nodded silently. Our other destination is the zombie timeline, right? Yeah, that seems like the most efficient one to visit. On day 79, 9 people are zombified, 5 of whom have been incinerated. The remaining zombies will be Moko, Kaku, Ima, and Hiroka. But even if they're zombies, they're still fully dead. They'll have lost all their cryptoglobin, so the number should show up. If we go to that timeline, we'll see Ima and Hiroka. We can check both of their codes. With Takumi 6 and my assertion, it was now the Hiroko's turn to appear displeased. You don't seem too happy about this plan. Of course not. What kind of person would be excited to go see their own zombified back? But we don't have any other choice. This is the only timeline where we can get both codes. The Hirokos looked at each other and each let out a sigh, hanging their heads. We continued ironing out the details of our plan. Hiroka and I from the wrong guess timeline would go to the serial killer timeline. Hiroko 6 and Takumi 6 from right guess would go to the zombie branch. We knew who was going to do what. Allow me to repeat, we'll leave on day 79. We'll have 3 hours, not a ton of time to waste considering the trip and from the school. To and from school. We'll report the liver mortis codes to each other the next time the blood space waves surge. And after that we'll all go back to our home timelines. Yes, I think that would be best. We'll jump to your timeline when it's time to meet. Got it. We'll be waiting for you. In exchange, you'd better not show up empty-handed. I could ask the same of you. You'll pay if you screw this up. Excuse me, how dare you speak to me like that? Okay, girls, let's remain calm. It was past midnight by the time we were done. Our time was almost up. The right guest timeline duo configured the machine, hit the red button, and jumped onto the platform. Well then, we're counting on you. And we're counting on you. Don't let us down. I wasn't hungry, so I didn't go to the cafeteria. I didn't feel like making my usual rounds either. I was curled up in a ball in the corner of my room. 5 days from now, Hiruko and I would have to go to the serial killer timeline. That thought depressed me. I played it cool the night before, but gloomy thoughts were swirling around inside of me. Nobody wants to meet themselves as a serial killer. After giving up on trying to fix him, I'd put that version of me out of my mind. Or maybe the truth was that I wanted to look away, that I walled off those thoughts. I couldn't bring myself to intentionally tear down that wall, but letting someone else's choice for me was even worse. I spent all day cooped up inside. Finally, I closed my eyes when the sun set. Oh. And so 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was finally day 79, our next sleep window. But because of all the stress, I barely knew what I was doing. I felt like I was wandering through the fog all day, my memory skipping around. Of course, we went to the serial killer timeline like we'd planned. I remember that much. Once we jumped, we went to the school still in our suits. Our objective was to find out Takemoto's liver mortis code. His body would be stored in the morgue on the 2nd floor. We took the stairs to the 2nd floor. Hiruko went into the morgue first. I couldn't bring myself to go in after her. After all. Hey, look. That's the killer. We must seize them at once. I ran for my life. I ran and ran and ran. I ran circles around the entire school. Finally succeeded at shaking the others off by ducking into the bathroom on the 1st floor. Phew, that was close. I took off my leap suit so I could pretend to be Takumi from this timeline. Takumi too. This should do it. I stepped out into the hallway. Somewhere near the stairs, I ran into the four who'd been chasing me earlier, as well as Darumi and the twins. Hey Takumi, why are you walking around like nothing's wrong? Didn't you hear we saw the killer? You shouldn't be walking around alone. Alright, don't worry, I'm fine. I gave them all a thumbs up and hurried up the stairs, rushing into the morgue. Are you? Don't worry, it's me from the SF timeline. What happened to your leap suit? Some stuff happened and I had to take it off. Don't worry, I'll get it back when we leave. I see. So what's Takemoto's number? Hiruko approached one of the bodies and peeled back the white sheet. 7. That's right. Seeing Takemoto's disfigured body in front of me made me feel like someone had pushed a dagger through my heart. That's all I can clearly remember. In the end, for better or for worse, I never saw that timeline's Takumi, and before I knew it, I was back in my own timeline. You've been out of it all day. Are you alright? Yeah, we're back in our timeline again, so I'm fine. Hope so. Anyway, we've met our quota. As long as the right guest timeline team can get the code from Ima's body and yours, we'll have a full set. That'll be all the liver mortis codes we need. When is the next sleep window? 11 PM exactly. Day 84, but it's 15 minutes long. Well, all we need to do is tell each other the liver mortis codes. That should be plenty of time. Still, we should be careful. We'll be jumping to their timeline. If we miss the cutoff, we'll be stuck there. I know that. Do you think they'll pull it off? Hiruko nodded deeply at my words. I don't just think so, I'm sure of it. They are us after all. But it's hard to get the codes out of zombies, right? I couldn't sit still all day. It was day 84. This would be a fateful day for Hiruko and me. No, for the whole special defense unit. Tonight at 11 PM we'd go see the versions of us from the right guest timeline. Once they told us Hiruko's liver mortis codes, we'd have all the digits we needed. What if the digits changed between timelines? Oh, we would just die from poison. After breakfast, I went back to the roof in a good mood. There I saw a silhouette. It was Hiruko. She was standing there with her back to me. For some reason, I had the sudden urge to startle her. Maybe the excitement pumping through me just put me in that kind of mood. With careful, quiet steps, I slowly came up behind her. And then... Boo! I grabbed her by the shoulders and she leapt away with a quick shriek. At the same time, something fell. Her glasses. No! They clattered across the ground. She scrambled to pick them up, making sure they weren't scratched before putting them back on. Have you ever been turned inside out? Inside out? I'll shove my arm down your throat and pull your tailbone out the long way. These glasses are worth more than my life, you know that. I didn't know, but I couldn't come out and say that. Sorry, I didn't think they'd fall off. They're not broken, are they? No, the lenses are fine, but don't think that means you're forgiven. That's why I'm apologizing. Too late to pay for this. Hiruko stared me down with a sharp glare. She was standing her ground. My back was against the wall. It was time to resort to desperate measures. You totally went eep just now. What? I didn't know you were the kind of girl who shrieks like that when she gets surprised. I never would have guessed. Maybe I should tell everybody, but I bet Gaku would love to know. Fine, I'll wipe it off the record. I nodded with a smirk. Hiruko looked away, her face beet red. After that, I couldn't help but skip back to my room. We'd be able to jump at 11 PM, still plenty of time. Yeah. It was all finished. I was all finished preparing. I had my leap suit on, but there was one thing missing. Where was Hiruko? It was already past 11 PM, oh no. In our earlier meeting, we agreed to meet here at 10:30. And yet there was no sign of her at all. What is she even doing? We only have 15 minutes. My knees grew stronger. An unpleasant sweat broke out all over my body. Just then Hiruko burst into the lab. Takumi, this is all your fault. What? You broke the internal clock in my glasses. That's why I'm late. You mean this morning? Obviously, the impact must have done it. Oh, I'm sorry, but you really need to get going. With an irritated grunt, Hiruko raced over to the locker. She flung the door open and quickly changed into her leap suit. Is the PLM ready? All set. Then let's hurry. You only have 5 minutes. Here we go. Sorry, we're late. What were you doing? We ran into some trouble because of Takumi. They'll get the wrong idea if you say that. You were the cause of the delay, weren't you? Well, I can't argue that, but still. See, I told you. Hiruko 6 and Takemaru 6. Takumi 6 exchanged looks. What had they been talking about before we showed up? We don't have time for this. We need to exchange information. Hiruko and I nodded. Hiruko 1. We'll go first. Ima's code is 1. Hiruko's code is 4. That's 1 and 4. It took a few seconds for it to set in. As soon as it did, Hiruko and I turned to each other and let out a cry of joy. You have all the codes we need. Thanks, guys. You did very well, even more so considering you had to get them off the backs of zombies. We pulled it off thanks to some goggles Tsubasa made for us. Enough chatter. What about us? Stop celebrating and tell us the code you find. Found. We recovered Takemaru's code. The number of his back was 7. 7, huh? Lucky number 7. Now we've got all the codes we need. Thank you, or should I say us? I knew we could do it. You took the words right out of our mouths. You've been a huge help, thank you, truly. No need to thank us. You need to get back quickly. Yeah, you're right. Good luck to you then. We dashed the console and configured the machine. Except it failed because it's 11:16 PM. Oh no. Hiruko 1 and I stood stunned. Hiruko 6 spoke, looking at us with sympathetic gazes. Sorry to say, it looks like the window has closed. No, this can't be. Hiruko 1 and I hung our heads. We couldn't bring ourselves to say anything. It took some time for us to recover. Finally, I raised my head and spoke quietly. Well, there's no point in getting depressed about it. We just have to change our mindsets. Sorry, guys. Should have exchanged the info faster. You don't need to apologize. We're the ones who were late. Although Takumi's the one responsible for that. Stop making it sound like it was all my doing. It looks like you two will have to stay in our timeline until the blood space waves rise again. When will that be? Let's find out. Good, it's sooner than I thought. The day after tomorrow. Yes, day 86 from 8 to 11 AM. We have 3 hours, plenty of time, even if someone shows up late. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure what happened between you two, but you should try to get along. Yeah, you're going to be stuck together for another 32 hours after all. Right here? Sorry, but there's no way we can take you to the school. That makes sense. I'd say the same thing if I were in your shoes, our shoes. I don't believe this. I'll bring you some food tomorrow morning. I'm really sorry about this. It's fine, don't worry. Well then. After thanking us one last time for the liver mortis codes, they quietly left with apologetic looks on their faces. Hiruko and I removed our leap suits, forcing our sluggish limbs to cooperate. We really blew it. Now we have to stay here until the morning after tomorrow. And whose fault is that? Mine for breaking your glasses, but you know there's plenty of other ways to check the time. Now you have the nerve to be insolent with me. Sorry, I was just playing, I'm kidding. Well, whatever. Those two were right. I'd rather not spend the next 32 hours being hostile with you. We went to sleep without any further conversation. We had all of the liver mortis codes, but we weren't in any mood to indulge in celebration. The right guess timeline, Hiruko and Takumi showed up shortly after sunrise. Sorry to keep you waiting. We brought you some food. We put it in the cabinet over there. Thanks, you appreciate it. Sorry to make you go out of your way. By the way, we have something we would like to discuss with you. What's that? You were worried about that? We have no reason to refuse. Are you sure? Yeah, don't worry about us. Just go ahead and boot up the transmitter when you get back. We'll be able to get back to our timeline tomorrow anyway. And then they get vaporized. Ooh. And then we'll be calling the rescue craft just like you. There's no need to spare our feelings. Good, you agree. You're me, so you know exactly how I was going to respond, didn't you? I had a hunch. This is goodbye then. Well, I wish you the best of luck. You're not going to enter the code wrong, are you? I'll be fine. Are you sure about that? Just what kind of guy do you take me for? Slow-witted, careless, servant. What are you laughing about? They're talking about you too? Oh, right. Hiruka 1 and 6 laughed. Amused. Takumi 6 and myself awkwardly avoided looking at each other. Alright, you two take care. We'll be praying that all of you over there will make it safely to day 100. Hiruka 1 and I shook hands with their counterparts. Afterwards, they flashed us a quick thumbs up and ran out of the lab. Won't the artificial satellite higher-ups be angry that we abandoned the mission and used the distress signal to go back? I feel like that could end up badly. Nothing of interest happened after that. Time just slowly ticked on by. Eventually night fell. Cold silence washed over the lab. It felt eerie. There was no reason for it, but I felt weird. It was the same kind of stirring in my chest that I felt after our last offensive battle. What? What do you mean, what? You keep looking at me. You're looking at me too? What time is it? I pulled out my device and checked the time. 11:40 p.m. Just over 8 hours to go, then we can go back to our own timeline. Yeah, we'd only been stuck here for 1 full day so far. And yet still for some reason, I was starting to miss everyone from our timeline really badly. 2 minutes left until we could jump. Hiruka and I finished setting the machine, already wearing our leap suits. Just then we had unexpected visitors. Hiruka and Takumi from the right guest timeline appeared. What are you guys doing here? What about the rescue craft? Didn't you call it yet? It's complicated. We decided not to use the distress signal transmitter. Why not? I can't really explain. I just had this weird feeling. It was like something horrible was going to happen, so I stopped entering the code. A weird feeling. I don't understand. Neither do I. Anyway, Takumi, Hiruka, listen closely. You shouldn't use the transmitter when you get back. Consider that my advice, or maybe a warning. Yup, something's wrong with the codes. 8 AM came around as we were talking. I'm not sure if follow, but I'll keep your warning in mind. Eastern Rate, we need to get going. Yeah, we'll be wishing you good luck out there. You guys be careful too. We'll be praying that all of you over there will make it safely to day 100. Yeah, for sure. Wait, we had this exact conversation yesterday. Hiruka and I made... Oh my god. Hiruka 1 made her way to the platform. I hit the button and followed right after. Be seeing you. Phew, finally made it back. I really missed this place. What are we going to tell everyone when we get back? I don't know, but we'll think of something. I see. Well, let's get going. I want to see the others. I ran off to the school. Hiruka was close behind me, but... Everyone is gone? Okay, it's good we can skip. This is taking a long time. Is everyone searching for us or something? What's happening here? Where is everybody? We've only looked on the first 2 floors. I'm sure they're on the 3rd floor or the roof. I ran to the courtyard and headed for the stairs. I rushed up 2 steps at a time to the 3rd floor. The first place I stopped was the leisure lounge. What I saw there was...
No!
What?
This can't be.
What? The blood drained from my face. I went weak in the knees. I could hardly continue standing upright. What the hell happened here? I tried to scream, but I couldn't make a sound. The only thing that I could force out of my dry throat was a raspy gasp. I can't give up yet. If I bring them to the infirmary, I might be able to revive them. Desperately trying to convince myself, I took a single step, drawing closer to the bodies. The very next moment, my vision was soaked in red. I turned around to see Hiruka spurting a massive amount of blood from her neck.
Hiruko!
Her body fell to the floor like a marionette whose strings had been cut. The light was already gone from her eyes.
Hiruko! Hiruko! Hiruko!
Screamed and ran over to her, but the moment I knelt down, Suddenly the ceiling was right in front of me. I was on the floor, my throat slit. The blood clogged my throat, preventing me from speaking. I couldn't even breathe. Everything started to turn foggy and hazy. I'd be unconscious soon, but I wanted to at least see who did this to us. I turned my head to my eyes, wondering. Standing there was... Oh, yep, she's back. Kakuji. Of course, who else would it be? She must have come here from the mystery timeline. Soon after that, my consciousness suddenly vanished. The last thing my retinas registered was Kakuji's sneering face as she licked her lips. Nice. Revenge of Kakuji. That's what you get for losing a coin flip. What's this route? Redstone? Romance route. Okay, I feel like this the head's timeline is gonna repeat a lot. Because we spoke to each other, so the two timelines that meet each other.
Heads.
I gave my decision with confidence, and Hiroko moved her hand to reveal what was underneath. Sun symbol, which meant I did it.
Nice job.
Hiroko was absolutely beaming.
What are you so happy about? Excited to go on a date with me?
It's not a date. We're just exploring ruins.
Sure, whatever you say.
Honestly.
I'd never seen Hiroko like this before. I wasn't sure why, but it made me feel warm inside.
Anyway, tomorrow's the defensive battle, so I'm going to get some sleep. See you around.
Hey, you said you were going to...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just warms my heart.
Not like this. I don't want to fight.
Oh man, this is so easy.
I don't want to fight!
Help me!
Wait!
That was...
Want it?
All right.
Special defense!
Best in the world, indestructible, undefeated, never lose, never yield, special defense unit, fight. There was nothing to be afraid of.
Oh.
Huh? How early did you get here? You're really looking forward to our date, huh? Huh? How many times do I have to tell you it's not a date? Say that again, I'll rip your hand off your hand off and gag you with it. Yeah, okay, so where are we going to explore today? How about the mansion on the western outskirts? Mansion? You know, a big house, a manor, pronounced just like the things you were apparently raised without? A manor? You were apparently raised without? Without a big house, without a manor? Without, oh, manners? She means that? Manners, yep, you understand. You said it's just not funny. Zip it, don't talk back, servant. I'm going. Hiroko went on without me. She's in a weird mood, well, whatever. I murmured to myself and chased after her. Oh, shit. Brr, brr. Ah, shit. Brr. Wow.
I'll take this.
Brr.
I'll take this.
Akumi, don't die.
I'll take this.
Takumi. Takumi's dead. Hiroko, yeah, okay, here. Fuck.
I'll take this.
Hiroko. Don't.
I'll I'll take this. I'll take this.
Yay. We're finally here. Okay, time to head back. Huh? I said time to go back. Turn up your hearing aid. But we just got here. We don't have any business in this place. Too bad there isn't a typewriter here so we can save. What game is this? Resident Evil? I don't know. What? The whole point of this was just to go exploring. It didn't matter where we went or what we did. So it really was. I was about to tell her it was exactly like a date, but I stopped myself just in time. Well, let's get going. Or if you're in the mood to hunt some zombies, I guess you can stay. We turned around and headed straight back to school. We took our time returning to the school. As a result, it was already night when we made it back. 10 o'clock already, we can't afford to dawdle. We need to eat dinner and shower before we get out of here. Wait, hold on, we're going somewhere else? Did you forget already? When is our next sleep window, Takumi? Yeah, so we're going to the lab. Right, only 4 hours left. No more pointless questions if you don't mind. We only have 30 minutes. What can we possibly do in such a short time? No matter which timeline we jump to, we still only get 30 minutes. Yeah. Means there's a timeline when you call tails. In other words, timeline yeah, that's where we're going tonight. That timeline, what for? The more people, the better, yeah. Kumi 5 and Hiruka 5. Yeah. Yes, the chances. Do you think more efficient was to split it up? Yeah, it makes sense now, yeah. Kumi, your left hand, please. Why? So I can rip it off and shove it down your throat. Hiruka screamed at me, her cheeks flushed scarlet red. This must be my millionth time mentioning this, but remember, we will only have 30 minutes. I know that. We need to use that time to talk to Takumi 5 and Hiruka 5, right? Let's not waste time on idle chit-chat. Like what? I don't know, gossip about the weather. Maybe, oh, this time is different. Why would we do that? As I was complaining, the clock ticked over to 12:05 a.m. Yes, let's go. We jumped to the wrong guest timeline and immediately standing there was... Uh-oh. Yeah, you're on time. We're going to take this off, and then we're confused about this. Yeah, we've seen this. Liver Mortis code. Yeah. Serial killer. Zombie timeline. Yeah. I devoured an egg. Oh shit, it's loud. I devoured an egg for breakfast in the cafeteria and returned to my room holding back my yawns. Last night after Hiruka and I got back to our home timeline, I crawled into bed and immediately dozed off. We were going to talk about her jump on day 79 this evening. I still sleep deprived. Okay. Stop being so loud. Okay, finally. Our day 79 leap is really going to be something. We're going to have to look at the numbers on the backs of the emo zombie and your zombie. I know you know already, but the zombies are berserkers, devoid of all reason. They're usually strong on top of that. How are we going to get these codes? Why are you asking this now? You're the one who okayed us going to the zombie timeline. I guess so, but I assumed you had some kind of plan up your sleeve. Oh no, I've got no plan at all. Would you at least try to sound ashamed? Well, that settles it. I don't think we can come up with a plan alone. We're going to have to ask someone for help. Somebody who... There's only one person who can count on at a time like this. You mean... Tsubasa? See, so on this top secret mission, you need to be able to see the backs of some kind of monsters wearing clothes. Yes, they're incredibly vicious, so it's hard to get near them. But what kind of mission is this? I can't even imagine what kind of monster wears clothes. Top secret, so we can't tell you any more than that. So we're gonna make a... Yeah, she mentioned something about a goggles. Goggles that can see through clothes? Don't let Gaku get this. But everyone's life depends on it. Tsubasa crossed her arms and thought for a while. Okay, I can trust you too, so I'll help. What's that mean? Leave it to me, I'll make you a useful device that will help you on your mission. Hiruka and I looked at each other with a smile, but it's going to take some time. A few days at least. Until then, keep quiet and hold tight, okay? Sure. Thank you, Tsubasa. Why loud? Maybe I should go ask her.
Takumi, it's ready!
It was shortly after dinner when Tsubasa came thundering over to my room with a big grin on her face. Really? Why would I lie? Then we have to tell Hiruka. So where's this device? Here, one sec. Tsubasa walked further into the room and brought something out. And then... Da-da-da-da-da, X-ray goggles. X-ray goggles. She held them out to us proudly. X-ray goggles? Just like the name suggests, if you put these on, you can see right through people's clothes. So we can see the monsters' backs. Easily, you just need to be within 10 feet of them. 3 meters, right? Also added an instant camera function as a little bonus. Just push the button on the side. And an image will be taken through the goggles. It'll develop and print the photo right there and then. I took the goggles from Tsubasa. Sounds cool, let's give it a try. I was just about to put them on when Hiruko smacked me with all her might. What was that for? You had a clue, you filthy pervert. What a pig, he was trying to see us naked. No, it wasn't. Desperately fumbled for an excuse. The two of them were glaring at me with such contempt I thought I might wither away on the spot. Anyway, I'll be holding on to these. If Gaku got his hands on them, we'll be all in trouble, yep. Hiruko snatched the goggles out of my hands. Honestly, it wasn't that easy for me to let go of them. Kumi. Why so many loud bugs? What? The afternoon rolled around. After a quick break for lunch, Hiruko and I made our way to the lab. I already had my leap suit on and the machine was all set up. 1:29 PM, 1 minute left until we could jump. You brought the X-ray goggles, right? Yeah, how could I forget? I have them right here in my suit. We have 3 hours this time. That should be more than enough. All we have to do is look at the backs of zombies. Zombie Ima and Zombie Hiruko. Don't make it sound so simple. I'll be the one wearing the goggles after all. You? Of course. Why? I don't want you to see me naked. That goes for Zombie Me too. Despite how harmless you look, you're a closet degenerate. It's honestly creepy. Please, Gaku has the decency to embrace it. I wasn't planning on doing anything like that. While we were bickering, the time to leap arrived. Hiruko hit the button and hopped onto the platform. I was right behind her. Here goes. I have a question. Do you know why I'm not wearing my leap suit? Because you can't wear the X-ray goggles with the helmet on, right? Exactly, so what about you? Why did you take yours off? It's lighter and easier to move this way. The survivors in this timeline should be holed up in the garage in fear of the zombie attack. They won't come out today, so even if our faces aren't covered, we don't have to worry about being seen. You're sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. Just to be safe, let's keep our class armor activated. In the event we do get attacked by a zombie, we'll be better protected that way. Very well. Now then, where are all the zombies? If we just walk around for a while, they'll come attack us eventually. Are we supposed to see them from behind that way? Zombies are sensitive to sound. We'll need to silently sneak up on them. To within 10 feet, right? That's the limit of the goggles range. Come on, let's hurry. Oh shit. Oh shit, maybe I shouldn't speed this up. There might be zombies. Oh shit, Kako. Ah, zombie Kako. We need to run. Oh, Moko. Oh, shit. Oh, no, zombie Moko. Retreat. Can we hide? No, we cannot. What? Did Kako just disappear? It looks like we lost them. Shh, keep it down. Look over there. It's Zombie Ima. My voice dropped to a whisper. He's just standing there. I don't think he's noticed us yet. Now's your chance, Hiruko. You can do it. Why me? I'll do it instead if you want. That's 100 times worse. Then, fine, just hold on. Hiruko circled behind Zombie Ima. She took a deep breath and began. She took a few cautious steps, getting closer and closer to him. It was going well. Nothing changed about Ima's demeanor. Finally, Hiruko stopped 10 feet away from Ima. She put on the goggles and looked at this back. And then... Chee! Super loud. No? Okay. How did it go? It went off without a hitch. I got a clear view of his liver mortis code. What was it? In response to my questions, Hiruka showed me a photo, a picture taken with the camera in the goggles. One, Ima. No doubt about it, Ima's liver mortis code is 1. Way to go, Hiruka, who did it. How annoying. What did I say? I don't like getting complimented by a servant. She may have said that, but the sly smile on her face betrayed her. Next up is zombie Hiruka. I'd really rather not see her, but what choice do I have? Let's look for her. We wandered around the second and third floors in search of Hiruka's zombified counterpart, but there was no trace of her. We gave up and returned to the first floor hallway. Oh, we spotted her the moment we came down the stairs. There she is, zombie Hiruka. Oh, how depressing. Looking at myself literally decaying is even worse than looking in the mirror on the morning of a terrible hangover. A hangover? How I imagine it. I mean, I wouldn't know. We're in a bad position. She has her back to the wall. We won't be able to see her liver mortis code until she moves. Takumi, be bait. Why don't we wait here while she might wander off? No, time's running out. We have to do something now. Like what? There's no other option. I'll act as a decoy and lure her away. While I'm doing that, you look at her back. What? I'm not going to let you walk into danger alone. Come on, let's do this. Hey, over here, zombie. Turned and bolted away at full speed. Zombie Hiruka came lumbering after me. Behind her was the still living Hiruka, Hiruka 1, more than 10 feet away. She was running frantically, but couldn't get any closer to zombie Hiruka. She wouldn't be able to use the X-ray goggles unless she closed the gap. Only one thing left to do, my last resort. I came skidding to a sudden halt and turned around, grappling with zombie Hiruka as she charged me. I felt something hard against my back. She had knocked me over. Zombie Hiruka's hideous, decaying face was right in front of me. She was baring her teeth, trying to bite down on my throat. I was in trouble. It would only be a matter of time before I got bitten. But then...
Hiruko!
Thanks, you saved my life. Don't thank me. A servant should know their place. What should I say then? I don't say anything. Your reckless behavior allowed me to see the code, so let's call it even. What was it? Take a look. 4. Yes, 4. That's an unlucky number back home in the complex. It said that it represents death. Strangely fitting that we'd find it on a member of the living dead. Anyway, we've met our quota. As long as the wrong guess timeline team can get the Kamada's code, we'll have a full set. That'll be all the liver mortis codes we need. Do you think they'll pull it off? I don't just think so, I'm sure of it. They are us after all. Our leap window was going to close soon. Hiruka and I nodded at each other and made a mad dash for the wall of fire. I grabbed breakfast and went back to my room. I needed to talk to Hiruka before our next parallel leap, but we were going to meet up after nightfall as usual. In the meantime, yeah.
Did you check the device?
Yeah. It looks like the blood space waves peak again on day 84.
That's when the wrong guess timeline versions of us will come here, right? Yes, but we'll only have 15 minutes. The window is from 11 to 11:15 p.m. That should be plenty. All we need to do is tell each other the liver mortis codes. As long as you refrain from unnecessary chit-chat. That's rich coming from you. Excuse me? Nothing. Hiruka let out a huff before she continued. Whatever, more importantly, why don't we check the distress signal transmitter in the hidden room in the basement one more time? Alright, I suppose it couldn't hurt. Why? Nothing out of the ordinary here. We just need to put the codes in the device over there. Let's write 9 codes out of 10 from Team 1. If they're right, it'll send a distress signal to the artificial satellite, and then a rescue craft will come to the school. Yeah. Enough for all 16 of us. Have you noticed how all of the liver mortis codes we found so far are only 1 digit? Yeah, and they're all different, right? 28093514. Everyone has a different number. What are you getting at? I was wondering if liver mortis codes are unique numbers assigned to each of us. You mean there are no duplicates? I'm not sure, but if that were the case, Takemato's would be 6 or 7, right? Hiruka smiled devilishly. No, wait, don't tell me you're just going to guess. Hey, slow down. There's no guarantee it'll be 6 or 7. And even if it's one of those, if we put the wrong one in...
Poison gas will come out of those tanks over there. It's
some kind of saw contraption. Right, but better not. You don't freak me out like that. Let's just wait patiently for day 84. Then the wrong guess timeline will tell us Takemato's number. Yes, we just have to hold out for 4 days. After that, we'll be able to leave. Hiruka looked up at the night sky. The shining silver artificial satellite hung in the void of space.
If we can just get there, we won't have to fight anymore.
In doing so, no one would die and we'd break free of the time loop. Thinking about it made my chest grow hot. My pulse was thundering in my veins. But beside me, Hiruka didn't look happy at all. Maybe she was still worried about the dream she had. Well then, good night. With those forlorn words, Hiruka returned to her room. The only thing she left behind was the sweet scent of lavender. Yay, yay. Loud. Faithful day. What's going on? Where are those two? It's already 11:10 p.m. They only have 5 minutes left to leap here and back. You don't need me to tell that. You didn't need to tell me that. This must be your fault. What? You must be dawdling in that timeline. How would you know? Because you're always being a nuisance. I was just about to retort when they showed up. Sorry, we're late. What were you doing? Ran into some trouble because of Takumi. They'll get the wrong idea if you say that. You were the cause of the delay, weren't you? Well, I can't argue, but still. See, I told you. Hiruka and I Hiruka 1 looked at me smugly. I ground my teeth together. We don't have time for this. We need to exchange information. The wrong guest timeline duo nodded and swiftly stepped down from the platform. We'll go first. Ima's code's 1, Hiruko's 4, that's 1 and 4, yay! Thank you guys. My nephew shouted, what about us? Who recovered Takemari's code? It was 7. 7, lucky number 7. Yay. Yeah, 1 minute too late. Yes, yeah. We have all the codes we need, but it's hard to get in the mood to celebrate. Yeah, I'm worried about the other us too. I'd like to boot up the distress signal transmitter right now, but I know it would be a little awkward. We can't just leave them here while we escape. We'll also need to explain things to everyone, at least to some extent. They won't understand what's happening if her rescue craft suddenly shows up. That means our plans for the transmitter were on hold for now. Feeling frustrated, we went back to our rooms. Oh, sir, he's gonna be angry. But probably we won't enter the codes because we felt something is wrong and probably the codes change in different timelines or something, I don't know. It was morning. Hiruka and I woke up early and went to visit the lab. Sorry to keep you waiting, we brought you some food. Yeah, we appreciate it, by the way. Yeah, just go ahead and travel. It was about the time for breakfast when we got back to the school. We dispelled our class armor and changed back into our regular clothes. The others should be in the cafeteria around this time. Can you go and explain the plan to them? What about you? I'll go to the war room and go distract Surya and Nigo. There's no way they'll agree to let us call for rescue. You're not wrong about that. If they catch wind of what we're trying to do, it will be a mess. Good luck then. Hiroko dashed away into the school. After watching her leave, I headed to the cafeteria. You've gotta be shitting me. I'm shocked to my very core. I just served stress signal transmitter. Can't believe a device like that was in the basement. Is it really true? Of course it is. Come on, seeing is believing. The moment everyone laid eyes on the machine in the hidden room, they were lost for words. A few moments later, Hiroko showed up. Don't worry about Surya and Nigo. The two of them are busy trying to break down an astronomically long number into its prime factors. What, are you trying to crack something? I told them it was encrypted top secret enemy information. They won't notice anything for a while. Nobody seemed to hear a word she was saying. They were frozen in place staring at the transmitter. How did you and Hiroko find about this? I found out about this machine. Well, we stumbled on it while exploring the school. It happened a couple of days ago. How did you find out what it's for and how to use it? We got a manual to display on the central monitor. It described everything. Understand what Mr. Semino told us correctly. Serious numbers are assigned to the 10 of us who are originally from this school. And if you input 9 of those numbers, we can send a distress signal. I didn't explain the liver mortis codes fully. If I had, I'd have to explain parallel leaping too. So you already know those numbers? Then let's pop them in and summon the rescue craft. Yeah, okay. I slowly made my way to the transmitter. Everyone stood behind me, practically surrounding me. I let out a big sigh, cautiously entered the codes. Eventually, after entering 8 digits, I took my hand off the keypad. There's just one left now, correct? Takumi and Hiroko slots are still blank. Which one do you guys know? Hiroko's, you see how I already have hers selected? Do you need to press enter some kind of confirmation button when you're done? No, once I enter in the last number, the system should automatically detect it. If all 9 numbers are correct, the distress signal will be sent. That's right. But if it's wrong, poison gas will come out and out of those tanks over. What's the classic Germa bit? Poison
gas. Just.
And everyone will become all soupy. Silence filled the air. Could hear everyone's breath hitch. Do you guys need to be here? Maybe you could wait upstairs. Are you out of your goddamn mind? We're friends. Yeah, if we die together. I don't feel so good. Yo, I'm having a ball. This is a real killing game now. See, Takumi, everyone's on the same page. We're just stupid. Do it, Takumi. I looked at everyone and gave a firm nod, then turned to the terminal again. 808. 808? Okay. Takemaru. Why would Takemaru be 7? I know, Gaku. 0. Shoma. 3. Ima. 1. Darumi. 5. Tsubasa. 2. Kako. 9. I don't know, all of the other numbers were right so far. Just one left. Unlucky number 4. What's the last one? 6? 6. This doesn't look like a 6. But what if someone painted it on... No, wait. There would be 2 numbers then. Well, they added the foundation on top and then painted the 4 on top. You see how it's not... It looks like it has been drawn on. As ominous as it was definitely Hiroko's liver mortis code. All I had to do was press that final button.
Show a little confidence, Takumi.
You don't have to worry.
We're right here with you.
Okay. Here goes.
I reached out to the keypad, and with the trembling finger, I hovered over the count number 4 key. 3. In Japanese, the number 4, or shi, means death. So, should we press the number 4, the death button? Okay, yes, we'll die. Let's see. I pressed it. In the very next second... Oh my god. Yes. Academy destroyed. SF route. No. We call it yawn around these places. What happened, Takumi? Hold on a minute. I pulled my hand away from the keypad. What is this? You can't just tell us to hold on with no further explanation. I just have a bad feeling about this. A bad feeling? Oh, I get it. You lost your nerve, didn't you? I thought you were better than that, man. Here, tell me the number. I'll smash it in myself. I hadn't said the final number out loud yet. No one other than me and Hiruka knew it was 4. Spit it out, asshole. I told you to tell me. Hiruka know the number 2, right? It's not number 2. You can tell us. Hiruka held her tongue. Maybe she knew what I was feeling. Then I'll just put in any random number. No. You cannot do that, Mr. Yakushiji. But wait. Why did the academy explode? It should have been exploded. It should have been gas. Gas. Maybe just she and didn't know what it was? The toxic gas will be released if we put in the wrong one. Or was it Sir A saying, nope, you won't escape? What are you guys all chickening out? We can finally call for rescue. What the hell are you hesitating for? Yamato stomped his foot angrily on the ground. Takumi, can you at least tell us why you're hesitating? A groan crawled out from the depths of my throat. I tried to swallow it back before answering. Sorry, I can't explain it very well. You see... I don't know. You see, we will explode. How do I know that? I don't know. But we can't activate this transmitter. I don't know why. I can just feel it. What? Seriously? Unbelievable. Not to me. I know what it's like to have visions. Visions? That's right. Kako's words gave me an idea. The next day, the blood space waves search would be tomorrow, day 86, between 8 and 11 a.m. in the morning. If your parallel leapt, then we'd be able to know an unknowable branch of history. Not exactly a vision, but enough to prove my point. It was worth a try anyway. You might be able to prove it. Prove it? Prove what? Prove that I just made the right decision. The Kumiri Arthur. Now, Hiruko, I know what I'm doing. Anyway, guys, I just need to wait until tomorrow morning, please, for me. I lowered my head as I pleaded with them. Everyone looked at each other with troubled faces. Alright, if that's what you think is best, Captain. Tomorrow morning, you'd better have your proof ready by then. Are all of you okay with that? The others reluctantly nodded in spite of how unwilling they looked. Shortly after the nighttime announcement, Hiruko came to my room. I don't have to ask to know what you're planning to do tomorrow. Are you really going to bring everyone with you? I am. If they learn about parallel leaping, then I know we'll have to explain everything we've been through in other timelines. But I'll figure something out. As long as I don't mention the loop, it should be fine, right? Do you think you can handle that? I have no idea. I need you to be sure. I've told you 100 times. If you tell them the truth, we're guaranteed to have the worst possible outcome. So what do you want me to do? I have no other choice if I want to convince them that machine is dangerous. How do you know it's dangerous anyway? Never even pressed the final 4? Well... fine. Just remember, keep the loop a secret. Stick to that if nothing else. It'll be fine, trust me. Alright, it's all in your hands now. Hiruko gave me a sharp glare before quietly exiting my room. It was 7:55 a.m. Hiruko and I had brought everyone to the lab. Hey, are you sure about this, dude? The school's unprotected right now. The next enemy attack isn't until tomorrow, day 87. We don't need to worry. Do Sir and Nigo know about this? The two of them are still deep in the prime factorization trenches. They're allocating every last bit of their processing power into it, so I doubt they've even noticed we're gone. But it's only a matter of time until they do. Let's hurry. Not that I know what we're about to do. Yeah, but could all of you wait here just for just a sec? Have to get things ready. Hiruko and I went ahead into the lab. What are you guys doing here? What about the rescue craft? Didn't you call it yet? Complicated. We decided not to use the distress signal transmitter. Why not? I can't really explain. I just had this weird feeling. It was like something horrible was going to happen, so I stopped entering the code. I don't understand. Neither do I. Anyway, Takumi, Hiruko, listen closely. You shouldn't use the transmitter when you get back. Consider that my advice or maybe a warning. 8 a.m. came around as we were talking. I'm not sure I follow, but I'll keep your warning in mind. Anyway, we need to get going. Yeah, we'll be wishing you good luck out there. You guys be careful too. We'll be praying that all of you over there will make it safely on to day 100. Yeah, for sure. Wait, we had this exact conversation yesterday. Hiruko made her way to the platform. Takumi 5 hit the button and followed her right after. Be seeing you. Hiruko and I nodded, giving them a thumbs up as they left. Sorry for the wait, we're ready. Come on in, we'll show you around. Yo, what's all this dark-ass researchy looking shit? It's not researchy looking as you put it, it's an actual research facility. Takumi and Hiruka call it the lab. How come you know that? Oh, a little birdie told me. The lab, huh? Sounds futuristic. Euphemistic? I knew Hiruka and Takumi were up to no good here. Yet I said futuristic. You'll allow a sniveling, stinking snide bucket to ask a question. What kind of research is this lab for? We'll explain later. For now, save your questions and come with us. That's a pretty big ask. Where are we going? There's only one door in here and it's the one we came in through. Like I said, save your questions. It'll all make sense soon. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Brushing off their confusion, Hiruka and I headed to the lockers. We opened them and counted the leap suits lined up inside. 1, 2, 3, you have 17 suits in total. There's 16 of us, so we'll have plenty. Can you guys come over here for a sec? These are called leap suits. We need you to put them on. Okay, everything's ready. Ocean Man, gang. We finished preparing for the machine while everyone else was putting on their suits. I motioned everyone to get into position. 15 people stood crowded together in the cramped circular platform. I pressed the red button on the console and leapt into the crowd. Alright, let's go. Successfully made the leap. We took off our leap suits and stepped outside. Come here, you messing with us, bro? The lab looks exactly the same, so does everything else. All we did was enter and leave a shady laboratory. What purpose did this serve? Just be patient and come with me. We're going back to school. The school? You want us to go back now? I didn't answer, just started walking. Soon after, I heard the footsteps of others following. We kept walking for some time. And finally, in the distance, there was no sign of the school because... Wow, it's so loud! Boom, boom, boom! Yo, what the hell?
Going on?
The Academy? It's not just the Academy.
The entire area! It's all been blown to pieces!
But why? How? Isn't it obvious? Enemies must have attacked.
No, that's not it.
It's not?
I'm not sure how to explain it. First of all, we're not looking at the ruins of our school here. Our school is still fine. Don't worry about it.
Can I fix this by lowering the volume? Yes, okay.
Then, where are we?
Remember how I didn't enter the last digit in the distress signal transmitter yesterday? Well, there's an alternate timeline where I did punch it in. That's where we are now. A parallel world where I entered the code.
Everybody was completely taken aback. I could practically see question marks floating above their heads. Excluding Eito and Hiruko, of course, we're already familiar with the whole idea.
So if you'd entered that last digit yesterday, this is how things would have ended up.
The very idea that we could request rescue was a lie from the start. I don't know the reason why. But one thing's certain.
Is this just so the enemies don't get their hands on Shion?
Even if all of the numbers were correct, the system was designed to set off a massive explosion.
Wait, can you explain this timeline stuff a little more?
What does it have to do with the device in the lab?
All kinds of questions started rolling in. I cut them off.
I'll explain when we get back. We have a limited amount of time to return to our timeline. Now, come on, let's get going.
Back at the lab, we put our leap suits back on. There were still 17 there, just like we'd left them. Please don't be too late. Hiruko put on one of the last 2 suits, and then everybody was dressed. Okay, that's everyone, just like before I got everyone onto the platform, and then let's head back. Oof. Okay. The leap was complete. We took off our leap suits and stepped outside of the lab. It was only then that I noticed something wasn't right.
Hiruko? What's wrong?
Hiruko had her hand against the wall. Even with that, it seemed like she couldn't support herself. Her legs seemed unsteady.
Are you not feeling well?
She leaped too much?
No, I'm fine. Just a little tired, I guess.
Hey! Takumi? Hiruko?
Knock that off.
Don't tell me you're trying to make out at a time like this! I knew you were using this place as your little love shack! Get out of there right now!
Ugh, this is so draining. Takumi, you go on ahead. I'll be right behind you.
Are you really okay?
How many times do I have to tell you? A servant's not supposed to act like he knows what's good for his master.
Isn't that exactly what they're supposed to do?
Shut up. Just go already.
I did as I was told and joined everyone else, glancing back a couple of times before leaving. Before finally leaving, it took a while for Hiroko to show up.
Huh.
Pardon the wait. Well, then let's get going back to the school, back to where we belong. Everybody look, it's there. The school's still standing. Everything's just like we left it. Why did I tell you? But you still haven't explained anything. That's right. You need to explain it slowly and clearly so that even a brain-dead moron like me can follow. Isn't it time you told us what's going on, Takumi? Mr. Hiroko, tell us. Okay. It's going to be a long story, so bear with us. Hiroko and I told everyone about the timelines and parallel leaping. We told them everything, including why we kept it all a secret. Of course, the one thing we kept back was the matter of the time loop. We glossed over that and selectively revealed only what we were able to. It took a long time for the others to accept what we were saying. By the time they were finally out of questions, the sun had already set. Oh, it's loud. Oh my god. My head hurts after all that information, but it's fine. It all makes sense now. We basically went to another timeline where we entered the last number into the transmitter. If we'd actually done that yesterday, we wouldn't be alive right now. Thank goodness we didn't enter the code. Takumi, you made it the right choice. You were trying to force him to do it. So were you, Lady Kurata. But why did it explode? Did the timelines Takumi get the number wrong? Impossible, I'm certain all our codes were correct. Even if he got them wrong, I can't imagine it would cause an explosion on that scale. All the manual mentioned was toxic gas. But then why? How did it explode? I don't know. If I can say anything for sure, it's that there wasn't poison gas in that tank in the basement. Those tanks were more than likely filled with some kind of liquid explosive. As for what set it off, Hiroko shook her head listlessly. At least now we all know about timelines and parallel leaping. Hiroko, Takumi, you've left timelines multiple times, right? So jelly. Yeah, I want to visit other timelines too. Sorry, but no. I think we'd best avoid that. Why? There's no happier timeline than this one. Here and now, all 16 of us are still alive. The same can be said of the other timelines. Someone is always dead. Either casualties or in defensive battles or killed by one of us. No way. You're kidding. So please don't even think about sneaking off to other timelines. We need to stay in this one and keep everyone alive. That's what will lead us to the best possible outcome. After hearing our earnest protests, everybody firmly nodded and in agreement. After our adventure, we all grabbed a late dinner at the cafeteria. Suri and Nigo showed up shortly afterwards. Shizuhara, just what are you trying to pull? That massive figure is impossible for us to prime factorize. Yes, it seems that was a red herring. There's no need to solve it, so you may as well forget about it now. Say what? I thought so hard I gave myself a fever. Our two commanding officers waved their arms around and pouted. Everyone desperately held back laughter, watching them out of the corner of their eyes. Early in the morning, Hiroko asked me to come to meet with her in the classroom on the first floor. What did you want to talk about, and why in the classroom, not outside? The enemy will attack today. I have two things I want to tell you before we fight them. What are they? First, the commander come today will be Dalsha. As I'm sure you know, Dalsha is a powerful foe, so much so that we have no choice of winning in a fair fight. But there's a way to weaken his power. Do you remember Sanshin, the commander with the power to absorb living organisms? You said that the first time you beat her, you used a poison created by Yugamo. It was a kind of bioweapon created by analyzing enemy DNA, yes? It will work on Dalsha as well, however. I haven't given Sir and Nigo that piece of information yet. Why? I didn't think I needed to. We were supposed to have left for the satellite on day 85, remember? We're going to activate the transmitter and call for rescue. In the end, that rescue plan was a complete fabrication, so thankfully it didn't enter the final four. Okay, so what's the reason we did all this then? It can't be just so like, okay, we are not doing this anymore. We spent all of this timeline just going to other timelines, searching for those codes and stuff. Or are we just gonna say no and then nothing happens? Or is it gonna come up later? Hopefully something more happens concerning that. At any rate, I didn't imagine that we'd still be around to have to fight Dalsha today. You could have said something yesterday. We didn't have time, and also... Hiruka stopped herself, putting her hand against her forehead. She didn't look well. Could it be? Are you still feeling sick after yesterday? Is that why you didn't have time to tell them? No. Come on, that's obviously it. You should go back to your room and rest. You won't be able to fight if you... Shut up, I'm fine. Anyway, that was the first thing I had to tell you. What's the second thing? It's about you. Don't let your guard down in the battle today. Even if Dalsha retransforms, he'll seize on that opening and kill you. Kill me? Strictly speaking, he'll just behead you. Oh, in that case, I have nothing to worry about. Are you kidding me? This is a serious matter. In the time I know of, you get revived immediately after. But that doesn't mean the same thing will happen in this one, so be careful. Keep your guard up, even if it seems like he's relaxed, understand? I wrapped up my conversation with Hiruka and we headed for the schoolyard. Everyone else was already there. Sumino, Shizuhara, you're tardy. Were you making babies again? Oh, for the love of murder. How many babies is this now? Are you guys after sextuplets? I wasn't even in the mood to retort, so I just ignored them. We've already finished our briefing. Not that we had much to talk about. We hardly had any information this time. We heard that Dalsha would be coming alone. That he's a very powerful foe, and that was about it. Don't forget that the defense system doesn't recognize him, so the alarm won't go off. That's why we had you all come out into the schoolyard. Do a visual check for enemies. I looked at Hiruka, she nodded in silence. Should probably given all of that info to Sir and Nigo in advance. Speak of the fucking devil, look who's just showed up. Everyone looked in the distance where an imposing figure was standing. Oh, he's just transformed. Hiruka suddenly lurched forward. She looked awfully pale, even her eyes looked hollow, like she might collapse any second. Are you okay? This is why I told you to rest up. Insolent servant, worry about yourself. Hiruka. Okay everyone, here we go, let's give our guest a warm welcome. Is she gonna die on like day 100? After the time limit is up? At Hiruka's signal, everyone pulled out their infusers.
I have less. Doesn't this? He's the two.
Stop. I have something.
Then
I'm not enough. That's...
He's tougher than.
Damn it! It's all right. I'll do something. No, Shion!
your prime directive is to.
Waste it? How could I'm going to fight?
Shion is as much a part of this. If he died, our destiny.
The same goes for everyone else. It makes me so. I want to return.
Shion. Mr. Shion.
All right. Yeah.
Shion bomb.
Huh? Why did he de-transform?
I told you.
What could possibly be that important?
Do you wish to know?
Be careful, Takumi.
Dalsha disappeared from you. He was coming right at me, almost too fast to see. But I'd already started to move. I kicked off the ground and leapt to the side. I was a hair's breadth away from losing my head. I wouldn't have made it if it hadn't been for Hiruko's warning this morning. Dalsha's blade grazed my neck and swung behind me.
A respectable dodge. It's almost like you knew what I was going to do. But you won't be so lucky next time. I've seen all you have to offer. The same goes for your allies. Farewell.
What? It was as if he came just to.
And he said
He wasn't even.
we're freaking screwed.
I'm so.
Don't apologize. And that's all.
You can't be sick because you were tearing up. I just had something in my eye. You guys.
You guys.
Hello, geezer. Peaced out. Time for.
I think so.
Shion, you
Oh.
should join us this time.
Are you?
Of course.
Okay then, everybody. Ready? Go!
Special Defense Unit, best in the world, indestructible and undefeated, never lose, never yield. Special Defense Unit, fight on. Hiruka.
I'm fine. Sorry. I guess I am a little tired. I'm going to go ahead and rest a while. See you. Come on, Takumi! Get up!
I woke up to the sensation of someone shaking me, only to find I wasn't in my own room.
Huh?
I'm in your room, right? I must have been taking care of you last night. Looks like you passed out on the floor. Is your back okay? Forget about me. How are you feeling now? See for yourself. Do I look sick to you? She didn't. She had plenty of life in her face and a twinkle in her eyes. More importantly, did you just say you were taking care of me? I didn't do anything really, I was just making sure you didn't get any worse. You don't have to thank me, I just consider this me paying you back for all the trouble I've put you through. Pervert. Huh? How could you sneak into a woman's room and spend the night with her without consent? You didn't do anything weird to me, did you? I'd never. Despite my aggravation, I felt relief deep down inside. Hiroko was back to her usual self and I was happier for it. Well, fine. Feeling better now, so we need to get started on some tasks. Okay, what's gonna happen? That was just coming today. Not today, coming again on day 93. We have to come up with the plan before then. Oh, we've got that covered. I already asked Yugamo, Eva, and Kurara to handle it. What? I talked to them after the battle yesterday. See, this is information you got from another timeline. Is it reliable? More than that is guaranteed. We have to do something that much is clearer. I just need to analyze Ava's DNA and formulate a poison that works on Dalsha, right? The biggest hurdle will be trying to toss it into his mouth. That's where I come in. I need to turn the poison into a gas and create a trap to release it. Gas. Will you do it? Of course, why wouldn't we? I need a shortcut. I'll show you the greatest trap ever created. I'm happy to contribute too. I shall offer every bodily fluid I have for the cause. Did you tell the others too? Yes, sir, and Nigo included. Not bad, servant. Just doing my best. I felt slightly proud of myself after being praised by Hiroka. Somewhere along the way, I'd even gotten used to her calling me servant. Well, I'm going to hop in the shower, so can you leave? Are you really okay now? What are you going to do if I say no? Stay here and watch me shower? I shook my head and sighed. Okay, I'm going. After that, I ate breakfast and went back to my room. Stretched and unwound my stiff body, then went off on my usual rounds. Yay. At night, I headed to the usual secluded spot to talk to Hiroko. Why did the distress signal transmitter cause that explosion? I can't make sense of it, why it would explode even with the right cause. Shion said he found about the transmitter because he overheard Sir and Nigo talking about it, right? They must know more about it. Why don't we ask them? Alright, let's try that. Distress signal transmitter. Don't play dumb, we know you know about it. Sir, I think they might mean the device intended for the stand together, fall together plan. Oh, that, the thing that Top Brass were telling us about before our mission started here? What is the stand together, fall together plan? Exactly what it sounds like. There were originally 10 Special Defense Unit members stationed at Last Defense Academy. If none of them ended up in total death, our chances of winning in the war would practically be zero. In other words, it would be in a lose-lose situation. There would be nothing we could do so. The remaining member would activate a self-destruct device and blow everything for miles around sky goddamn high. It was the big bosses who came up with this rather tragic plan. The idea was to wipe out any invaders inside the school and the surrounding area in one fell swoop. It wouldn't kill them all like the final attack, but we'd at least be able to retaliate a little. Like the name says, stand together, fall together. So why did Shion say? We couldn't just come out and say it was the last resort self-destruct device. You've got to imagine that the last survivor wouldn't jump at the chance to use something like that. So the human authorities in charge made up a lie and claimed it was the distress signal transmitter instead. In short, they wanted to use the final survivor's life as a pawn even knowing they'd still lose the war. Utterly despicable. I couldn't agree more, I was totally against it. The Honorable Sir A and I both protested, so in the end the plan was scrapped. But then how? What do you mean how? Stand together, fall together was scrapped before the mission even started. But don't tell me you don't know about the machine in the basement. The basement? But Miss Shizuhara, the school doesn't have a basement, does it? Sir A, Nigo, one last question. Do you remember talking about this plan before? It was so long ago that I can barely remember, but maybe around day 20? I do remember talking to the Honorable Sir A about how relieved we were that the plan was off. I see, thank you, you've been very helpful. The top brass didn't tell Sir A and Nigo about the self-destruct device. Maybe they set it up in secret because they knew those two were opposed to it. Either way, Shion only heard part of their discussion out of context. He must have assumed there was a real distress signal transmitter somewhere in the school. I guess he just missed the part about it making the school explode. I think it's safe to say we can forget all about that device now. Yes, no rescue craft is ever going to come for us, so it would only be a waste of energy. Is this whole route just a waste of energy? We'll see. We still have 12 days left until day 100. What do we do now? There's nothing to do, our goal remains the same. Ensure we all survive until day 100 and build a happy future together. Then we'll be able to break free from the time loop. You'll get no argument from me. In other words, there's only one thing to do: fight, survive, and win the war. The escape pod will be deployed on day 100 and we can all get on board and head to the artificial satellite. We'll be out of here before the final attack is launched, right? Of course. There's just one problem. What problem? Xion. I gasped. How could I have failed to realize something so important? We have to keep him alive as well? Right, Xion. What will happen to him once the final attack starts? Hiruko was silent. She bit on her lip and averted her eyes. Do you know? Hiruko nodded with a sense of dull resignation. I do. Then tell me what happens to Xion. Can't you figure it out? The flames from the final attack will raise all life on the surface of the planet. There's nowhere to hide, not underground, not even behind the thickest walls. The flames will consume everything, the defense room included. So when the missiles are fired, that means... Oh my god. We can't save the baby inside the defense room. He'll be burned up by his own flames. As you already know, the baby is Xian's real body, so Xian will be... No. I sat in my room without going to breakfast. How could we save Xian? I couldn't think about anything else. Hiruko didn't seem to have any ingenious plans this time. I could tell from her face last night that she was desperately trying to come up with something. Didn't we and Mystery Timeline come pick up the device from SF Timeline? The baby jar? And as I pondered the matter in silence, the sun started to set. Day turned night. I wasn't going to come up with anything on my own, so I decided to ask the others for help. Not wanting Sir A or Nigo to find out, I invited them all to the secret meeting spot. I see on day 100 an escape pod will deploy and we'll be able to escape, but the baby Xian will be killed by the final attack launched right after we leave. Xian, that's screwed up. Totally fucked. Xian's our friend. That's right, we have to save him. But how? Isn't it obvious? We need to get him out of that machine in the defense room. Looked like everyone had seen the baby for themselves. Xian must have shown them while Hiruko and I were away. But if we did that, his energy wouldn't get channeled into the missiles anymore. Which would mean the final attack on day 100 would never be launched. That's right, those missiles won't fire unless they're fully charged. Sir A said as much before. So then humanity would lose the war. Who cares? What does it matter if we lose the war? But everyone on the artificial satellite just going to die instantly? No. All it means is that our 100-day mission here would end in failure, that's all. We can't sacrifice a baby just to stop that from happening. Save ourselves, destroy all life on this planet, and let our friend Xian die? How could we possibly do that? There was a silence for a while before Takemoto finally spoke up. Yeah, dude said he wanted to talk to us, but seems like he's already got his answer. The problem is what's going to happen after that. If we take him out of the machine, he'll be consumed by his own flames and die. Say what? Huh? No. Everyone's eyes had gone wide, the shock evident on their faces. That's why I wanted to talk. I was hoping someone might have an idea what to do. That's quite the complex problem. I'm good with logic and deduction, but this is something else. Can't we use something to house the baby once we take him out? I remember seeing some kind of bottle or jar made of tempered glass in the metal shop. We could use that. The undying flames only burn living creatures, so a glass jar wouldn't melt. But in the other timeline, we need the material Omega or something. But if we just put him in a jar, his flames will still consume him. What do we do? My whole riddled sponge of a brain is useless. Sponge? A sponge forsooth, that's it. We just need some kind of material that can absorb the undying flames like a sponge. Hell are you talking about? Wait, she might be onto something. If we find something like that, I could make a life support system for him, okay. For real. Say, Ava, you've been quiet this whole time. Do you have any ideas? Me? Used to be on the enemy side, so you must know something about the flames or the baby, right? Right, but my brain got all scrambled by your Dolmenic thingy. Wait, hold on, I remember something. Material Omega. Oh, here it is. Hiruko jumped at Ava's words. That's it. Material Omega is a substance that absorbs undying flames. How do you know that? Just remembered from the coming of age timeline. Coming of age? Timeline? That's just what I've been calling it. Anyway, I saw Material Omega while I was there. Hiruko probably meant she had memories of it from a previous loop. But everyone else thought she meant she'd seen it during a parallel leap. Well, what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. So if we use Material Omega, we can create a life support system for Xian. I think it will work. I'm already making a schematic in my head. If we can mount it to that jar Kurata suggested, we should be able to keep him alive. Everyone's faces lit up and I couldn't hide my delight either. But where do we find this Material Omega stuff? The mountains in the northeast, but I'm not sure if it's present in this timeline. our best bet would be to jump to the coming of age timeline and tomorrow and head to the mountains there. Tomorrow? Our next sleep window is tomorrow from 2 to 8 p.m. Alright, Hiroko and I will go to the coming of age timeline and get what we need. What about us? You should remain here. If too many of us go and get found by our counterparts in that timeline, it will cause all kinds of issues. I suppose it would be safer if the more experienced people went. Well, we'll let you handle it. But we need Ava to find it instead of those fake material Omega. Right? Takumi, Hiroko, we're counting on you. Hiroko and I looked at everyone and gave them a firm nod. That afternoon, Hiroko and I made our way to the lab. The machine is set up, and we've got our leap suits. Everything is ready. After the coming of age timeline, we've been there before, right? This is where we dug up Darumi's grave to get her liver mortis code. My heart ached as the tragic memory came flooding back. I regretted asking. The time was 2:01 p.m. Our window had already opened. We nodded at each other, hit the red button, and got onto the platform. Let's get going. Hey, are you sure it was okay to take off our leap suits? We're not going to the school this time. I doubt we'll see anyone, so we should be fine. The suits will only slow us down. Are we in some kind of rush? We have 6 hours this time, so Material Omega is the mountains in the northeast. They're quite a ways from here, and we'll need time to look around once we get there. With consideration to the time we'll lose when someone inevitably bungles something, we'll already be cutting it close. Come on, hop to it. Huck to it? I followed Hiroko in silence until we finally arrived at our destination, a mountain range thick with greenery. I'm certain it was around here, so let's start searching. Hiroko and I split up and started looking for Material Omega. Even after searching for some time, we didn't find anything. Just when I was about to give up and head back to our starting point, I happened to catch a voice coming from the bushes. It was Hiroko. She was talking to someone. Just as I was wondering who, she popped out of the brush. Were you talking to someone just now? Yes. Who? A lady? A lady? That's what I said, isn't it? She was possibly in her 50s, wearing a white coat. Maybe she was a doctor or a researcher. Do we know somebody like that? Why would anyone look like that way out here? How would I know? Anyway, she just showed up and handed me 2 things. 2 things? Hiroko held out her palm. Resting on it was something that looked like a memory card. What is that? She said this has the plan for the Machine Plus on it. Machine Plus? What even is that? I don't know. She just said that it can move vertically as well as horizontally. I have no idea what you're talking about. Neither do I. Hiroko didn't seem to be lying. She looked stunned by whatever she just experienced. What was the other thing? Hiroko showed me a lump of some kind of strange substance. Yay, could this be? That's right, Material Omega. This is the other thing that woman gave me. She said she found it on the ground and wanted to give it to me, then she left. Who could that be? Hiroko from the future? I don't know. It was just then that I heard the brush move behind me. I turned around to see what it was. Oh, it was another Hiroko. Well, I guess that's a habit. At the very next moment, we all screamed, rolled around, and took off running. We raced down the steep mountain slope, almost tumbling as we went. We didn't stop even when we reached the base of the mountain. We just kept running for the lab. And as we ran, the sun sank behind the horizon to the west. Before long, everything around us had gone dark. Yes, Band, I think we're far enough to now. More than enough. We made it all the way to the lab. Well, when did that happen? Excuse me, are you acting stupid, or are you really that dumb? Does it matter? We needed to come back here eventually anyway. Still, what were those 2 doing here? At first glance, I thought they must be the versions of us from this timeline, so I panicked and ran. But I don't think that was the case. If it were, they would have chased after us, but they ran off in a different direction. Does that mean they're from another timeline like we are? Maybe, but not. Should we wait to hear from them? If they did come from a different timeline, they'll want to use the lab too. The only timeline left is this one. Serial killer. When we jump there. Unless I forgot that it happened before. You're right, but it doesn't look like we have that kind of time. I pulled out the device and checked the time to 7:45 p.m. No way, we've only got 15 minutes left. Exactly, I think we're just going to have to forget about them. Sure, they'll be fine. They are us after all. Things will work out even if we leave them to their own devices. I guess that's true. Now let's hurry, we need to get everything ready for our leap. Roger that. Yuruko, do you have the material Omega? Of course, I'm keeping it nice and safe. Don't tell me you ate it? What? I was just playing. Don't waste my time with such nonsense. Let's go back. Let's head back. Takumi, Hiruko, thank you so much. I did a quick analysis and this will definitely work. Tsubasa put the material Omega she got from Hiruko on the desk. So that means you can make a life support system for Mr. Shion. Yep, just gotta mount it to that jar Kurara told us about and we'll be all set. If we put the baby in there, he won't be consumed by his flames. Then since we'll be able to take him out of the defense room, we can save Shion, hooray! We simply have to bring him on the escape pod with us on day 100 and all will be well. We got ourselves a way to keep all 17 of us alive and kicking. Yo ho ho, we're all gonna live happily ever after. And we're freaking party. Hold on, isn't it a little too soon to celebrate? Right, the life support system isn't actually finished yet. Tsubasa, we're counting on you. I'm on it. We patted Tsubasa on the shoulder and left the garage. She had a confident smile on her face. Work well and work together, huh? It was probably a recording, but still. Contrary to Sir A's words, something unsettling happened that day. It was shortly after the sunset, right after dinner. We were watching over Tsubasa's work in the garage when we received unexpected visitors. Hey, what are all of you doing crammed in here? Sir A. And Nigo. Miss Kawana, you've been making something in secret, haven't you? What is it? Well, mind your own fucking business. This is our business, we'll mind it all we want. We all know what you're trying to do. You're going to take Shion's real body out of the defense room device. The Honorable Sir A and I absolutely forbid it. To do that, he won't be able to charge up the missiles for the final attack. We need those missiles charged to 100%. If they're not, they'll barely even be able to cause a dust storm. It would make launching the missiles completely pointless. Taking the BB out of there before day 100 is preposterous and out of the question, and nothing you can say will convince us otherwise. Now that the Honorable Sir A has made himself clear, could you bring out the life support system you're working on? I'm going to count backwards from 3. If the device isn't here before I'm done, I'm going to blow you all sky high one by one. Okay, here I go. 3, 2, 1. Wait, the very moment I screamed, I wasn't sure what exactly happened, but suddenly Sir and Nigo were completely frozen in place. Oh, the gun? The others were equally dumbfounded, all except Tsubasa and Nato. Miss Kawana, is that? Tsubasa placed whatever it was she'd been holding tightly in her hands on the desk upon closer inspection. The beam gun? Did you shoot them with that? That's right. But don't worry, okay? They're not completely broken, I just disabled them temporarily. Kurara then up to Sir and Nigo. She gave them a quick inspection then turned to Tsubasa. They're dead. What? Just kidding, Tsubasa is right. A few circuits are shorted, but they're not totally broken. With a few repairs, it should be easy enough to bring them back. But how I thought that beam gun was harmless. It's the same one that caused all of the arguing on day 67, isn't it? You said it was just a toy. I wasn't being completely truthful. I didn't know how to explain it all to all of you, so I lied. But the part about it being harmless to the human body was true. If you really cranked up the output, you might be able to hurt a really small animal, but it's basically an anti-robot gun designed to disable electronic systems. But why would you make something like that? I knew one day you'd all want to save Shion. It was only a matter of time before you suggested it. I was equally sure that Suri and Nigo would get in the way, so I came up with a plan in anticipation of that. I asked Tsubasa to make the gun for me on the night of day 66. I didn't know you rolled like that, Eito. Am I finally going to get my praise? Later, honey, I'll pat you on the head so much your hair will start falling out. You don't mean that literally, do you? Everyone burst into laughter after it died down. Nozomi spoke up. Should we really be laughing right now? Sir and Nigo are out of commission. Is it really such a big deal? They haven't done a lot for us during our defensive battles so far. The only times they were helpful when they were unleashed. They unleashed that new weapon on day 15. And when they played the folk song on day 47. Let's just forget all about them. Yo-ho, I couldn't agree more. I'm so glad someone finally shut them up. There's only 9 days left. We should be fine without them for a while. The others nodded approvingly. There wasn't a single person who disagreed. And it's settled. Tsubasa, do you mind getting back to your work? Not at all. I'm going to make the perfect life support system for Shion, but I'm still going to need some time. It's pretty complex work. I estimate it'll take me 7 more days to finish. 7 days. In other words, it will be ready by Rei 98. That's cutting it real close. We're just going to have to trust Tsubasa. Let us know if we can help. Takumi and Shoma would be happy to do even the most trifling chores. What about everyone else? It's okay, I don't need any support or anything. The one thing I do need is silence, I guess. I need to be able to focus, so... Do you want us to leave you alone? If you don't mind. God, okay, everybody out. Tsubasa will take it from here. We patted Tsubasa on the shoulder just like yesterday, giving her words of encouragement as we exited the garage. 9 days until day 100. My heart is racing knowing that fateful day is drawing ever closer. I ate breakfast, went back to my room and set off to my usual routine. Right, let's go. Yay. When is Dalsha coming? 93? Everybody, I have good news and bad news. Which one should I start with? After dinner, Yugama offered everyone in the cafeteria a choice. How about the good news first? I formulated the poison to weaken Dalsha. You have? Yes, with the lovely Ava's assistance, of course. Yay, fine work, Mr. Amakage. Gratitude to Lady Ava as well. All I did was donate blood. Then what's the bad news? I won't be able to stick needles into Ava's pretty flesh anymore. A tragedy so great I might never be able to recover. That's just a you problem. How about you, Kurara? Did you finish up yet? Yes, the trap is ready. All that stuff is loaded with Yugama's poison. Oh yeah, now we can pulverize that geezer. Sir Dalsha will be back tomorrow morning, right? There's no need to hold back, everyone. Let's kill that senile old freak without a trace of mercy. Ava thrust her fist high into the air. Everyone else looked just as determined. Hey, how's Tsubasa doing? She's holed up in the garage working on the life support system. Brought her dinner a while back and she said she'll still fine. She's still fine without help. Apparently she finds it easier to focus when she's alone. Then we'll just have to keep cheering her on. That's right, let's all pray if she finishes it soon. After that we all went back to our own rooms to prepare for tomorrow's battle. 8 days left. We gathered in the war room before the morning announcement played. I loaded it in. 1 shot, let's go. Okay, I'll handle setting up the trap. Yeah, he brought some stuff. You have me too. Special defense unit is the best in the world.
You brought friends this time, huh?
I wanted to come up.
That woman?
Fashnet?
Or... Isn't it obvious?
Then
You won't fare much better.
You sure about that?
There's only one way to find out.
Believe me.
Ready, everyone?
We did.
The poison is taking it. No, we should.
Then
yeah.
There. That's all of the cannon fodder dealt with. Now, only
And nobody wants to listen to your
the poison's cleared out. Now's our chance.
Okay.
I don't want to fight. Help me.
That reminds me.
What was it?
Had to visit his grave.
Murder him?
His grave?
I wanted to tell him before I fought you. To tell my...
Your son? You had a kid?
Grant me the proud death of a warrior.
Yay.
Dalsha, Dalsha. I've granted you the proud death you so desired. There is no higher honor than being absorbed by me.
Fashnes, why did you? His cryptical open.
Have you forgotten? I will.
Don't tell me you did this to the other commanders too.
Yes. Pakram, Adamaku, the cowardly Turum Tammy and Nugank who fled. I don't believe
Yeah.
you met the ever-useless Parmeth. I now have formidable power. But now isn't the time. I must prepare.
Prepare?
I will return in 6 days.
Yeah.
That's like
Vashna's kid. We.
Of course we can. Hey, you're right. Right.
Anyway, that's another victory for the Special Defense Unit.
Special Defense Unit.
Let's do it.
Take it away, Mr. Sumino.
Got it.
Special Defense Unit, best in the world, indestructible and undefeated. Never lose, never yield. Special Defense Unit, fight on. Hey Tsubasa, is the life support system ready yet? I told you it'd be done by on the day 98, didn't I? Don't rush me. Once we cleaned up our dishes after breakfast, we hung around in the cafeteria and talked about what was coming. Sorry to open my prolapsed hole of a mouth, but I've been wondering something. Even if we manage to put baby Shion in the jar on day 98, won't we still have to fight Vashnas on day 99? If we take the baby out of the defense room device, the energy supply to the missiles will be cut off. Since the final attack won't launch, the mission will be humanity's loss. You're suggesting that that hag won't bother fighting if that happens? No, she wants the baby. Yeah, that's not the case. She's most certainly coming to here to take the baby herself. We can hardly just hold the Wappa white flag. Dal just said we'd be executed if we surrendered. Okay, so we have to fight Vashnas. For a moment everyone looked uneasy, but the twins were undeterred. It's fine, like Takumi said yesterday, we're sure to win. That's right, we don't have anything to worry about. And once we beat Vashnas, the escape pod will be deployed on day 100. Then we all board it and head for the artificial satellite. That's how we get the happiest of all happy endings, Kyohoho. Everyone's faces turned cheerful again, and I was relieved to see it. But just to be sure, this escape pod thing is really for sure definitely going to deploy, right? It's hard to trust something that's basically just hearsay from Sir A. Then why don't we go find out, huh? Hiroka, I know where the escape pod is kept. Please don't be the bacteria. We saw it on another timeline. Hiroka and I led everyone to the hangar. When we got there, we couldn't believe what we were seeing. Yep, okay. It's a corroded mess. No, this can't be. Everyone stood as if they'd been nailed to the spot, dazed. Thick chilling silence fell over the hangar. Eventually Tsubasa broke it. It's the particle bacteria, things that messed up the school bus. From the state of the pod, that has to be it. But we sprayed the QB liquid all over the school way back on day 42. There must have been some bacteria that survived. Maybe it was already in the vents by the time we started spraying. Then it found its way here? I think so. In this state, even if the pod is functional, it's not going to be able to break through the atmosphere. Do we have any QB liquid left? Even if we only have a drop, we can use the replicator to make more. That's right, let's hose this thing down and kill all the bacteria. Guess we could do that, but look at how bad the damage is. It's not the kind of thing we can repair with duct tape and polyfiller. How many days would you need to fix Tsubasa? Tsubasa bit her lip, then she answered with a deep sigh. Going as fast as I could, maybe 50 days. 50. Utter despair showed on everyone's faces. Nobody could find anything to say. We just stood aghast as gloom filled the air. After the morning announcement, I headed for the cafeteria. I had the feeling I wouldn't have much of an appetite, but I wanted to see everyone. They were all there already when I arrived. Well, not all of them. One person was missing. Tsubasa in the garage. Yeah, she's still working on the life support system. Ain't shit we can do about the escape pod now. She said she wanted to prioritize the life support system instead. It seemed like everyone had regained some composure overnight. There was still a gloominess to their brave faces, but at least we were capable of holding a conversation again. Do you think the life support system will be ready in time? It better be. Without that, we can't get the baby out of the defense room. If that happens, the missiles will be fully charged and the final attack will launch on day 100. And with the escape pod in such a dire state, we'll be unable to leave the planet. Without that life support system, the rest of us are screwed too. Well, we could just kill the baby if we cannot get the life support system. If it isn't finished, we'll all be killed. I won't let that happen. Shion, there's a way to save all of you even if the system isn't finished on time. Don't say it. You have to kill me by taking my real body out of the machine in the defense room. What are you saying? We couldn't. How could we possibly? That's not happening. I shouted down Shion's suggestion and glared at him. Everyone else backed me up. I appreciate the sentiment, but rather didn't worry about me. We've only had a short time together, but I've had so much fun with all of you. I'm satisfied with the life I've been able to live. Knock it off, man. That shit don't change anything. You're our friend. We can't just throw you away like that. Hold it, everyone. This is all still hypothetical, remember? That's right. As long as the life support system gets finished, we won't have anything to worry about. Are we just gonna escape the other timeline? Like what we saw in murder timeline? Mystery timeline? By the way, there's something I'd like to ask you, Shion. Could you use your powers to stop the missiles from launching? I'm afraid not. The missile launch is entirely automated. What about the energy supply to the missiles? Can you stop it from draining you? Unfortunately, that's not possible either. Either the energy is spontaneously released from my body. Even if we could hold the pipes in the defense room or destroy the missiles, the outcome would be the same. Doing it might stop the final attack, but the baby inside the device would be consumed by his own flames. See, it's just like I said, we're screwed if Tsubasa doesn't finish that life support system. Indeed, it's the only way for us to remove Shion from the machine. At any rate, we're just going to have to let Tsubasa work her magic. Alright, this is so frustrating. I really want to help her, but she insists she's better off working alone. So she should at least let me rub her boobs, her back. You're the reason she's so guarded right now. Suddenly, Shion spoke up, his expression rather uncomfortable. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Well, you're going through all this for my sake, so I'm sorry. Cut it out, Shion. If you apologize one more time, you'll face the wrath of my galactic bazooka. What? It's not like we're being forced to help you against your will. We love you, that's the only reason we're doing this. So you don't have to apologize. We're saving you for your own sakes, Sir Shion. Our own sakes. Thank you, everybody. Tears welled up in Shion's eyes, he wiped his face to hide them. The boy made of fires crying. That's not it, I just got smoke in my eyes. Everyone smiled at Shion. It seemed like he wasn't used to getting this much attention. Well, I'm going to get going. I'll see you all soon. He disappeared in a flustered huff, leaving behind a few droplets on the ground where he had been standing. I left everyone and went back to my room. Yay, free time. Five days left until day 100. What if our plan doesn't work? What if we'd do then? If she can't finish the life support system in time, all of us will. Hey! It's fine, things will work out. They have to, and they will.
Hey! Tsubasa?
How are things going?
Told you all to leave me alone. What are you doing here anyway? Well, today is day 98, you know? You said you'd have the life support system ready by now, right? But you're just wondering if maybe you were close. I didn't say I'd have it done by day 98, I said on day 98. So anytime today before the stroke of midnight? What's with your tone? Are you trying to rush me? I'm busting my ass over here. Everyone fell silent. We couldn't argue with that. Anyway, I need to be alone to concentrate. I'm sorry, but I really need you all to go. If you don't want to get burned alive by the final attack, that is. It was unusual for Tsubasa to be so blatantly on edge. Her eyes were bloodshot and dark circles hung around under them. She probably hadn't slept for the past few days. Everyone, let's do what she says. We have to trust her to finish it. Let's get going. I lightly tapped everyone on the shoulder, gave Kawan a deep nod, and left the garage. We hadn't eaten any breakfast yet, so we stopped at the cafeteria. But I wasn't in the mood to eat. Everyone else seemed to feel the same. They stood around without heading to the counter to make any food. Hey, what time does the final attack start on day 100 anyway? Should be around 10 o'clock in the morning. We've got another 50 hours to go then. Will the life support system be ready in time? Tsubasa said it would be done before the day was over, and we just have to believe in her. A heavy tension filled the air, but suddenly the Rumi cut right through it. Oh, I have an idea. Everyone looked at the Rumi in confusion. Takumi, Mistress Hiroko, you said there are set times when you can parallel leap, right? Yeah, we did. What's the next window? Today from 9:20 to 11:50 p.m. Perfect timing, then my plan might actually work. What plan is it? We should all jump to a different timeline. We can find one with an intact escape pod and use that to go to the satellite. Pretty smart, right? Everybody's faces lit up, their eyes sparkling with hope, but no, we can't do that. Why not? We won't be able to bring the baby with us without the life support system. We'd be leaving Shion to die. There are other reasons not to as well. I heard something from Shion yesterday. Boarding is restricted on the escape pod. Only special defense unit members registered with the pod can board. If an unregistered outsider gets in, the pod won't launch. But we are special defense unit members. Can multiple of us board the same pod? Oh, so I won't be allowed to unboard. Oh well, don't worry about me. Not just you. Even if we brought the baby and the life support device on board, he isn't registered. So we can't take him either. Oh, for the love of bird. Wait. Didn't we have a timeline where we brought him on the pod? Or was it modified? I don't know. Did we have that kind of timeline? We'd also have to consider the special defense unit of whatever timeline we leap to. Some of them may have lost their lives, but at least a few should have survived. We'd be stealing their futures if we used their pod. It amounts to killing another timeline's version of ourselves. We couldn't do that, could we? The glimmer vanished from everyone's eyes. No one had a counter-argument. We have to stay in this timeline and grapple with the destiny given to us. Yes, that's right. We need to do what we can here. What do you mean? Tomorrow's our final battle with Veshnas. We need to be in good mental and physical condition for that. Not just for ourselves, but also for Tsubasa, who's working herself to the bone all by herself. You're right, even if she finishes the life support system, everything goes to shit if we lose. Enough worrying. If we let our minds get weak, our bodies will follow. Everybody, let's hold firm. We'll trust in Tsubasa and keep waiting. Suddenly, the unease vanished from everyone's faces. There was a new glint in their eyes, this time one of hope. To me, it looked like the flames of passion burning in anticipation for tomorrow's battle. In anticipation of tomorrow's battle. Everyone dispersed to their rooms. Yeah. Final day, final free time. We didn't go back to our rooms after dinner. We hung around in the cafeteria waiting in silence for news from Tsubasa. We spent an hour waiting. It was then that I noticed one of us was missing. Where's Hiruka? She said she had to go to the bathroom. She's been gone for a while. I felt a vague sense of unease. I'm going to go look for her. I let everyone know my plans and dashed out of the cafeteria. 8:35 p.m. Seeing that time reminded me of something. The next time we can parallel leap is today from 9:20 to 11:50 p.m. Could it be? I sprinted down the hallway into the entrance hall. Beside the door, there was only one fire extinguisher. I knew it, damn it, Hiruka. I took the remaining fire extinguisher and ran outside. Hiruka probably had gone to the lab. But what timeline could she be going to? Confused, I hurried through the ruined streets. I ran inside and looked around. No sign of anyone. There were white particles flickering throughout the room. I'm too late. I checked the machine's logs. Immediately I knew where Hiruka had gone. The serial killer timeline, but why there? Right, we still have... Still have 6 endings left? Ooh. One here, or there might be multiple ones here. The circular timeline, but why there? I was clueless, but trying to reason it out wasn't going to do anything. I set up the machine and quickly put on my leap suit. Alright, here I go. I completed my leap and ran outside the lab. Still no sign of Hiruka. If he was going to go anywhere, it would have to be the school. I murmured to myself and took off running again. I took my leap suit off as soon as I could. I wanted to be as light as possible. I ran until I finally reached the academy. I looked around and immediately spotted Hiruko. She was hiding in the shadows, looking at something some distance away. I quietly made my way over until I was standing right beside her. Where did you come from? Could you announce your arrival next time? Despite her surprise, Hiruko still kept her voice down. What are you doing here anyway? Did you follow me? Yeah. How did you know I was me and not the me from this timeline? Well, Hiruko cast a sidelong glance. There were 2 people standing in that direction. It was the Hiruko from this timeline, Takumi 2 and Hiruko 2.
I see. That's Takumi 2 over there.
Takumi 2 was sitting quietly on a bench, as still as a wax statue. Hiruko 2 stood before him, looking down on him with an affectionate gaze. Just then a hoarse voice passed through Takumi 2's lips. Hey Hiruko, please stay by my side just for a moment. Hiruko 2 didn't answer. She drew closer in silence, gently holding his head in her hands. And then... Just watching it made my body burn with a fever. I remembered everything. Her warmth, her pulse, even the sound of her breath. It was as if I could hear it right next to me. And of course the scent of lavender, the sweet enchanting smell. It tickled my nose.
It's okay. Everything will be alright.
My chest tightened at the sound of her soft voice. I was shaking, my mind utterly blank. Let's try to remember. Back then I couldn't hold back the emotions surging inside of me, so I said,
Hiroko,
Day 98 is almost over. I'll be honest with you. To me, the events of this day, of this very moment, they were so precious, so irreplaceable, so important. It was the reason for everything. Everything? Yes. You mean why you came here? You wanted to see them again? No, that's not all. The reason I went to save Hiroko 2 with you on day 16. The reason I brought the power saw. The reason I lied about Takumi 2 being healed the next day. Everything I did was to make sure this moment would be recreated. In other words, I laid down all the tracks needed to create a line that leads to this moment. Because I wanted to protect this timeline, I didn't want this moment to disappear.
The Takumi over there is Takumi 2. The one with the Gi data in his brain. He's still infected. That's why he killed so many of his friends in this timeline. If I'd prioritized fixing him in the early stages, I could have built a line that avoided that tragedy, but I didn't. I knew what he was doing, and I turned a blind eye. Because
I turned a blind eye.
I wanted to hear him say it. I wanted to hear you say it. That's why I did all this. That's the only reason. Ugh.
Do you despise me for it? You must think I'm a horrible person. No, those words aren't enough to describe what I've done. You killed everyone because the Gi stole your ability to reason. But the same can't be said for me. I made the conscious choice to allow all of this pain and suffering to take place. In that sense, my sin is far more grave. I know I can never be forgiven. That might be why I'm trapped in this endless loop. This is my punishment. I'm trapped in a prison I can never escape for all eternity. To pay for the horrible things I've done. I couldn't find my words. It was as if I'd been robbed of the ability to speak. On the one hand, Hiroko was right. Her crime was unforgivable. But for whatever reason, I couldn't bring myself to blame her. An indescribable, windingly complex heat wavered inside my mind. It was anger, hatred, and sadness, but it was also a heart-wrenching affection. Takumi 2 and Hiroko 2 huddled together in the darkness. One who had committed so many sins, and one who was about to commit even more. Two people bound in the chains of a cursed fate. But Hiroko had done everything just to see this very moment. We quietly watched and waited until the two of them parted. In the silence, shaky breaths filled the air. Hiroko's sobs spilled from her lips, as she could no longer hold them back. We made it back to our home timeline just before midnight last night. By the time we got back to the academy, the date had rolled over. Morning came and there wasn't any good news from Tsubasa. Final battle is upon us. We need to ensure we win, not just for ourselves, but also for Tsubasa's sake as she works on the life support system. Is that understood? As much as I care about Tsubasa, I'm more concerned about how losing would be a death sentence. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Strategy is exactly how Hiroko laid it out. Everyone remembers it, right? My power in the poison trap will use that two-hit combo to weaken Veshness. The trap is ready to go. Good to go. Just like last time, I could only make one, but it's ready to use whenever. I'll handle that. I figured it out in the battle with Dalsha last time. I can do the same here. Thanks, Nozomi. Shion, don't overdo it. If you die, everything we've done will be for nothing. So I can't use up all my power. It's a tall order, but I'll make it work. Veshness' new technique will be a pain to deal with, though. You mean the Undying Flames attack she has now? She gobbled up so much commander blood that she can do that kind of shit now, huh? According to the information I have, yes. Where did you get that information from exactly? Yes, sir, and Nigo aren't working, so how do you know all this? Well, that very moment, the doors to the war room flung open and someone came rushing in. Tsubasa, sorry to keep you waiting, I somehow managed to make it in time. You mean, could it be? She nodded and pulled something out from behind her. Da-da-da-da, the baby jar. Well, you finished the life support system. Yeah, that's this part attached to the jar here. If we put the baby inside, we can save Shion. That's why I made it, after all. You're amazing, Tsubasa. You really did it. Great work. Everyone else started to cheer, one after the other. Their faces were almost bursting with smiles. Tsubasa did this for me, what should I even say? Thank you. It doesn't even begin to cover it. I appreciate it so much from the very bottom of my heart. I'll stop if you don't thank me. As long as you help us in the fight, that's enough. The alarm sounded cutting off our conversation. Let's go. Do not die. We have to finish this fight and survive together. Leave us your position. Killing game. I never even got to accidentally graze Tsubasa's boobs. Nice. Forever indestructible. Here we go. Final time.
Help me! There's so many!
And according to Hiroko...
Yes. Then let's
Here...
That's the cannon fodder.
Which means she's already...
Here I am.
Let's finish this!
You don't get...
We're going to win!
What a splendid... Don't stop on my account.
I don't think so!
Yes, please.
Overlord Veshness, shut the hell up, you hag! Stop running your mouth and fight!
Oh, Ava. Well then.
Everyone,
that attack?
You mean...
An undying flames attack.
Damn it.
Huh? You knew about my newly mastered skill?
That's not all. We know all about your plan, too.
My plan?
Would you like me to tell you so you can fact-check it? If
Fact-check
that's
it.
what you want, I'll tell you everything we know.
Go ahead. And tell me what it is you think you know.
You said something at the start of this battle.
Here I am, as promised.
How after our last fight, you told us you'd come today. You're here now. But the delay wasn't for dramatic effect. You actually couldn't come until you'd finished building it. Am I right?
The rocket to destroy the artificial satellite?
What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb. I mean the undying flame missile you've been putting together.
How do you know about that?
Lady Hiroko is right. Veshness certainly did say something about needing to prepare.
Does that mean she was working on the missile?
Yes, but don't worry. It's not ready yet. Veshness, you waited too late to violate your religion's taboo. That's why you couldn't complete it in this timeline.
Timeline? What in God's name are you talking about?
There's nothing you can do about it now. You're too late, Veshness. Your fate is already sealed. You lose.
What? I have the power of a god. Scum like you couldn't possibly defeat me.
But we can. It's much stronger than yours.
Power of our bond, the special defense units,
That's
the best in the world.
Anything.
Then let us show you just how strong it is!
That's right!
Enough of your nonsense.
Bring it on!
Okay, everyone.
Bow down!
Now then, Shia, don't worry. I won't use all of my strength. Things will be all right. I'm telling you, I'll fight. Don't thank me.
We did it! You impertinent!
The poisonous taking.
Veshness, this is our... Let's not...
You really did. I feel more.
My adrenaline...
Everybody.
Right!
Yes.
For all our friends!
For all of
We
us.
cannot give up on our future!
We have nothing to fear.
Because we are...
Special Defense Unit! Best in the world!
Destructible and undefeated. Never lose, never yield. Special defense unit. Fight on.
Here we go,
You will pay! No! This can't be! I refuse! Someone as great as I can never be defeated!
Yay. Our victory signaled the end of all the fighting, but we didn't have time to bask in the afterglow. We deactivated our class armor and gathered outside of the defense room. Look, the wall of fire is gone. Shion must have gotten rid of it for us. Where is he? Everyone glanced around, nobody had an answer. No one told me he'd burned up all his freaking power. No, that's not possible. He said he'd survive for us. He's probably just exhausted. Yeah, maybe he used up too much power to keep making that avatar of his. Let's start. We need to get his physical body out of here. Supposed to have the jar? You brought it, right? Of course I did. Do you really think I'd forget something that important? But let's go. Heart's racing. Indeed, I haven't felt my pulse thrum this hard since I first night with the holy Jumanji sword. I wasn't sure what that meant, but I didn't hear or ignored her. I slowly approached the device housing Shion's physical body. I stood before it and then tried to breathe evenly. I could practically hear everyone's heartbeats around me. It's finally time. That's right, this is the moment that will seal our fate. How do we take him out? Takumi, do you have your infuser? Yeah. Then if you don't mind. Got it. I took out my infuser and raised it. Seeing this, Tsubasa quickly opened the jar. Okay, I'm ready. Alright, here goes. Well, did it work? Yeah, everything's fine, don't worry. The life support system is operating normally. The baby, he's okay. Everyone inhaled deeply. Now that all that tension had been let out, we started to celebrate. Alright, we did it. Hell yeah, just as planned. Oh, now Shion doesn't have to die. And that's not all. We stopped the energy supply to the missiles too. Final attack won't launch tomorrow. In other words, all of us, we're saved. Yeah. Yay, yay. Long live the Special Defense Unit. You guys are the best, I love you all. Our cheers echoed so loudly the rafters were practically shaking. The others leapt up and down and danced for joy, swinging their heads around. Overjoyed, I watched them, my hand to my chest as I let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Not long after Shion showed up. But something was wrong. He was staring down, biting his lip. What's the matter? I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Our plan worked. We're going to survive. And you are too. I know. That's why I'm apologizing. What do you mean? Come on, Shion, answer us. Everyone stared at Shion. We waited with bated breath for him to speak. Finally, softly and with an anguished look on his face, he did. I already finished charging them. What? The missiles are already full. What are you saying? It's only day 99. It's not possible for them to be charged that soon. That's right, that's how it's always been in all the timelines Hiroka and I know about. Perhaps Shion's feelings were too intense. His passion, his feelings and affection for us, maybe they burned a little too brightly. Nigo did mention something like that before. The more positive the emotions Shion feels, the greater the supply of energy. Shion closed his eyes and nodded. A cold silence fell over the room. So if they're all full of energy, final attack is gonna launch after all. Wait. Why don't we work together and destroy all the missiles? We can't do that. Why not? If we do, we'll set off the intercept system. Ah. It's stronger foe than Veshness ever was. Even with all our might, we could never hope to beat it. So why don't we use the intercept system to defend the school? Why didn't they use it? Well, would it use too much energy? But I don't know. Is it like a one-time thing? Eh. Who cares? Shion, is that true? Unfortunately, yes, there's no doubt about it. I couldn't control it even with my power. If you fight the intercept system, you'll all most certainly be killed. So then the final attack. Why doesn't the intercept system protect Shion? So that Eito could take him out and we could take him out? Why does it only protect on day 100? Yeah, I still don't get it. The final attack. That's right, it will launch tomorrow at 10 in the morning. No. The missiles were already full of energy. At least they weren't launched immediately. Apparently the control system hadn't been designed with this possibility in mind. The final attack was a significant event in the history of the people living on the artificial satellite. Starting it even a day early could very well cause unforeseen problems for them. They probably just see it all as a part of the show. Disgusting, it makes me sick. But it wasn't all misery for us. In essence, this meant we'd been given a reprieve of half a day. We used our limited time to think hard. How could all of us survive? Travel to another timeline? We pressed on until 10 AM without doing anything. The final attack would launch and all life on this planet would be obliterated by undying flames. There was no way to escape the flames. Hiding somewhere with thick walls or deep underground wouldn't save us. We were guaranteed to be killed by their relentless, all-consuming fire. We couldn't destroy the missiles in the defense room either. There was no way we could beat the intercept system. And of course there was the issue of the escape pod. It was completely corroded by the particle bacteria, so we wouldn't be able to use it to escape. So what do we do? Is there a way to save us all? Just then Tsubasa spoke, her face pale in terror. We made it so far too, this is so cruel, there's nothing we can do. No one said a word after that. Silence hung in the air, gloom permeating every inch of the room. Soon and without mercy, dawn arrived, without us ever finding a solution. We heard Sir A's overly positive announcement for day 100 play. Well, screw that. I know it's pre-recorded, but it irks me to no end. But what are we going to do? The question had been asked over and over, but there was still no one who could answer. Maybe this is it? Yeah, maybe it's time for us to give up. Hearing that must have pushed her over the edge. With an anguished sound, Hiruko ran out of the cafeteria. Hey, Hiruko. I rushed after her. Caught up with Hiruko in our usual spot behind the school. She ground to a halt, turned around and shrieked in frustration. Why does it have to end like this? We did everything right, all 17 of us survived. Why is it still not enough? Hiruko's eyes were brimming with tears. They slid down her cheeks one after another. I knew it, we're cursed, trapped in this cursed cycle. We'll never escape this loop. No, what? You can't give up, it's not like you, Hiruko. We can break free of the loop. I'm going to take you out of here with me, one way or another. Promised you that, remember? I swore this would be our last timeline, that the loop would end here. Today's day 100 and we're all alive. All we have to do now is build our own future. Future where we can all be happy, where I can be happy with you, Hiruko. Takumi. The tears had vanished from Hiruko's eyes, perhaps in the face of my overwhelming insistence. Yes, you're right, I want to believe that too. But you have to look at it, reality. We're hemmed in on all sides. There's nowhere we can go. It's like someone put a lock on every door that surrounds us. Something sparked in my mind the moment I heard that word. Why did you say lock? You did, right? You said lock. I did, but what does that have to do with anything? I quickly pulled out the device and checked the blood space wave schedule. We can leave today between 5:50 and 9:50 a.m. It's 7:30 a.m. right now. The window's already open. Wait, where are you suggesting we go? The Invader Hunt timeline. The one with the killing aim? That's right, but that timeline is locked. Oh, locked? What you said just now reminded of what you told me before. Yeah. Even if you locked it on day 49, 50 days later would be day 99, right? The machine will be unlocked now. We can jump to the Hunt timeline. Some of the conditions we needed to meet are already present in that timeline, so it's okay, you don't have to explain. Let's go and tell the others. Right. I see, so that's it. Basically, we all need to jump to this Hunt timeline you're talking about. Then we can use the escape pod there. That's exactly what I suggested 2 days ago. Right, and Mr. Smino was all like, we can't steal that escape pod from another timeline, we'd be killing ourselves. Or am I remembering wrong? So why is it suddenly okay now? I'm sorry to say it, but everybody in that timeline is already... Oh no. Are they really dead? But wait, is this the one that... where Takumi was not allowed to go with the escape pod because he killed Shion for Hemoanima? For Cryptoglobin? So will Shion let us fly now? Dead, yes. Survivors of the Hunt timeline were all killed on day 93. They sacrificed themselves to finish Veshnes. One more thing, the baby in that timeline is gone too. I see, so I died like everyone else. The others grew stiff and at a loss for words. There was a plaintive look on all their faces. I couldn't say I expected any less. Who could keep calm after hearing what that we'd all died in another timeline? Yohoho. Well, I guess there was one person. What's the point in crying about it? You can't bring back the dead. We need to keep pushing forward so their sacrifices won't be in vain. We need to live on, not just for ourselves, but for them too. Irreverent attitude aside, she was right. You're not wrong. You need to think positively. I feel bad for them, but now we can use their escape pod without feeling guilty about it. Let's pay our respects to them by using their pod. Everyone a bit back their disdain and nodded. Wait a moment, isn't boarding restricted to only official members of the Special Defense Unit? Don't worry about that. This escape pod got eaten up by the particle bacteria too. But because their Tsubasa repaired it as good as new now. And when she fixed it, she replaced everything, including the entire circuit board. Wow, I'm a genius. There definitely won't be any problem then. The original program will be totally overwritten with no boarding restrictions. So even unofficial members like myself and the baby, you'll be able to get on just fine, trust me. Thank you. Sincerely, I'm so grateful, thank you. Hey, don't thank me, it was a different timeline, Tsubasa, who did it. Anyway, that about sums it up. That's why we're going to the Hunt timeline. Everybody there is dead and the pod's boarding restrictions have been disabled. It's our best, maybe our only shot. Woohoo, the details are too much for me, but all I know is everything's gonna be okay. Well, I guess we could use the blood as everyone who is dead there, but it might be too old. I don't know. If we go with the hunt timeline, we'll all be saved. Hell yeah. Kamado pumped his fist into the air and everyone let out a cheer. Okay, let's get going, right? Oh, but what about Sir and Nigo? Let's take them with us. They're a part of the team too. Oh my god. Shion had vanished. Keeping his avatar materialized meant consuming energy, so he returned to being the baby now dipped inside the jar. Hey, can we get going already? We're wasting time hanging around here. The Rumi ran off ahead, the rest of us followed after her. I checked the PLM, we're good to go. The device on the other side is unlocked. Just like I thought, now we can leap to the hunt timeline. By the way, Hiroko, said the baby in that timeline passed away, right? Yes. Did he die on the same day as everyone else? That's right, on day 93. So the final attack wouldn't be launched in that timeline. There's no way the missiles would be full of energy by day 93. Just saying there's no rush. But emotionally speaking, I'd like to get it done as soon as possible. That's right, knowing we can use the pod makes me want to get right in there and leave this shithole forever. I'm with you guys, let's hurry. I opened the lockers. I was about to hand out the leap suits to everybody, but wait, I'll do it. Suddenly Hiroko took over giving out the leap suits one by one. We had 17 suits in total. There were 16 of us, so we had one extra. Sir and Nigo didn't need them since they were robots, but the baby did. First we tried stuffing the jar inside of someone else's suit, but that didn't work, so we ended up wrapping the jar in the remaining suit. Everyone got their suit on. Yep, and it fits like a glove. The machine was configured, the blood space waves were already surging, we could jump right away. We all jumped into the platform. Tsubasa was holding the suit with the baby jar inside it. This is probably going to be our final parallel leap. Slammed down one on the red button, jumped into the crowd, and one last time. Okay, here goes. The leap was complete. Everyone took off their suits and rushed out of the lab. Left on our own, Hiroko and I changed back into regular clothes, but just then I was gripped by intense deja vu. I'd seen this somewhere before. In another timeline, no, that wasn't it. It had been on day 86, just like after we visited the timeline where the academy was blown up. Hiroko was hunched over.
Hey, are you okay?
She didn't answer. She was breathing hard, one hand pressed to the wall, her shoulders heaving. In her other hand, she held her leap suit, the one she'd been wearing. I ran to her side and looked at the suit. There was a hole. The suit had a tiny hole on the back. Oh, that's why she wanted to distribute the suit so she could get the damaged one.
You knew about this hole, didn't you? That's why you gave out the suits.
I had to. If somebody had to wear it, then...
But this isn't the first time. You did it on day 86, too.
That's right. That was just a coincidence. I just happened to pick it. I must have terrible luck.
Poblin Hiroko's suit meant she was definitely suffering from leap damage.
If you... That means no...
Why would you do something so stupid?
It's fine. This is fine. I've done horrible things after all. I don't think this will absolve me, but this is the least I can do to atone. Now, let's get going. Everyone's waiting for us.
Hiroko and I went outside. We joined the others and immediately made a dash for the school. I'm fine, don't worry about it. Hiroko tried to reassure me as we ran. She didn't look too bad, but I didn't feel any kind of relief. We needed to get into the pod as quickly as possible so she could rest. That was all I could think as I kept putting one foot in front of the other. Eventually, we made it. But doesn't something seem odd? Odd how? He's right, there's something coming out of the top of the building.
No, it can't be.
As if to confirm our realization, the automated announcement began blaring out of the PA system.
An omnidirectional attack.
But why? This is what you told us, Takumi. The baby was supposed to be gone so the attack wouldn't launch. Just then Shion appeared. Hey Shion, what the fuck is happening? Why is the attack launching? I don't know, I can't imagine how it could have built up that much energy. I have to hurry and get the escape pod. But where even is it? Everyone looked around but the pod was nowhere to be found. It's 9:30 right now. The attack is scheduled to start at 10 a.m. The pod won't come out in the schoolyard until just before the attack, or is it the... There were 2 killing game route endings, right? One where we escaped and one where we didn't. Next moment I had a flashback and remembered what the Tsubasa from this timeline had told me.
If we replace the control systems...
I told everyone that I didn't remember they didn't need any further explanation. The moment our eyes met, we all started to sprint for the war room. I see, so that's how it works. I get why it happened now. Tsubasa was furiously navigating the computer system in the war room. Why, what happened? The final attack. Since everyone in this timeline gone wiped out, people from the artificial satellite came here. They brought a spare baby that had been secretly keeping on the satellite with them, a clone of Shion. We had that? They put him in the machine in the defense room as the replacement for the baby who passed in this timeline. How you mean there's another baby in the defense room right now as we speak? Not exactly, this one was still developing, so his body wasn't quite stable yet. Because of that, right after he finished powering the missiles, he passed away. Tsubasa nodded silently. So they had a clone of me. Well, I did have my suspicions. Looks like the people in the satellite didn't think they had anything to worry about even if I were to die. They had a spare, so it was acceptable to them. Losing me was hardly even a setback. Everyone stared at Shion with intense emotions in their eyes. I thought maybe they could have brought new baby in the first timeline, but I guess Eito absorbed the missiles as well, right? So it would have to start charging again from the beginning? Who cares? It was a mix of sadness, sorrow, and a burning anger directed to everyone on the satellite. She and I didn't know what to say. They probably thought the same about us. Indeed, to the people on the satellite, our lives are worth less than dirt. Damn it, I really wish I could have given one of these guys a kick in the nuts. Screw that, I want to beat them all to a bloody pulp. I don't blame you, but there's something we have to do first. We need to survive and actually get to the artificial satellite. Tsubasa. When my cute Tsubasa got moving, she rushed toward the control panel at the back of the room and slammed her palm against a large button. When she did that, the schoolyard appeared on the monitor. It's really happening. It's the escape pod. I'm so overwhelmed I could cry. Isn't it too early for that? Celebrate once we get inside it. Here, buddy, let's go. That pod will automatically launch in 100 seconds before the attack starts. The version of me in this timeline must have pre-programmed it. Are you for real? You mean we have less time now? We've come this far, we can't afford to miss it now. Let's stop yapping and start running. Everyone nodded and took off, all of us running faster than speeding bullets. We thundered down the halls and stumbled down the flights of stairs. Finally, we made it to the first floor. We turned to the corner and arrived at the entrance hall. Just then, I heard a sound behind me. I turned around to see someone on the ground. Hiruko.
Hiruko!
Scrambled over to her and propped her up.
Hey, are you okay, Hiruko? Stay with me!
An omnidirectional attack will launch in...
Takumi.
Absolutely not. I'm not going without you.
Then, what do you propose to do?
Bro, it's literally just a few meters. Just carry her.
I'll carry you to the pod.
You can't. You heard the announcement. The pod launches 100 seconds before the attack. You won't make it if you're carrying me.
Everyone could carry her.
I knew it. That dream, it was a sign. I told you, didn't I? I had a dream.
Yep.
And I told you that it was just a dream. It's not going to happen. We need all of the Special Defense Unit. If we don't, I won't get out of the loop either.
No. You will. I saw it. In my dream. You were there.
I couldn't keep arguing with her. Precious time was ticking away and every second counted. We had to hurry. I had to get Hiruko to the escape pod. But the moment I tensed up my arms to lift her, she swatted me away, refusing my help.
Enough. Let me go. I think it's fate that I die here. I finally understand why I can't be saved. Yes, it wouldn't be right. Not after what I've done. There's no way we'd be allowed to survive after killing everyone on this planet.
Her voice was frail and faint. Hiruko looked over at the bottom of the stairs and followed her gaze. straight to the hidden door that connected to the secret basement.
Hiruko, you can't.
I can. The basement's close. I can crawl if I have to. I'll go there. I'll enter the livor mortis codes. After the pod launches, of course. Right before the attack. If I do that, I can stop the missiles from launching. The whole school will be blown to pieces. I told you. I wore the suit with the hole in it so I could. This is also
Oops.
a part of my redemption. I let everyone die in the serial killer timeline. I need to pay for what I've done, even as I stay here, imprisoned in this jail cell of an infinite loop. For all eternity. Takumi, thank you for everything. You were a slow-witted dullard of a servant. But also, the best partner I could have asked for. This is my final order to you, servant. Go, Takumi. You can still make it.
My head was spinning. It went without saying that I couldn't possibly leave Hiruko behind, which left me with two options. I could forcibly haul her to the pod or go to the basement and blow up the school with her. We're unlikely to make it if I chose the first option. Even if by some miracle we made it in time, all life on this planet would be destroyed. The second option would be save them, but Hiruko and I would be killed instead.
An omnidirectional.
What was I supposed to do? I didn't have a second to spare. I just had to go with my gut and make my decision. Escape pod. I want to escape.
All life on the surface will die? Who cares about that? There's only one life I'm worried about saving right now. The one I care about the most.
We just talked for 100 seconds and now we won't make it.
It's yours, Hiruko! I can't let you die!
I grabbed hold of Hiruko and took off running. I tore through the hallway, turned the corner, and flew into the entrance hall. I heard the announcement, 170 seconds remain until the final attack, 70 seconds until the pod was launched. I could do this, I could make it. I held my conviction close to my heart and ran to the exit, opening the door and dashing through. I ran for my life. I recklessly and single-mindedly sprinted forward. I could see the escape pod in the distance, a small shining dot that looked no bigger than a grain of rice. I ran toward it. There was a ferocious energy behind every stride. I couldn't breathe, my chest ached. My heart raced so fast I thought it was going to burst. I could hear the fibers of my muscles tearing. Pain tore through my brain, making my vision blur. But I couldn't stop. I had to keep pushing on more and more. Anything to get there even 1 second faster. I needed to get into that pod. I said I'd get us out of this loop. I swore I'd protect Hiruko. This isn't how our story is going to end.
I have to do this!
I summoned the last of my strength to keep my legs moving through the numbness, but time was still slipping away.
Omnidirectional attack.
Pod launches 100 seconds before the attack, only 40 seconds left. It was still a long ways off. I couldn't get my legs to cooperate. I was slowing down in spite of myself. Maybe it's impossible, maybe it's really hopeless. Just as those thoughts flickered through my mind.
Chin up, Takumi! You can do this!
Kurata!
Everyone was there gathered around me.
We'll talk later. Hand Hiruko over.
We'll take turns carrying her. Then we'll all make it, man.
There was no time to hesitate. I let them take Hiruko.
Okay. Do me proud!
With that I started to run again, now with my friends alongside me. We traded Hiruko between us one after the other, taking turns. We carried her forward as fast as we could.
How much time left? 10 seconds!
We were getting closer to the pod, closer and closer. The open door was so close now. So close it tried in front of us. We're right there.
5 seconds left! 4,
3, 2, 1. We up. Oh, we're in? Everyone was inside the pod. Nozomi, Gaku, Darumi, Shoma, Kyoshika, Moko, Yugama, Takimaru, Kurara, Tsubasa, and the twins. And there was Eito, Ava, and Shion. I had his baby body in my arms. Sir and Nigo were there too. The repairs were complete and their functions had now been restored. And of course there was Hiruko. She was sitting in the back, staring out of the window.
We're saved.
Her voice was raspy and joyless. Her eyes were lifeless and dull, only a dark violet shard of light shimmered weakly in their depths. The reflected light of undying flames. I could see the surface of the planet being raised in her eyes.
I feel so empty.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
It's like there's a huge gaping hole in my heart.
Those feelings made sense. We'd done what we had to survive. In exchange, all life on the planet had been completely annihilated. I'd be lying if I said I didn't have regrets. If I'd just gone to the basement, if I'd blown up the school, maybe I could have saved them, but what choice did I have? I made my decision to save Hiruka. Suddenly, Ava spoke up.
Oh, I see. It all makes sense now.
What's with you all of a sudden?
I remember everything. It must be the shock of what just happened to the planet. My brainwashing has come undone.
Wow, who expected that?
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Yes. A strong enough mental shock can undo the dolmenic procedure.
Thankfully, I understand everything now. I know what I need to do.
And
oh no.
is that exactly?
Everyone was looking at Ava. She didn't answer her question right away. She's going to explode?
I had a daughter down there. A sweet girl that I loved so much.
A daughter?
Yes. I don't need to explain further, do I?
Don't tell me you're...
Your suspicions are correct. I will go to your satellite and kill every last human there!
While it continued to fly through the darkness, making its way to the satellite and all of the unwitting people on it. But we can fight her, right? Oh my god. One massacre to another. Okay. Time to go to the basement. Basement.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We could save ourselves, but what's the point of a future where all of the other life here has to die? Even if I'm the only one, I don't want to sacrifice all those lives for ours. So... I'm going with you, Hiruko.
Hiruko let out an exasperated sigh.
You really are stupid beyond all salvation. Let me guess. You're not going to take no for an answer.
You know it.
All right. If you're not going to back down, you can come with me.
Hiruko.
Now stop wasting time. And hurry.
I lent Hiruko my shoulder to get her upright, supporting her weight as we headed for the stairs. And then... we reached the basement. I rushed over to the terminal, quickly entering 8 of the liver mortis codes. Only one was left, Hiruko's. The moment I entered 4 in her slot, the school would be blown to oblivion.
An omnidirectional.
The pod launches 100 seconds before the attack, so there's only 30 seconds left. Hiruko pulled something out of her pocket. It was the Calico cat figure I'd given her all the way back to on day 10.
Oh.
I've wanted one of these for so long. I told you in that timeline. Did you remember?
Huh?
Not when I gave it to you, but now, yes, I remember it vividly.
Soft final.
We're going to be doing this all over again. I wonder how Loop 147 will work out. Will you still remember me?
Ah.
How about the Calico? Calico? Not just that, I mean everything that happened this time. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Everything.
Ah!
Of course, how could I possibly forget?
Oh.
Is that a promise? A promise.
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 100 seconds.
Ugh.
It's lunch time for the pod. The others should be taking off now. I nodded quietly, placing my finger over the 4 on the terminal. Unlucky number 4. No, I think this one's good luck. Suddenly I felt warmth on my right hand. I looked to see Hiroko holding it tight. Familiar smell hit my nose, the sweet, soft scent of lavender. Ready? Ready as I'll ever be. You're sure? Or you're still the same idiot you were when we started this timeline? Yeah. And then here I go. 3, 2, 1. The very second I was about to apply my pressure with my finger. Oh no. Don't worry, the pod's still on the surface. Tsubasa whipped up a program that lets us launch it manually. She's up there waiting right now. So hurry up and go. But who's going to enter the final 4? I'll handle that. I'll press it right before the final attack is launched. I can teleport in this form and my real body's inside the pod anyway. But I can't move anymore. It's okay, we'll take turns carrying you. If we do that, we can still make it in time. We're wasting precious time having this conversation. I looked straight into Hiroko's eyes. Hiroko, you have to trust us. I told you before, right? If you keep believing in something for long enough, you can make it happen. You can absolutely overcome any obstacle in your way. Kumi, everyone. Here we go. It's time to take back what's ours. Our future, our hope. The artificial satellite up there in the sky. We'll reach out and grab it with our own hands. Shion, you take it from here. Got it. I held Hiroko tight and ran. I flew up the stairs, stumbling into the hallway. I handed her over to Takemaru. We passed her from one person to the next as we ran outside. I could see the escape pod in the distance, a small shining dot that looked no bigger than a grain of rice.
We're not done yet! We're gonna make it!
We shouted encouragement to each other as we continued to run for our lives. Each of us took turns carrying Hiroko. Eventually, our relay brought her back to me.
15 seconds.
The pod was close now. If we kept up this pace, we could make it. Keep going, get Hiroko to the pod. My feet thundered against the ground as I picked up the pace. I ran for my life. I recklessly and single-mindedly sprinted forward. I couldn't breathe, my chest ached. My heart raced so fast I thought it was going to burst. I could hear the fibers of my body. Yeah.
5,
4,
3.
We have to make it!
Yay! Everyone was inside the pod. Nozomi, Gaku, Darumi, Shoma, Kyoshika, Moko, Yugama, Takemaru, Kurara, Tsubasa, and the twins. Then there was Eito, Eva, and Shion. I had his baby body in my arms. Suri and Nigo were there too. The repairs were complete and their functions had now been restored. And of course there was Hiroko too. She was beside me watching with delight as everyone celebrated. How are you feeling?
What does it look like? I feel incredible. Look at us. We're all here. We even saved everyone on the planet too.
Hiroko looked out the window and toward the shining blue sphere. The beautiful planet hung in the darkness. Its continued existence is an absolute miracle.
That's all thanks to you, Hideko. It's all because you wanted to save them.
Know your place, servant. It's 100 years too early for you to be doling out compliments to your master.
I was a little happy to hear her retort. It meant Hiroko was her same old self.
Besides, it's not all thanks to me. This achievement belongs to Shion, and the others as well. And, although I hate to say it, it's yours too.
Yay.
I truly appreciate what you've done, Takumi.
My face burned red hot. Anything I could have said got caught in my throat. Trying to hide the effect Hiroko's words had on me, I turned to look at everyone else. They were smiling, crying, and hooting like animals as they let their emotions flow out.
We did it! Yay! Woohoo!
It all worked out. Now we can be together forever.
Yay, we'll be tried for crimes of, What was it? Oh my god. Something betrayal, something. I don't know. It's called something else. I don't know.
Really okay if I stick around?
Treason. We'll be tried for treason, probably.
Are you crazy? We wouldn't have it any other way.
You're our friend forever, Shion. We all care for you.
Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, you are the best buds I ever had. I love you guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. I let my gutter juices out in a zero-gravity environment.
Don't call them gutter juices, man. They look like shining diamonds to me.
Takamaru! Wow, Tsubasa, you're a freaking genius!
Thanks! Now, give me some space, please.
Space, huh?
Sit tight,
Haha.
Tsubasa. I'll send him flying with a slippery Moko German suplex.
Tsubasa, baby, nobody does it like you do!
Ah, just leave me alone!
Kako!
Ema!
Wait, what did you just call me?
Hey! You did it too!
Well, why not? Let's just be Kako and Ema from now on.
Sounds good to me, Ema.
There, my good girl. Don't you cry.
No crying, only celebrating. Come on, Lady Kurara. You should really have something to drink yourself.
Ah! I'm so peeved with all of you! Totally cheesed off! Steamed! Absolutely pissed!
Now, sir, calm down. It may be true that our plan to raise the planet failed, but we did defeat the enemy's supreme commander, Veshnus.
That's not the issue here! I'm getting all emotional seeing how happy everyone is! And I hate that!
Sir!
Hiruka gazed at everyone with stars in her eyes. After some time staring, she whispered to herself, just loud enough for me to hear.
Everybody's alive.
That's right. Safe and sound.
It's way past 10 a.m. We're all still here.
Yeah.
Which means...
We're...
Free!
Free from the time loop!
Yes!
Our overjoyed cries echoed throughout the escape pod. Everyone was staring at us with vacant expressions blinking.
Takumi, Hiroko, that's great.
Yeah. Congratulations, you two.
Huh? You understand what they're talking about?
Yes. Everything's wrapped up nicely.
Maybe it would be more accurate to say it's been unwrapped and smoothed out flat again.
I ain't sure what you mean by that, but...
In short,
everything's been resolved.
And it's happily ever after!
We finally made it! Let's do the thing!
No.
Yes! Time to choke each other!
Or play jump rope with intestines? When have we ever done any of that weird crap?
Takumi, that's your cue.
Take it away, Takumi!
No.
Ready? Go!
Special Defense Unit, best in the cosmos, indestructible and undefeated, never lose, never yield. Special Defense Unit, fight on! Pod continued to drift through the emptiness of space toward the artificial satellite in the dark distance. We weren't sure what would happen to us when we arrived. After all, we disobeyed the will of humanity. Maybe harsh punishment awaited us, or maybe now that we'd served our purpose, the people in charge would want to have us killed. But somehow I felt that things would be alright. No matter what kinds of difficulties we encounter, no matter what trials lie in our future, if all 17 of us come together, we'll find a way through them. On day 101, day 102, and all days after. So long as all of us are together, we can keep fighting our way. We'll walk an endlessly continuing path, leading us to an eternity where we all can be happy. We can all be happy. Yeah. So that's like the true ending. All 17 of us SF route. I guess the true ending was the second scenario, but this is like the second main ending. The SF route. Yay. But we still got 4 endings to go. Can we do it today? Yeah, right. Let's do it. Okay. It's time to finish this. Ah, shit. Let's go. Serial killer timeline. Sorry, Hiruko, but my decision hasn't changed. We need to go with the serial killer timeline. I just can't leave him. Leave myself like that. I wouldn't budge on that point. I see. She nodded listlessly. How about you? I told you I won't object no matter what you choose. I'll keep my mouth shut and go along with it. So you'll help me? Yes. I give Hiruko a grateful smile. She put her hand on her hip and let out a short sigh. Loud. 7:40 p.m. It's been 10 minutes since the leap window opened. In order to regain the time we'd lost, I had to configure the machine quickly. Hiruko and I put on our leap suits. Alright, let's go. Alright, we've made it back to the school. Hiruko spoke in a clear, calm voice. Are you sure you're okay with this? I'm the type to adapt quickly. I don't waste time worrying, unlike somebody I know. Now then, we're here to fix Takumi too, but where is he? I think I might know. Today's day 50, the day of the halfway to 100 party. So he's in the cafeteria with the others. Yeah, but we can't just walk in there dressed like this, can we? So I have another idea. I see they left party poppers behind the rec room, so Takumi too went there to collect them from the gift-o-matic. Yeah, if we wait here, we can rush him when he arrives. He's going to come up those stairs up to the 3rd floor. After a short wait there, he was just as I predicted. A version of me from this timeline, Takumi too. Takumi too took a solid punch to the gut from Hiruko and went down. He was already unconscious before he hit the floor. Hiruko and I brought him to the infirmary and let Hiruko handle his treatment. Alright, his treatment is finished, all thanks to this. The cerebral glitch repair program. Then the Gi data in his brain is... Yes, it's been completely erased. That means he won. He won't, I won't hurt anyone else in this timeline. Indeed, he'll be back to the harmless, dim-witted Takumi Sumino all know and love. Wait, I remember the serial killer timeline. Takumi got killed by Ocean Man suits. Right. That was a weird ending where I didn't get what was happening. Because... Yeah, I remember something like that. Yeah, who killed everyone back there? It wasn't Takumi. Takumi got killed, so who killed everyone? Yeah. Her insults didn't sting in the least. If anything, they were music to my ears. Was it another Kako? After that, Hiruko and I hauled Takumi-2's unconscious body to the metal shop and found a place to set him down. We were trying to be considerate when he chose that room. We thought it would be easier for everyone to find him somewhere closer to the cafeteria where the party was being held. That was the end of our Takumi-2 problem. Hiruko and I quickly returned to the lab. Let's head back. Right. Here we go. We're back in our original timeline. Immediately I was overcome with intense palpitations. The world was spinning around me. I could hardly breathe. Did you get the whole suit? At first I blamed the leap suit. I peeled it off, putting my hand on my chest and breathing it deeply. There was no sign of the pain getting better. My heart raced, my head spun and my lungs ached. Ached?
What's wrong, Takumi?
Just as Hiruko rushed to my side, I lost all strength and fell to the ground. Suddenly, she was holding me in her arms.
You're okay, Takumi. Stay with me.
I wanted to scream to her that I wasn't okay at all, but I couldn't make a sound. I couldn't breathe normally. All my air was gone, as if someone had sucked it out with a straw. Don't tell me.
Don't tell me.
Still supporting me with one arm, Hiruko reached for the leap suit on the ground. It was the one I'd been wearing. She examined it closely. Before long, her eyes widened and she gasped.
A hole. There's a hole in it. But why? How? Nothing happened when we jumped into that timeline. Looking closely, it's starting to fray in a few spots. Did one of these spots get torn open? It doesn't matter what caused it. Takumi, this has to be...
Leap damage.
I squeezed the words out from my throat. Everything around me was getting hazy. The very next moment, my consciousness fell apart into 1,000 pieces, vanishing without a trace like dust in the wind. I woke suddenly. My eyelids slowly opened and I saw...
Hiruko?
I flew upright, shocked by the sound of her voice. Well, I tried to, but I couldn't get my muscles to cooperate and unceremoniously rolled out of my bed instead.
Are you alright?
With Hiruko's help, I managed to get to my feet. My legs trembled like a newborn fawn's. I have 4 questions. What, 4 so suddenly? Just answer me, what day is it today? She continued after a deep sigh. You're not going to like this. It's day 71. Day 71? Yes, you've been out cold for 20 days. Oh, okay. Next question. Why did you just scream like that? Isn't it obvious you suddenly woke up after 20 days? I was starting to think you might never open your eyes again. Sorry for making you worry. I wasn't worried. Besides, you should see how worried everyone else is. That's right, I need to tell them that you're awake. Hiruko was about to run for the door, but I was quick to stop her. Wait, I'm not done. I still have 2 questions left. What are they? What about our battles? The enemy must have attacked while I was out. We attacked all right on day 57 and day 63. But as you can see, the school is still standing. We fought without you and won. Thanks, that's some good work. That hardly sounded sincere. Don't tell me you feel like you missed out, or do you not like that the team proved it could win without you? Hey, come on. Never mind that. What's your last question? Oh, well, this is a vague one, but did anything change while I was asleep? Change? No, nothing's changed. Did you find anything out, though? Any new information? Oh, you do have one thing. It's about the liver mortis codes. There's no point in collecting them. What? Why? Because they're just signal transmitter. The next moment, I was suddenly seized by a violent nausea. It surged up from deep inside of me and dripped along my throat. I couldn't hold back. I spewed liquid all over the place. It was sticky, shiny, fresh blood, the color of ripe cherries. Kumi, you... I'm fine, don't worry. Don't lie to me, you're clearly not okay at all. You haven't recovered from your leap damage, you need to rest more. I've rested plenty, I was asleep for 20 days. But Takumi... The nausea was gone, but my vision was still blurry. My pulse was racing, and with each throb there was a stabbing pain in my head. Tomorrow is day 72, another attack is coming, right? I can't leave it all to you. You're planning to fight like that? Yeah. Don't be absurd, you're in no condition to fight. But I have to protect everyone's happiness. Then sit down and behave. If you go out onto the battlefield now, you'll make them all miserable. I will? You really are slow, aren't you? You fight now. If you go out on the battlefield, you're going to die, do you hear me? You leapt twice with your skin exposed. Even though you were wearing a leap suit on day 50, it had a hole in it. You know what that means, right?
If you that means...
You said once or twice more, then I have 1 more time left at most. Kumi, I'm okay, whatever happened just now is over, it's nothing to worry about. Hiruko shook her head dumbfounded. You're not in your right mind, Takumi, do you remember what I told you before?
Seriously?
Are you saying I'm not being rational? That's exactly what I'm saying. If you go into battle like this, you'll only slow us down, you'd know that if you were thinking straight. You're also forgetting that your fate isn't yours alone.
In short, the sum of...
We need all of the Special Defense Unit members together until the final day. If we lose just one person, you and I won't be able to break free of this infinite loop. So please stay here and rest, do it for me. Hiruko had a point, maybe I wasn't thinking rationally. The team had managed to win battles without me twice, they'd more than proven themselves. Maybe there was no sense in forcing myself to go, arguably it was part of my duty as captain to trust them. But even if things had worked out for them so far, there was no guarantee that would be the case in tomorrow's battle as well. If I stayed back and everyone got killed, I'd be overcome with immeasurable regret. What was the right choice? Should I go and fight and let everyone else handle it? I agonized over the decision and finally I made my choice. Okay, I feel like we shouldn't join tomorrow's battle, but I'm gonna do it because I want to die. I want Takumi to die. I see the ending. Hiruko, I have to fight. Takumi, I'm telling you I'm fine now. I won't hold you guys back in the fight. But I can't just sit here and watch. I can't just sit around while everyone puts their lives on the line in battle. Please hear me out. I really genuinely want to fight for all of us. Hiruko shut her eyes. After a heavy sigh, she spoke. Fine if you insist, but if it gets too much for you, let me know immediately. A servant can't die before his master. That's an order, you hear me? Yeah, of course. Hiruko quietly took her leave after hearing my answer. It didn't take long for everyone else to show up in my room. It must have been a shock for them to see me awake after I'd been unconscious for so long. They cheered, they cried, they sang happy tunes. Once all of the emotion settled down, they carried me outside and threw me into the air over and over again. As I flew through the air, I felt certain I made the right choice. I would fight to protect them. That was the right thing to do. It couldn't possibly be a mistake. At the same time, I was more sure than ever that I needed to stay alive until 10 AM on day 100. For all of us, for Hiruko, I have to keep everyone alive to the very end. I made a solemn vow in my heart as I flew in the air, coming just that small distance closer to the satellite. My head was fuzzy. Everyone was already gathered inside the war room. They were discussing all the details of our upcoming defensive battle, but I could barely hear anything. It was like my head was submerged underwater. Takumi, are you okay? You seemed a little out of it. What are you? Hey, are you listening? Oh yeah, I'm fine. He can't help it. He's still in recovery. He was asleep for 20 days with an unknown infection after all. Apparently that was the cover story Hiruko came up with. It was as good an explanation as any. She was in no position to just start talking about sleep damage after all. But can you fight like this, dude? Shouldn't you get some more rest? I said I'm fine. I won't get in the way. You have to believe me. I clenched my fist and pleaded immediately after the alarm sounded.
I don't want to fight.
Takumi, you look like
struggling.
Are you certain you're abs?
Drop it. Forget that and.
I don't want to fight.
Not like this.
Are you freaking?
There's no command.
Like appetizer.
It was so
Maybe it was a harbinger.
You mean a death flag?
We still won.
Yeah, I guess so. Well then, Takumi.
Takumi?
Gonna die.
Hey, Takumi! What's the matter? Snap out of it!
Takumi!
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 The end. No? Day 98. Okay, practically the end. I came to along with the morning announcement. I heard the date loud and clear. Day 98. It can't be. I murmured to myself and tried to get out of bed, but after being asleep for so long I couldn't get my muscles to engage. I twisted around and rolled out of bed, steadying myself against my desk as I forced myself to my feet. I have to ask everyone what happened. They should be at breakfast right now. I stumbled out of my room, leaning against the walls as I made my way to the cafeteria. When I arrived, everyone was there just as I suspected. They were frozen like statues, their jaws practically on the floor. Kumi, wait, there was someone missing. It was Nozomi. I couldn't see her anywhere, but before I could ask, Ako started talking. Hey, are you guys messing with me? Why is Takumi here? What do you mean why? He must have come to... Yeah, Takumi's awake. Yo, you're back. Wahoo. Thunderous cheers echoed around me. Everyone gathered round. They hugged me and ruffled my hair and they clamored with delight. Eventually, once their excitement had subsided a little, I fixed my hair and cleared my throat. Can I ask what happened over the last 25 days while I was asleep? Where to start? We took turns looking after you. What about the defensive battles? We had one on day 87 and one on day 93. An elderly warrior named Dalsha came both times, but we vanquished him. Speaking of battles, Veshness is coming tomorrow, but you don't need to fight. What, of course I do. Just how clueless are you? You're in no shape to fight. That's right, Mr. Sumino, take it easy and get some rest. If your leap damage gets any worse, we'll all be in trouble. Huh? I couldn't believe my ears. How do you guys know about leap damage? I told them everything, even about the time loop. Why? Well, we grilled her about it. We asked her if she really had some kind of mystery infection. We're like, you need to tell us what really happened so we can find a way to cure him and save him together. Just like that, but... Pardon a crap smear like me for opening his petted face hole, but shouldn't we be happy Takumi's finally better? That's right, I'm so happy I could do a backflip. And I finished the baby jar too. Now we just need Nozomi to wake up. I couldn't keep up with all this. Nozomi? Everything they said led to new questions. What's a baby jar? What's happened to Nozomi? Rejection symptoms? Everyone felt silent. Something must have happened. Something that was difficult to talk about. Hiruko, why don't you tell him? I still haven't eaten breakfast, so... Alright, Takumi, come with me. Hiruko left the cafeteria. I heard after her. Eventually, we reached our destination. Ah, shit. What? What the hell is going on? Why is the escape pod all corroded? Can't you tell it's particle bacteria? Yeah. Don't worry, the attack's not going to launch. We're going to stop it. How? We're going to take the baby out. So I made baby jar. Yes. What happened to Nozomi? I think showing you would be the best way to explain. Come with me. She's in her room.
Nozomi?
She's glowing? What?
Why is she glimmering?
It was day 85. I brought everyone to the lab to tell them about parallel leaping. On the way back, a tiny meteorite came flying down from the sky.
What?
It exploded in midair, and these particles of light came raining down.
What?
Nozomi was completely covered in them. Thankfully, she doesn't seem to have any external wounds. But she lost consciousness immediately after it happened. That brings us to what you see here.
Ah, yes.
Is her life in any danger?
No. She's just sleeping. Her breathing and pulse are normal. So, don't worry about that.
She was comatose, and yet for some reason it didn't make me feel anxious. Maybe it was because of the magnificent shine coming off from her body. To me it looked like something sacred that would only be granted to a chosen one.
Oh.
Now then... and then the meteor happens. Now then, we've taken up a lot of time getting you to speed. Everyone's waiting in the cafeteria. We need to head to the defense room and put the baby in the jar. What about breakfast? Are we going to have to skip it? Are you insane? I've been asleep for 25 days. But you're still fine, aren't you? We were feeding you intravenously. Now that she mentioned it, I realized I didn't feel hungry. Come on, let's go. True evil appears without warning. It was a realization I felt all too keenly. Back in the cafeteria, Hiruko and I were greeted by a scene that was difficult to process. Kako?
How?
Oh my god.
Can't be.
The blood drained from my face. I went weak in the knees. I could hardly continue standing upright. What the hell happened here? I clutched my chest and tried to take deep breaths. Calm down, I told myself. I had to stop panicking and make sure I was really seeing what I thought I was seeing. The Kimaru, Yugami, Madarumi, Hyoshika, all 5 of them were laying limply in a sea of blood. There wasn't even a hint of movement. It was clear they're already gone. I'm not seeing enough movement. But it wasn't just them. The other 8 were laid out on the floor around them. There was no sign of blood on them. Were they okay?
Snap out of it, Takumi. We need to get them to the infirmary.
Right. Got it.
No sooner than I took a step forward, slash.
It's you.
The key infected Kako. It's Kako G.
What a terrible nickname! Could you please not call me that? Anyway, you know me? You must have been to that timeline then. Have you been following me? Not that it matters now.
Kakoji continued speaking as she swung around her survival knife.
What a shame. I was about to kill the rest of them too. You just had to show up and ruin it.
You must be the one who ran away from the mystery timeline.
Mystery timeline? I'm not familiar with that name, but you're probably right. Except I didn't run away. I just got bored and went somewhere else.
You got exposed, gal.
By the way, I made sure to slaughter every last one of them in that timeline.
Why would you do that?
Did I never tell you? Deep inside me, there's an unstoppable urge to kill other animals. It's part of my reproductive instincts. I was born that way. For me, killing feels like what your species does in bed. But if you ask me, the things you do there are far more grotesque and repulsive. Oh, look. They've started to come around while we were talking.
What did you do to them?
Nothing too serious. I just put some sleeping pills in the water cooler.
And then everybody drank the water and fell unconscious.
Exactly. Anyway, it'll be a problem for me if they wake up. The odds of a 10-on-1 fight aren't in my favor. This doesn't mean you've won, though. I just don't want to harm this vessel. I've had her for more than 75 days now. I've become quite attached. I really must be going now. See you around.
I was about to protest when Bakuji ran out of the cafeteria at an unbelievable speed.
We have to chase her down!
Wait, Takumi. We need to do something about our friends first.
Damn! You're right.
Hiroko and I examined the bodies of the first 5. They'd bled out, having lost all of their cryptoglobin. We couldn't revive them. The strength left our bodies and we collapsed to the ground. It wasn't long after that the rest of the unit came to. They were all horrified to see the carnage before them. Kako was particularly distraught. She clung to Ima's corpse and held it tight. She wailed like an animal, shaking her head and heaving heavy sobs. Even now, the shock still colored their faces. Hoping to calm everybody down a little, Hiroko and I brought them to the gym. I see sleeping pills in the water cooler. We drank it and it knocked us out. My head is still fuzzy, my vision is all blurry too. I can barely stand up. But who would do this? Let me make one thing clear, the culprit is not one of us, it's some kind of creature that came from another timeline. Creature? Yes, a Gi. Hiroko was probably trying to spare everyone by leaving out that it was possessing a version of Kako. We should probably know that information in case she attacks. If our Kako were to find out, she'd probably be beside herself with grief and guilt.
Hey!
Hiroko and I will go after it, you guys wait here. No, I'm going to. Kako, understand how you feel. No, I'm going to kill that thing. After screaming at the top of her lungs, Kako lurched forward. The effects of the medicine haven't worn off yet, you can't run like this. How can you say that? You were the one in a coma for days. Yeah, but I feel now. Fine now. Enough of this, Takumi. We need to go, everybody. Take care of Kako. Got it. Why? I want to go too. I want to go. Let me go. Kako was having a complete meltdown, tears streaming down her face. Everyone frantically tried to hold her back. Thanks, guys. That was all I could say before Hiroko and I ran out of the gym. We were unsure if Kakuji was still on the premises, but we still searched around the school just to be sure. When we reached the war room...
Sirei and Nico too.
Why them? Hiroko rushed over to them. After a short inspection, she turned to me, her face ashen.
They're completely destroyed. Totally beyond repair. It's possible she hasn't given up on trying to kill us all.
So, maybe...
We looked at each other as the realization dawned.
This is bad!
Nozomi's in trouble!
We bolted out of there, making our way to Nozomi's room on the rooftop. We burst into her room and looked at the bed. Possible she's gone. No. We returned to the rooftop and looked around. Just then we heard the sound of a propeller turning. It's coming from the schoolyard. What, a helicopter? I ran to the fence. I grabbed onto it and looked down to see a fire extinguisher drone hovering off in the distance. Oh. Sure enough, under the drone was... It's Kakuji and she's holding somebody. It's Nozomi. Kakuji cut through the wall of fire with the drone and ran along the path cleared for her. Yuriko, let's go. Right. We rushed to the city ruins. There was no sign of Kakuji. Where did she go? Could she be going to the lab? When's the next sleep window? Tonight, starting at 9:20 p.m. Then what would be the point of taking her there? Why would she even want to take Nozomi to another timeline? How should I know? I don't even know why she took Nozomi in the first place. Probably to be a host for the parasite, another parasite. And wait, the lab's the only place that makes sense, so I know, let's go. We ran for the lab. After 5 minutes of sprinting, Hiroko suddenly stopped. Look there. She was pointing down an alleyway. I could see something stirring there. It was Kakuji, but she had already spotted us. She jumped high up in the air and vanished, with Nozomi in her arms all the while. Damn it, we were so close. We stared in the direction that Kakuji had fled. That's not what their lab is it? No, it's the complete opposite direction. So she's not trying to go there? I don't know, she might just be trying to misdirect us. Then I'll look in the direction she went and you can search. Have you forgotten how incredibly strong Kakuji is? So we can't risk facing her alone, it's too dangerous. She had a point. I didn't care what happened to me, but I couldn't let any danger come to Hiroko. Then we'll have to look together. I agree, let's search any place she might have wanted to go. But in the end... Whoa, the cave, whoa, everywhere. We couldn't find any sign of Kakuji anywhere. And as we were searching, the sky grew dimmer. Night fell. Clinging to our last hope, we ventured into the mountains to the northeast. We kept walking for some time until we approached the summit, where we finally spotted a wriggling shadow. Kakuji would found her, but she found us too.
Wow, not bad. You figured out I was here.
What can I say? Vermin has a very distinctive smell.
Ooh.
Are you talking about me? I'd say your kind are the real vermin here.
What do you mean by that?
I wonder...
Just tell us what you want. Why did you take Nozomi?
When I was on the roof, I saw a light coming out from under her door. I went inside to investigate and saw her in bed. I knew it the moment I laid eyes on her. She's a variant.
Variant?
A variant?
When a certain species is exposed to a special kind of light called a treem ray, their body's composition morphs them into something called a variant. I'll spare you the details, as I doubt you could understand. But variants are a rare delicacy for my kind. I must return to my native planet and offer up her body to them. That's why I'm looking for a craft to take me back. Specifically, our own craft, which is capable of warp travel.
Wait, didn't the Gi come... Wait, they... In the story, they did... I think they did come from the sky, right? Then... They were locked up in the boxes, and now she's free, so... Wait, this... Where could she... what? Where would they have a spaceship? Why would they have a spaceship? Specifically our own craft with its capable of warp travel, yeah. I asked Kakuji if that meant there was a craft nearby. She replied readily enough.
There should be, but that doesn't appear to be the case in this timeline. Our spacecrafts can travel through blood space, so it may have ended up in another timeline instead.
Thoughts were interrupted before I could ask any more questions. I was suddenly overcome by a violent fit. It must be my leap damage acting up. The world swayed in front of me, my legs went weak and I fell to my knees.
Are you alright, Takumi?
Kakuji saw her opportunity and took it. With a smirk, she held Nozomi close and launched herself into the air, vanishing into the darkness. Shortly after my fit subsided, I got back up on unsteady feet. I knew her leap damage wasn't healed yet. Whoops. No, it's because I didn't eat. I'm out of stamina. Don't lie to me. Just go. Go where? Who's the dimwit now? Kakuji practically spelled it out for us. What did she say just now? Your spacecraft might have ended up in another timeline. She really is going to the lab this time. So there are more Gi parasites invading this planet? From another planet? I nodded and took off running. Hiroko was right behind me. We hurtled down the mountains and raced between the buildings in the city. We made it. What time is it? 9:35 p.m. The leap window opened at 9:20 p.m. That was 15 minutes ago. Let's stop yapping and move. Okay, here goes. We raced into the lab. There was someone in the leap suit on the circular platform next to the machine. Had to be Kakuji. In her arms was another suit-clad figure. Nozomi, obviously. Light particles started to fill the air before our eyes. They were going to leap any second.
We can't let them escape!
A memory from the mystery timeline came flooding back to me. Nozomi defended me. She sacrificed her own life. I didn't want it to happen again. I couldn't lose her. But you gonna die, Takumi. Promised her, I promised. I had to protect her no matter what. I hunched over, about to leap toward Kakuji, but then Hiroko yelled at me.
Takumi, no! You can't! You need a suit! If you go again unprotected, you won't make it! You'll die!
After hearing Hiroko's plea, I knew what I had to do. Let's die first. I didn't hesitate for a delay. For one single second, my body moved before my mind did. I found myself laid out on the ground. Kakuji must have knocked me away after we jumped timelines. She wasn't in front of me anymore. I got up and whirled around to see her disappearing toward the exit, but Nozomi still in her arms. Damn, I need to chase her down. No sooner than I took a step forward, an intense pain ripped through my spinal cord. My head spun and my stomach turned and my body went numb and unresponsive, but I couldn't let Kakuji get away. Staggering on my feet, I ran out of the lab. Found Kakuji right away. She was running full tilt toward the end of the street. You won't get away from me. My steps sprung off the ground as I swiftly started to chase after Kakuji. Maybe it was the adrenaline, but the pain in my body was fading. I could do this. I could catch her. I was gradually closing the distance between us, and I ran. As I ran, just a little more, I can almost reach her and touch her. Reach out and touch her. I'm not letting her get away. I felt like if I lost her now, it would be all over. I'd never find her again. My body was almost reaching its limit. The pain was coming back. Every cell in my body was screaming for oxygen. But I couldn't stop. I summoned all my remaining strength. I viciously lunged for Kakuji's back, or tried to anyway. However, Kakuji threw Nozomi down, ground to a halt, and turned around. Fool. And then, I was still running when her fist smashed into my gut. It was one hell of a powerful counter. I flew through the air, twirling like a baton, before landing hard on the ground. Kakuji was quick to follow up. She kicked me over and over as she spoke.
You are an imbecile! Do you really not understand why I ran? If I stayed in the lab, I knew she'd come and that she'd get in my way. I needed you to be alone so I could torment you. That's why I led you here.
Intense pain jolted through my body every time her foot connected with me. Damn, I couldn't tell if the pain was from her kicks or from my leap damage. But as I took kick after kick, I eventually stopped feeling anything. It was like my body was made of rubber. My consciousness soon detached itself as well. In the end, I couldn't even tell who she was stomping anymore. Time continued to pass.
I feel better now. And you shouldn't have an unbroken bone left in you.
Kakuji spoke and turned away. As she started to walk away, I saw Nozomi on the ground ahead of her.
Nozomi!
I murmured her name as I stared at her. More memories of the mystery timeline came flooding in. I hadn't been able to protect her then. She was the one who protected me. She died defending me. She was smashed to pieces. But the Takumi of this timeline is different. I'll do anything, even if it destroys me. I'll give my life to defend Nozomi. I will save her.
But how? How could such an ugly species manage to?
Kakuji fell to the ground. I quickly took off her helmet and put my hand on her neck. She still had a pulse. She was breathing normally. She was just unconscious. I ran over to Nozomi just like I'd done with Kakuji. I removed her helmet to check her. She was fine, still asleep, but she would survive. It was just then that I heard footsteps running over to me. I was... Hiruko. Still alive, I see. Yeah, both of them. I meant you. You've left 3 times now without protection. You could have died instantly. Sorry. Hiruko sighed and pulled something out of her jacket. What is that? A beam gun that generates a special electromagnetic pulse. I borrowed it from Tsubasa. I never go anywhere without it. The electromagnetic pulse is harmless to the human body, but it can damage really small creatures if you crank the output high enough. What? Just watch. You're gonna zap the gi. Hiruka made her way to Kakuji, laid out on the ground. She stopped beside her, but put the muzzle to her temple and pulled the trigger. Immediately after, I was confronted by a grotesque sight. A horrible, squirming creature began to wriggle out of Kakuji's mouth. I'd seen one before. I could never forget. What? Didn't it fuse with her? It was a Gi Queen. To be more precise, it's a female spawner. In the zombie timeline, it was known as Alpha 1. Well, this one's originally from the Box of Calamity timeline, so technically it's not that Alpha 1. Thank goodness, so Kakuji's back to being regular Kako now, right? Yes, we should be calling her Kako 3 instead. She's a denizen of the Box of Calamity branch after all. But will her brain be okay? I just examined her and her vital signs don't show any abnormalities. We don't have to worry about her dying. She's losing a lot of blood from that wound on her back, so we should treat the wound quickly. My heart clenched. It wasn't Kakoji who was laid out on the ground, it was Kako. Even if my back had been up against the wall, I felt guilty for hurting her. By the way, what should we do about this thing? I followed Hiruka's gaze. She was using the heel of her shoe to pin down the Gi Queen wriggling on the ground. Isn't it obvious? So many of my friends had been killed by that monster, I didn't even have to think about what we needed to do. I lifted my foot and finally ready to exact my vengeance. I used all my might and to crush the disgusting little creature. Gi. The Gi let out a grating shriek, writhed in pain for a few seconds, then went still. Oh my god. Now then, let's get out of here. I'll take Kako 3 so you can take Nozo. What is it? Everything was over. I'd finally be able to kill the horrible Gi. I guess I was relieved. I felt completely exhausted. Suddenly the leap damage-induced fit I'd been holding back this whole time hit me like a raging torrent. All at once I lost consciousness. Hiruka gotta carry all of us. When I came to, I saw her sitting there as always.
If I got paid for every time I had to carry you, I could afford a beautiful mansion in an upscale neighborhood by now.
Sorry for all the trouble.
Don't worry about it. You can lick my boots clean again to apologize.
I don't remember ever doing that.
Really? Huh. I must have my timelines confused.
I tried to smile, but I couldn't. Not even my cheek muscles would move. Intuitively, I knew I didn't have long. The damage had begun to consume my entire body, killing my cells.
I told everyone you took care of the Gi. They were all very grateful. They cried and thanked you for avenging everyone it killed.
A touch of warmth returned to my cold body.
What about Nozomi?
She's still sleeping. Awaiting a kiss from a prince, I suppose.
She's safe even if she's not awake. I felt myself grow warmer still.
And Kako 3, what's wrong?
I doubt you'll believe me, but someone showed up and stitched up the wound in Kako 3's back.
Huh? Yugama?
Someone? Who?
A woman in a white coat.
Once again.
What?
When she was done treating Kako's injury, she carried her off and disappeared. She got on board some strange silver vehicle.
I didn't understand. Was that because of the leap damage? Are my brain cells so broken that I started to hear things?
Anyway, she seemed like a good person, so I don't think we have to worry about Kako 3.
Wait, but...
The alarm sounded immediately after I spoke.
Intrude defense.
Looks like Veshness is here. Well, we need to go to the war room. Wait, why are you getting up? You really need to explain? Of course you do. Exactly what is it you think you're doing? I'm going to fight. Don't be ridiculous. Fighting is in your condition would be suicide. I knew the leap damage has impaired your ability to reason. I'm completely irrational. I want to fight for my friends. I didn't die last time, did I? Your symptoms have gotten far worse since then. You've left 3 times without a suit. The next time you do, you will die. Are you okay with that? I didn't have time to worry about it. The enemy was already beginning their attack. I need to decide quickly, and my decision is... Can I finally die? Join the final battle, yeah. Hiruka, they already died. What? 5 of our friends already died. So we can't break free of the cursed cycle this time. So the outcome is the same either way. Whether I live or die, we're going to be right back where we started. So if nothing else, I want to choose a path that doesn't leave me with regrets. I want to fight for everyone in this timeline and end this. Hearing my insistence, Hiruka replied, You really are stupid beyond any hope of redemption. She nodded quietly, her eyes welling up. You're so freaking late. What were you even... Wait, Takumi, are you okay? Yeah, I found a miracle medicine. As you can see, I'm back and better than ever. I lied without hesitation. There was no time to try to persuade everyone. Takumi, thank you. Huh? You avenged my dear brother, didn't you? I guess, are you okay, Kako? Not at all, but I'm going to fight with everything I have. For brother dearest. Right. I nodded firmly before turning to everyone else. Okay, then here we go. Special Defense Unit to move out for the final time.
Not like this!
There's so many of them.
And yes. Then That's the cannon fodder dealt with.
Which means it won't be long.
Yeah, she's...
I didn't see...
I still got life in me yet.
Oh, like another 1,000 seconds? I only give her 100.
Unfortunately for you, in 100 seconds, I'll be the only one left standing. Have at you!
Everyone, careful.
Got it! Understood.
Prepare.
It makes me wonder what...
Isn't that obvious?
Shut the hell up, you hag. Go burn ants with a magnifying glass if you want to be a sadistic bitch.
Ava. You...
Takumi, are you...
Yeah. Are you?
I'm fine.
Takumi.
Veshness, you can see all of the agony you want when you're down there in hell.
Hell? The only one going there today will be you!
Is that a challenge? Bring it on!
Okay, everybody. Here we go.
Everybody, this is our final battle.
Bow down!
Hello. She... I couldn't spot...
Let's do it. Xian bomb.
Shion gave...
Vesh... Okay.
I'm not...
You shit, you stupid bitch. We won. Yeah, it's all thanks to everybody's hard work. I wonder what our friends are thinking up there in heaven. I bet they're so happy. Wow, brother dearest. It's over, it's all over. I don't know if this was the right decision, but if nothing else, I have no regrets. I did everything I could. I used every bit of strength in my body until nothing was left. My heart felt clear and free, like a blue sky unburdened by so much as a single cloud. Yeah, this was the right choice. I whispered that assurance to myself. Absolutely. Yuruko heard me and responded. And then... a massive quantity of cryptolobin spewed out from my mouth. It was like a waterfall or even a geyser. It spurted out in gobs as if it were fountains pulsing sobs pooling around my feet.
Takumi!
Mr. Samino!
Oh, Takumi!
Everyone began to call my name. The shouts turned to shrieks, then eventually morphed again into sobs. Before long I couldn't hear anything. Silence. Total stillness. But I felt a gentle warmth too, as if someone were holding me to their chest. It was so comfortable, I wanted to stay there forever. Always and eternally. But my hope was in vain. This warmth soon disappeared. My consciousness had vanished. The last thing I remembered wasn't a color or a sound, it was a scent. The sweet, soft scent of a lavender. Yay. The scent of lavender. Decide. Don't join the final battle.
Huh?
You're right, maybe I should stay put. I need you to come to your senses. It's not because I'm afraid to die, I just don't want to get in your way out there. Everybody would be worried about me and try to protect me. They wouldn't be able to fully focus on the fight, so in the end I'd only be holding them back. In short, you're making this choice with everyone's best interest in mind. Yeah. Good, you've made the right choice. I give you 100 points for leadership. Sorry I can't be of any help. But now you've lost all your points. The captain is meant to boost the morale of his fighters, you know? You're not wrong. Okay, then you've got this, Yuruko. I know you'll win. I'm know your place, servant. What? Anyway, I need to get going. Hiruko ran her fingers through her hair with a smirk before rushing out of my room. Immediately, I was overcome by a fit I'd been trying to hold back. I had been hoping to at least watch over everyone from the roof as they fought this final battle, but it looked like that wasn't going to happen. I lost all strength and collapsed on the spot. I didn't even have enough energy to claw my way to my bed. Soon a piercing pain stripped me of my consciousness. It was early in the morning, before the usual morning announcement could play. I was standing on the roof. Hiruko was in front of me. You really are resilient, Takumi. You can barely keep yourself upright, can you? There was no sense in trying to act tough and nodded sincerely. My life would be over soon. The weakening of my pulse made that very clear. You're not going to ask about yesterday's battle? You're standing here, aren't you, besides Right. Thank you. I appreciate everything you've done. You don't need to thank me. Is everyone else sleeping it off? No, they're all in the cafeteria. Really? This early? ran into some trouble. They're discussing it now.
Ah.
What kind of trouble? Hiruko hesitated for a moment. There is no point in keeping secrets, I suppose. The baby jar somehow suddenly disappeared. Oh, we took it from the... We stole it in the mystery timeline. I noticed after the battle. I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but I think it's likely somebody stole it. Somebody who? Hakuji? No, I doubt it. She didn't have it on her. Then who? Hiruka seemed to have an inkling. I had a faint recollection of something in the corner of my mind too, but I couldn't quite make it out. It was hard for me to tug on the threads of my memories. More than half of my brain cells were already dead after all. Needless to say, the baby wasn't in the jars. We were going to put him in after breakfast 2 days ago, but what happened to the others? We didn't have time or the capacity. Then the missiles in the final attack. Yes, they were very charged with energy. The escape pod was in ruins. There was no way to be able to fly into space. Which meant at 10 AM we'd all... No way.
Takumi, you can't go on much longer. It's okay. You don't have to say anything. I don't want to cause you any more pain. I do have one bit of good news. Nozomi's awake.
Really?
Yes, and she's doing fine. So don't worry. For some reason, that strange light of hers vanished when she regained consciousness.
That's good to hear. She's awake. She's okay.
I managed to save Nozomi in this timeline. And I avenged the mystery timeline's Nozomi too. But even though I saved her, she'd be gone soon. So would everyone else. Burned by the flames of the final attack, instantly wiped out. Just then something sparked in my mind. A nearly vanished fragment of my memory suddenly turned vivid again. Summoning what little strength I had left, I asked Hiruka a question.
Hey, Hiruko? When's the next time we can leap?
Leap?
Yeah.
Why do you want to know?
Just tell me.
The window's already open. It'll last another 3 hours.
I see.
Is this the timeline where we send everyone into a mystery timeline? Pain ripped through my body. I somehow managed to string my words together as I wrote it out.
Hiruko, listen closely. Jump to... the mystery timeline.
What?
The attack won't launch there. We can save everybody.
Hiruko's face reddened slightly, but it soon faded, her brow furrowing as she bit her lip. I knew what the change in her expression meant. We could save everyone if we jumped to the mystery timeline. But Hiruka and I...
In short, the sum of all...
We'd have to do it all over again.
Yeah, but that's not so bad. Doing it again, spending another 99 days together with you.
Takumi. Oh, Takumi. Takumi.
Hiruko, let me get this straight. We'll really be saved if we go to this mystery timeline you're talking about. You really are dense. How many times do I have to tell you? The final attack won't launch there, huh? You aren't telling us why that is, though. Don't worry about it, it's fine. I don't know about this. By the way, where's Takumi? He's already there. Why? I had to take care of something there. We don't have time. I'll explain everything later. Alright, let's get going. Yes, very well. I put on my leap suit, of course. I made sure to check it for holes first. I guided everyone onto the platform and then... Here we go. Phew, here we are at Last Defense Academy. But is that really the mystery timeline or whatever? It looks exactly like our school. Everyone was looking around curiously. I took the opportunity to break away from the group. I hid in the shade of the tree and observed them shortly after.
You're kidding.
How?
Why?
It's not possible.
I thought they were dead.
How are you here?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
I mean, this is
a miracle.
All of us are alive.
That's right. We're alive.
brother dearest.
Sister dearest.
Brother dearest.
Sister dearest.
Yep.
Nozomi?
Kumi 7. We're on 7 now.
Nozomi!
Kumi 7 ran to Nozomi and held her tight. Everybody crowded together, hugging each other, patting each other in the back, pressing their cheeks together. I heard their cries of delight loud and clear, even some sobs. I watched it all and then I quietly took my leave. Takumi, I'm back. I picked up Takumi's body and quietly whispered to him.
The next loop will be number 147. I don't know if it will be the last, but I'll never forget what happened here. I'll remember. Always and forever. One day, we'll get out of here. We'll leave this infinite loop together. I know we'll make it. If anyone can, it's us. You said so yourself. If you keep believing in something for long enough, you can make it happen. You can overcome any obstacle in your way. So, I'll continue to believe. One day, we'll wake up on day 101.
Oh, rip. The end. The cursed cycle. How many endings left? Takakuji. Wait, was I supposed to go here? Yeah, how many endings? 98, 2 left. Don't attack Kako. Suddenly I froze up, I stopped in place. Was it because I didn't want to die? Because I valued my life too much? Nozomi had thrown aside her own precious life to save me. And yet, despite everything, I couldn't get my legs to move. When I snapped back to reality, the two of them had already disappeared. Particles of light flickered in the air. They jumped to another timeline. Kumi snapped out of it and chased after Kakuji. I figured out where they're headed from the log. The machine's all set up to go. Are you listening? Alright. Hiruko and I put on our leap suits. We jumped timelines to go after Kakuji, and we resumed our search for her. She was nowhere to be found in the city ruins. We turned our attention to the mountains to the northeast. Kakuji had likely gone there in search of her spacecraft. Unfortunately, though. Takumi, I'm sorry, but this is it. We can't go any further. Are you crazy? Kakuji's got to be in those mountains. We need to keep going. The time limit is getting closer. This is as far as we can go if we're going to make it back to the lab in time. No, we're not giving up on Nozomi. We'll find her eventually, I'm sure of it. Now's not the time. There is nothing more we can do. We can't leave the others to fight Veshness without us tomorrow. Thought you weren't going to let me fight. I wasn't, but then I'm staying here. What? I'm staying in this timeline to find Kakuji and Nozomi too. Oh yeah, it's loud. Wait, wasn't it like this? Just go back without me. I'll keep looking on my own. Can't abandon Nozomi. I'll do whatever it takes to save her. Gumi. Good luck with the battle tomorrow. I know you'll do fine. With that, I started to run off to the northeastern mountains.
Wait! Takumi! Takumi!
I heard Hiruka yell my name over and over again, but I just kept running, never once glancing back. Sometime after that, I arrived in the mountains. It was eerily still and silent all around me, without so much as the rustling of leaves to be heard. I clawed my way through the bushes, climbed up cliff sides, and crawled along the ground in search of Kakuji and Nozomi. But I couldn't find them. Couldn't find anything, not even a clue leading me in the right direction. Oh. What timeline is this? I don't remember. Last it was day 110 AM, and then... Oh, rip. My consciousness was rendered to trash, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was regret, lingering like an eternal grudge. The coward's final days. Okay, one more ending. Join tomorrow's battle. What was my decision? Yes. Okay, let's not join it. Fine, I won't go. You've made a wise decision. But it's not because I don't want to die. It's only because I don't want to get in your way. Plus, it's very likely that all the exertion of the battle would make this illness worse. And if I really do end up dying, we won't be break free of the time loop. You're doing this for me too, aren't you? I nodded. Thank you, I'm glad you decided to be reasonable. Get some rest tomorrow. Please, I'm an expert in getting rest at this point. Yuruko smiled at my little joke before she left. It didn't take long for everyone else to show up to my room. It must have been a shock for them to see me awake after I'd been unconscious for so long. They cheered, they cried, they... Yeah. I couldn't help feeling overwhelmed with regret. Okay, it's a little bit different. Okay, I won't be able to fight, so yeah, okay. Yep.
Good morning. Well, good evening. And welcome to day 73, actually.
I had absolutely no memory of the previous day. I wasn't even sure how or when I fell asleep the day before that. I asked Yuruko what happened and she explained.
It's the leap damage again. If you take it easy for a while, the symptoms should subside.
How long is a while, exactly?
More than 2 or 3 days, I can tell you that much.
And yesterday's battle?
It was trivial. Nothing but cannon fodder.
Oh, I'm glad it went well.
You don't sound like you mean that. Are you upset?
A little. I feel like I got benched before the game even started.
Yuruko's expression softened a little.
Can you stand?
Huh?
I'm asking if you're able to move.
Probably. If I try.
Alright. Then come with me. I have something to discuss with you.
What? We went to the wrong timeline? What? Keep it down, what if everyone hears you? Wait a minute. So you're saying on day 50 we didn't go to the killer timeline, but the zombie timeline? Oh, that's how he's not infected in the zombie timeline, okay. That's right. When did you realize? This afternoon I went to inspect the PLM and noticed when I was checking the logs. That's why the zombie timeline Takumi was normal. He was cured on day 50 by us. So I didn't end up becoming a killer in the zombie branch. Yes. So how could you mess that up? Excuse me, have you forgotten? You're the one who set the machine that time. She's right. I was the one who decided we should go to the serial killer timeline and I'd been responsible for setting up the machine. We were 10 minutes past the beginning of the relief window at the time. I had configured the machine quickly to regain the time we lost. Clearly I screwed up. It was a careless mistake that ended up putting us in the wrong timeline. You've got to be kidding me. If we call the serial killer Takumi 2, that means Takumi 2 still hasn't been cured. I'm afraid not. Or were you so calm about this? I'm always calm. We continued our discussion as we changed locations. Yuruko, when are the blood space waves going to surge next? Use the device and check for yourself. It's tonight, 12:05 a.m., just a little past midnight. Technically, that's tomorrow. I'm not arguing the details with you. So what do? We leap. Where? Serial killer timeline, obviously. Today's day 73. Takumi 2 has already killed 4 people. Eva Moku Takemaru Kurara. But if we jump now and cure him, we can at least prevent him from committing further murders, right? We can build a new rail where Takumi 2 stops his crime spree. I messed up the settings, so I have to take some responsibility for what he did after day 50. Okay, so this is going to be the timeline where somebody kills somebody. Yeah, of course. That one. Where Takumi gets killed and then someone still continues the killing spree. It's only right I make up for that. Or maybe this Takumi will get killed. Okay. Yeah, and the slasher out Takumi will... The serial killer Takumi will kill everyone. Okay. I mean, we can't just let him run wild, can we? I understand where you're coming from. Unfortunately, there are 2 reasons we can't go and fix him tonight. 2 reasons. First, look at the device again. When does the leap window close? 12:35 a.m. Exactly, we only have 30 minutes. Even if we ran full speed from the lab to the school, that journey would eat up all of our time. Okay, I want to check that out. So many timelines. Slash route, yes. 70. 74 was it? Zombies? No. Who will you spend time with? Yep, I think it's this choice. It's not possible to heal Takumi too and make it back. Then what if we just stay there? Have you lost your mind? You have no idea when the blood space waves will surge again. There's no telling when we'd be able to come back. And even if time wasn't an issue, we still wouldn't be able to fix Takumi too. Too much time has passed since the Gi awakened. The Gi data will have already eroded every last nook and cranny of his brain. The program will no longer be enough to remove the glitch. This is why I need to give up on the idea of making him better. Is that clear? Takumi too can be healed, he can be healed. The words repeated in my mind like a haunting echo. Just then somewhere in this maelstrom of thoughts came an idea. All this means is that I need to kill Takumi too myself. 12:05 AM. I found myself in the lab alone. I wasn't sure how I got there. That reminds me of something Hiroka said.
Serious sleep damage can...
Oh yeah? Memory issue aside, my reasoning still seemed intact to me. I was completely rational. If I let Takumi 2 continue to run loose, more of my friends would end up dead. If we can't cure him, I need to get rid of him. That was the rational conclusion I had come to after calm and careful consideration. That's right, that's why I came here. To kill myself. Time to head to the serial killer timeline. 1:30 AM. By the time I made it to the school, the leap window had long since closed. It looked like I'd been staying here for a while, but that didn't concern me in that moment. I was too focused on fulfilling my goal. I was still wearing my leap suit. The idea of killing myself while being recognizable made me uncomfortable. I wanted to consider Takumi 2's feelings too. He'd be able to rest easier thinking he was killed by a mysterious stranger rather than knowing he'd been killed by himself. Just then I realized I was holding something tightly in my hands, the power saw. It was the power saw. I had no recollection of where it came from. Maybe I picked it up on the way here. Anyway, I'd better go look for Takumi too. My consciousness was fading in and out again. Suddenly I was in the first floor hallway. I didn't have to look far. Takumi 2 was right there in front of me. So was Nozomi 2. Eek. Nozomi, run this way. The moment they spotted me, their faces contorted in terror and they began to run. I couldn't let them get away. I hefted my power saw and gave a chase. Do I have to run? Yeah. Should I speed it up? I finally cornered Takumi 2 at the top of the staircase. I was slowly closing the distance between us. I raised the power saw and then... I wasn't sure how, maybe he slipped. Takumi 2 fell backwards, stumbling down the stairs. I quickly followed him down. And there he was, splayed out on the ground. His face was twisted in agony. He seemed barely conscious. He must have hit his head. Now's my chance. I can kill him right here. I ferociously rushed over to Takumi 2, holding the power saw right high above my head. I just can't do it. I kill myself? How? How could I? How could I possibly do that to myself? I lost my strength lowering the power saw. It slipped out of my hands and clattered to the floor. Suddenly, Takumi 2's eyes flew open. There was a sinister light in them. As soon as I saw it, I knew what it meant. It was the Gi. The Gi was awake. It really was inside Takumi 2's brain. In fact, Takumi 2 was no longer with us. It made more sense to call him Takumi G while the Gi had control of his body. The next moment, Takumi G swiftly scooped up the power saw from the floor. My back slashed. I felt the floor. I could feel how horribly deep the wound was, but strangely it didn't hurt. Maybe my spinal cord had been severed, preventing the pain from reaching my brain. Soon after that, Takumi G made a series of strange decisions. He removed my leaf suit, then he dressed me in the replica class armor made with the Giftomatic. I wasn't sure what the purpose of that was, it just happened. Once I was in the class armor, he got into position beside me. Then, as if to further torment me, he mercilessly shredded my back with the power saw. When he was finally finished with his incomprehensible course of action, Takumiji left with a satisfied grin on his face. All that remained was my corpse dressed in class armor, or more accurately, marked corpse. After all, I had stopped breathing a long time ago. Yep, that's the route. A form of suicide. That's it. Complete all SF routes. Extreme and Despair. Unlock all achievements. That's the end. Oh. Okay, okay. Oh my god, look at all those timelines. Okay. I guess I finished the game, so I have to give my thoughts. Let's see. The original timeline. Day question mark. Free time exploration, free time. Okay. I don't know how to give a like all-arounded overall opinion. This has so many routes, so many possibilities, so many different executions. This is hard to say. Like we should, I don't know, maybe we should see some of the routes and I should give them my opinions. Because, okay, overall, let's see. Okay, gameplay part. The gameplay part was fun, but it wasn't varied enough, I think. It felt quite satisfying building up the voltage, then using it for some special attacks. And the boosts, yeah, there weren't many enemy designs. And the levels were all just flat, I guess. The characters, I don't know, I never felt like I needed to use buffs. Like I used them a couple of times, maybe. Maybe that could be improved. Well, I guess, yeah. Of course, in the balancing, oh man, some characters are just so good, some are just so bad. Like the best ones, who, of course. I liked using Takumi. Well, because he was the main character, so he was like almost guaranteed to be in the battle. His slash, okay, slash is pretty good. The stab, I guess, good damage. The aerial thing is pretty good, doing a long line of enemies. So I like Takumi. Also, Tsubasa, so of course, Tsubasa, just 6 tiles of damage. Like, she started with 1, so she was pretty not that good. But then you upgrade her to 2, and then you get a potion that's +2. That's like 4 damage on 6 tiles like that. That's pretty good. So you could just, of course, her non-ending stamina. Yeah, she never got tired, so that's really good. She could just drive around all the battle, all of the arena. And yeah, the weak ones are like, I don't know, Shoma was good for controlling a large amount of enemies, but later you would just use Tsubasa to drive around and destroy all of them or something. But Shoma, yeah, the further I got, the less I used Shoma, I think. Well, I guess later just Takumi and Tsubasa became my mains, so yeah. But yeah, but I think at least Kurara the least. Probably. I used her in the beginning to construct some towers, but then I just stopped bothering. Kako is really annoying because she just gets debuffed immediately after attacking, so she was just a one-time use. Never felt like it was worth to upgrade her or something. Ima was I guess. Had like a little just a few tiles of attack. I guess his second attack was better, but in some cases, depended on the enemy formation, it was a little bit too scattered to be that good, I guess. I don't know. Who else? Nozomi Zupi, of course. You can just spam special attacks with her. Moko, I guess I got her so late, I just didn't really care about her. I guess she did some damage with her cross-shaped attack. Oh yeah, I forgot about Kyoshka, because she was dead all the time. Kyoshka is pretty good, yeah. Can I check the characters? I will forget them. Oh yeah, I can just check here. Okay, yeah, let's see. Let's see. Takumi, I said. Takamaru. I guess his second attack that does a little bit more damage is pretty good. The third one, I guess you have to buff to get it to do some more damage. Hiruko's short range was really bad, really annoying. I had to pump her with potions always. But she did good damage. The Rumi... I mean... She was dead for a long time, so I used her a bit less than the others. I liked that she recovered her stamina after 2 attacks, but one of the attacks stunned her, so sometimes annoying. On the second, after you attack, then the third attack stuns, I think, or something. Yeah, something like that. I don't know, but she got a good amount of voltage. She was, I mean, in different situations, she was kind of useful. And I think the damage changed, right, as well. So yeah, she's kind of varied. Eito, pretty good, Eito. His judge, I think, the cross-shape attack. X attack, let's say X. Cross is more like, it's not that fragmented like his X was. That was pretty good, and sometimes the Executioner, you could just get some good damage in. Tsubasa, I said, she's the OP. Gaku. Gaku, pretty good, how should I say it? And the area of damage is pretty good. But you had to have always voltage, so he would have more attack. I don't know, I used his second attack, I guess the third move, a little bit. I usually just use this first move to clear everything out when you have the voltage. Imai said he's Kako pretty bad. Shoma, good for controlling a large amount of small enemies, just defending, but you could just place a shock fence or something instead, and then clear them all out. Nozomi OP. Kurata, who uses her? I guess that the tower. I mean, I used a little bit of those towers in the beginning. Yoshika pretty good. Yugamo pretty okay. I liked his area of attack. I guess that's it. You always had to attack twice with him because he would debuff and then do more damage. And Moko, guess she had the potential to buff up and then do a strong attack, but then she would get stunned. So the cross was just an okay attack. Clear some enemies. Okay, I guess that's it. So yeah, I just wish there was more variability, but I guess this game was all about the story, and the story was... Oh man, oh man. Where should I even begin? We got started with the whole Kodaka thing. Teenagers with interesting personalities, very different personalities, like all of their, let's say, quirks. Put in a difficult situation, an impossible situation. And then, like, you expected something like Danganronpa, but then it goes off in a lot of different directions, like you wouldn't expect, like the how is it called? A mascot character. The mascot character being killed off in the beginning. then like you get a new leader, she's being killed off immediately. Like, whoa, what the hell is happening? Like, another character, Moko, like she was supposed to be a whole new squad member, and that's all, and she's actually dead. Well, I guess, yeah, they've taken a some quite interesting steps in storytelling. I guess in this kind of a, like, this is pseudo killing game. What should I even call this genre now? I don't know. A lot of of course, in the second part there are a lot of genres involved. Maybe not not my style. Of course, my favorite is usually like something like mystery with some sci-fi. Yeah, mystery is my favorite thing. So yeah, the first path was pretty good. I guess the twists were like pretty predictable. I guess like Eito was always like, wow, it found Sir is dead in the place where Eito was. Wow, the two people preparing the festival, one of them was Eito. Gaku got grilled. Eito wasn't grilled for that. What other coincidences? I don't remember. Only Takumi and Eito knowing about secret about Hiruka. And Hiruko is dead the next day, gone missing in that case. Yeah, Eito was pretty obvious, I guess. Something was up with Moko, you could tell, so there were some hints. What other things? I don't know. The first route was pretty predictable in some ways, but pretty different in others. Like, I guess the mystery setups were predictable, but the whole direction maybe was not. Yeah, it was pretty cool when they revealed, it's gonna be going back in time to redo all of this. And then we immediately jump in, like, fix our mistakes. Okay, fix up Eito. Take care of him or not take care of him. Immediately choice. Ooh. But I guess the timelines diverged quite a bit from there. So we couldn't just predict everything that's gonna happen. And then the second... Okay, I guess I should start with the second scenario. Okay, what happened here? Second scenario. Darumi died, Kyoshika died, Kurara... What happened with Eito? Were you going to save? What happened with Eito? When did that happen? Did he disappear? Continue to the fight for human. Oh yeah, we learned about the twists. Ava's fate. Kill Eito. Oh yeah. No. Yeah, we take him back on the team. Ava's fate. We kill Ava to learn about the truth. The realization. And then we decide to keep fighting for humanity or not. We decide to keep fighting. Right? Yeah, keep fighting. Allow Eito to rejoin the team. Then the final battle with Freshness. Okay, I like the twist that she blows up the artificial satellite. It was pretty good, and it put us all in another position where we had to choose. Well, I guess we then just all agreed to, okay, we shouldn't probably destroy the planet because the artificial satellite is gone, and then defies her one last time, and then if you choose yes, we get such an ending. I mean, how can I say? Like when you first fight the boss, the intercept system, I just like, no, please don't die. No, not like don't die. I was like, they die, and then you realize, okay, they're actually dead, and you just try to try your best to kill the intercept system, but they just come back and they just kill everyone, and you know how it goes. It's everything gets destroyed, and the only one left is Nozomi, with all of our hopes with her. And what does happen? She meets up with the future people. That's it. I guess a pretty shocking ending. We just kill off everyone. Hmm. The mysteries, I guess. The mysteries in this one, there were two main mysteries, right? One that the future one is not Earth, and the other about that our memories are all forged. I mean, yeah, the whole it's an alien race that is exactly like humanity. The Earth is exactly like humanity's. Is a little bit of a stretch. Maybe feel like a little bit of a stretch, but like, okay, let's say we have the same ancestors, so it's all the same. It's okay. I guess acceptable. Yeah, I think I only realized that it was different planet when they called us invaders, so I was like, oh, maybe we aren't on Earth really. Well, I mentioned previously that it might be possible that we're not on Earth, but I wasn't convinced. But when they started to call us invaders, it was like, oh, okay, so we're the one who's invading. All right. And the memories are forged memories. When the second time the Shoma got his memories back, that's when I realized that our memories could have been made up. That was just a guess from me. Pretty good, pretty despair-inducing situation when you realize that not you are fighting for no one actually, and that the humanity is just created you to just destroy a whole planet of life. Yeah, a lot of despair, like a true Kodaka game. Maybe even better than Danganronpa Despair. What the Danganronpa Despair was there? Hope or Despair. Well, yeah, I remember. Okay. Yeah, okay. So that's the second scenario. Pretty good, I guess. Reset route. Okay, reset route. That's like pretty tragic as well for like the whole planet. Like the human will wanting vengeance, revenge. The will of humanity, so we just destroy everything and we're the only ones left. Pretty good ending as well. Reset route. Okay, what's next? I liked the the premise of that. Okay, goodbye Ato. Wasn't goodbye Ato just like... I don't remember it much as well. Ato just goes out without his eyes, right? Meets some invaders, Futurans. And then sacrifices himself for them. I guess just a little quick route about Ato. Nothing really special. Maybe I don't remember it well. Rebellion routes. Okay, Rebellion. Where does it go? Here. Rebellion route. We had a couple of choices. Join the rebellion or no. If we don't, it's over. We're just killed, right? Something like that. And then the choice. I mean, rebellion was pretty cool because you actually have a choice, like try to overthrow Veshness and maybe stop the war with the humans. A cool possibility. And like in one of the routes, you managed to get how's it called? How's it called when you go for you stop fighting? Oh, basically, you stop fighting. Okay, they stopped fighting. The humanity and the future, and that was pretty cool. But we had to sacrifice Nozomi for it. And the other path, the war still goes on, but you create a school with Nozomi and stuff, right? Yeah, without commune. Yes, pretty good route. It's not that long, so not that tiring. What's next? Ava route. Oh, I don't really remember it well. Oh, not multiple Atos. Ava route. Stay here or save Last Defense Academy. Okay, what happened here? We choose to save Ava. She kills Shoma. Then Takumi bonds with Ava or something. Then we escape to the village. And we choose to save the Last Defense Academy or stay here. If we stay here, we run away and yeah, it'll run away with Ava. If we save it, we save the academy, but Ava dies. Pretty okay route, I guess. I don't remember much of it anyways. I guess we learned about Ava more, I think. I don't remember. I remember we go to that camp, so I guess we meet commune and stuff, right? Multiple Atos. Okay, that one. Cool concept. You kill Ato and then from his cryptoglobin, he lives in your mind. And then what happens? Where's 11th Ato? Yeah, he offers you a challenge that you have to find the real Ato among the fake Atos that are your friends actually. But then it's a little... Okay. It's a little bit annoying that Ato just blocks all of the ways of being able to tell them apart and stuff. So like any interesting Kumi's interesting idea, but Takumi every interesting idea is just gets rejected. Every clever idea. And then where's the 11th Ato? If you say not here, What happens? What happens? I think I need a wiki or something to remember everything. Okay, so I'll talk about what I remember. Wait, let me check the wiki. Is there a wiki? No, I don't think there is a proper wiki yet. Endurance match. Okay. Endurance match ending was like Ato is actually in the 11th. Ato is actually in my head. Okay, that point, if it's actually like that, if I understood correctly, I don't like that. He said there would be a challenge to find an 11th Ato, and I was actually really interested that would be such a fun challenge, and then it's actually in his own head. That one Ato is like, well, yeah, but yeah, it's not fun. I guess the ending was pretty good when Takumi lost his mind and Eight overtook him. At least it felt like that way. What else? I don't remember much. Eternal hate. Embrace hate. Tragic end. I don't remember the other endings as much. I should have commented on them after finishing the route, not right now. At least I'm trying to comment. I don't remember anything. What's next? 7. Serial battles. Okay, do I have to talk about this? This was just a... I feel bad for anyone who stumbles upon it first. That's like the worst punishment, because you have to do all of these battles. And everyone who finished that for the update, good for me. I started before the update and finished it after. Not finished it. Yeah, I got the update. It was in the middle of my serial battles run, so I could skip most of the battles. This was just a torture, just to, yeah, I don't know, just to show off more gameplay, but there was nothing new, so it wasn't actually that interesting. And the ending, I guess they revealed the parallel leaping machine. That's it, nothing more. Yeah, that's why there were 2 bosses, because they leaped from another timeline. Pretty wasteful route. Next up, number 8. Conspiracy route. Okay, this had more potential, I think, that route. Conspiracy, right. It was just filled with bad endings where, what is it? Goto? I think. Just knocked you out and stuff, or blew you up. Like, conspiracy to end the war, end the war, and the Exodus project was a really interesting idea, but then we just followed his steps, Goto's steps. Right. Yeah, we got some people on board to destroy Sir A. And then everything we did was, okay, this is just what she defends under to say, and then we just leave, and that's it. Yeah, I didn't like that. We just leave and that's it. And nothing else is shown, like... I guess, yeah, as I said before, they couldn't show what happens in the artificial satellite. Because that would reveal the big twist. But I guess they could have shown, like, maybe some snippets of it and hide the fact that we realized we weren't living in the artificial satellite. Like, our memories were forged. But yeah, I didn't like that we just drove off and that's the end. Feels like more stuff could be integrated in that route. More conspiring in the conspiracy route. Casual route. Okay, what was this route? We let Hiruko destroy... No, we didn't let Hiruko destroy Nigo, so then something happens. Basically, we have a lot of fun. We play cards or something, right? We do some bullshit with the milk packets. And in the end, it's all a dream, actually. And you have to choose to return to reality where everyone's dying or to stay in the dream where everyone's happy. Okay, I don't remember much of it as well. But I think it was a pretty meh route. Just... I don't know. I guess part of the slice of life routes. And then just a dream ending. I don't remember what was happening in there. Yeah, some milk carton stuff, some poker. Or not poker. I don't remember. Yeah, it's not worth remembering, probably. Box of blessings. At least, okay, no, I don't remember how long that was, but okay, blocks of blessings, Roblox, box of blessings. Pretty long route and nothing to show for it. Where was it? Yeah, we just had to explore a lot, find the boxes of blessings, and then whoa, our friends are back, or whoa, Gaku has a harem. Harem, I don't know. Or we die from box of calamities. Right? Something like that. But it was, I feel like it was too long and not that interesting. Yeah, we just had to collect those boxes. But now the next one, box of calamities. That one I liked. Okay, what happened in here? Turn to face the voice, attack the shadowy figure. Yeah, we get more into the, let's say, second part of 100. This is the second... this is already after... Okay, that was the prologue. The first loop was the... No, not the loop. The first route was the prologue. Then the first part is the second scenario. And the second part is the whole Uchikoshi thing with his routes, I guess. Or... At least his was his is the structure, right? And the final route? Or something? Okay, so yeah, we get revealed that if we attack the shadowy figure, it's actually Kako, right? We get knocked out and we are at the end. We find out it's Kako. If we don't, we actually listen to Hiruko. Pick up the box or go help Sir A, and nothing changes because Moku dies anyway, right? But then, whose side will dig? Hiruko's, Gaku's? Okay, the funny exorcism bit. We have that here. If you take Hiruko's side, we go. Reveal the culprit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the Nozomi thing. I guess, okay. The thing that, like, Tsubasa couldn't have been the culprit because she could have just modified Sir A herself. That was like pretty I guess. I felt like it was actually like well hidden, and there was some kind of clues were given, like hidden clues, and that I didn't realize actually that was Nozomi. And of course, there was a problem that the culprit was really revealed just casually in another route, so it wasn't a surprise that Nozomi was the culprit. It's like Tsubasa, I don't know, can she just hack Sir A anytime she wants? If she would want to? I don't know, it just felt a little bit that one decision. Okay, what if we pick up the box? What happens? Tell everyone what you saw. Okay, what evil spirit? I don't remember that many endings. I need to read what happened. Yeah, I guess I liked the mystery. What was it? The doll with the ghee parasite. Yeah, we got some more insights about the ghee. Wait, did we get some insights about the ghee parasites? I think we learned about them there yet. Yes. Yeah, like where there's mystery, I like it. If there's no mystery, I guess I don't like it. I guess you'll agree with me if you like mystery as well, so you don't have to listen and just, yeah. I'll just say that mystery is good, everything else is bad. Well, maybe not every mystery is done equally. I guess this one was a little bit with the Tsubasa Nozomi thing. Because, like, maybe if we'd seen her, Tsubasa hack Surrey sometime and show that it's possible for her to do that, maybe it would have been more believable. But yeah, overall I liked the Box of Calamities. Maybe it just went a little bit for a long time, but there was always new stuff, so it was interesting. Okay. Next one, Cult of Takumi. Do I need to comment about this one? I mean, I can. Where is it? Okay, it's very like highs and lows. Like Itakumi becomes the super attractive because of his pheromones. Interesting premise, but I guess there is no other way to go. Like he becomes the cult leader of the school. But of course, there is no other way for it to go other than just some fan service because everyone is drooling for him. So it's gonna be a horny route for Takumi. Everyone's horny for Takumi. So yeah, I guess. But yeah. But I liked it like in the way that it's like, what do you actually do in that situation? Do you just continue that kind of idol by, I don't know, this is half kind of brainwashing others, manipulating others, I don't know, into being subservient to you. So how do you get rid of that? I guess Takumi's plan wasn't that good because he just straight up said, yeah, you won't like me anymore, and I want that. And of course everyone's gonna say no, what did you expect? They're enamored by you. Is that the word? Where's the cult of Takumi route? Coming of age. I guess I like the ending where he embraced his Dark Lord vibes and tried to become the emperor of the artificial satellite in the future room. And what else? I mean, yeah, it was dumb for him to just say, yeah, I'm gonna try to not be your king anymore. Just give me the potion. But I guess, what did you expect? Something smarter would have been like, I'm doing an enemy expedition. I need not to be so, what's the word? I need to be inconspicuous, not to be recognized by my scent of pheromones. So I only temporarily drink this, and I'll return to normal. I'll return to being your king, I promise. Give me your potion just temporarily. I promise I will drink the other one again, and I'll become your king once again. Then maybe it would have worked to get them off the high. And then they would realize, whoa, we were acting pretty stupid. But no, Takumi just said, yeah, I don't want to be your king anymore. And then they just froze him. Not froze him, but gave him pills that made him immobile. And then a fucked up Eito ending, yeah. Pretty some extremes, some horny we've reached some horny extremes, some fucked up extremes. I don't know. I'm pretty mixed on that. Kinda. Was that necessary, all that horny stuff? I don't know. Sometimes there is like, with let's say with this generation, there is so much like, what's the word? Refusal of like sexual scenes and stuff in movies. That's like a bit, I think, goes overboard, but was this really that necessary, the Cult of Takumi stuff, all that horny stuff? I guess I laughed as well, like when Ava did that, I was like, really, we're doing this? I don't know, it's just, I guess when you recommend someone play this game, just say you can skip the Cult of Takumi or something. If you don't like that kind of stuff. I don't know, maybe some people enjoyed this route. I don't know. For me, it went a bit too much. Kiveshna's route. This one... I liked the idea, but I guess this was actually a rare situation where I think it went for too short amount of time. Right? There are two endings. I don't remember how it ends. Something like we died together, right? I think it would have been interesting maybe to learn more about those commanders as well. We learned some things about Veshnes. I don't know, it felt a little bit short. Maybe we could become Veshnes's, I don't know, right hand and rule over Futuran and over humanity together. That would have been cool, something like that. Another one, yeah, one of those. Okay, coming of age. I don't remember that much. Okay, see, an ending, Howdy Neighbor. That's the one that you are locked up in a cage, right? With Eito, next to Eito. Unending Nightmare, what's this? Bittersweet Youth, best friend. Okay, yeah, I remember. You fight a battle. There's a bunch of slice of life stuff happening, coming of age stuff, I guess. And then you fight Eito in battle. You don't absorb Nozomi's Himo Anima. And then you have a happy ending, or I don't remember. If you absorb Nozomi's Crypto Glowing, what happens? Best friend. Okay, I guess it's maybe who likes more slice of life and coming of age stuff will be more interested about that stuff. Not that much of my route, but it has a happy ending. Red Snum route. Okay. Red Snum. Okay, at first, I didn't like Red Snum because it took too long. But I guess I just wasn't used to this game's length. Because it was my first route in the second timeline. So I felt that the whole thing was too long. But other than that, it's actually pretty good. The two endings. You could say there are more when everything gets destroyed by Red Snom, but the two endings are pretty good. I liked it. The whole idea about monster growing inside someone, then replacing them. Pretty good idea. But also, yeah, Darumi becomes absorbed by Red Snom. It's actually Red Snom, not Darumi anymore. It just has her memories. That's good. That's good. Good. And then the big choice: do you let yourself be absorbed and be one with Red Snom or not? Yeah, that's pretty cool ending. That's pretty cool ending. Like you get absorbed and then are you really yourself? Are you just copies and self just fake? Those questions. And then Red Snom just decides to go to the artificial satellite and stop everything, stop the war by absorbing everyone and recreating them. Fixing society, fixing the world. Pretty cool. Some Shin Megami Tensei vibes. Or in the no route, you kill Red Snom with Fireboy's help. And you get the Ruby Tear and you revive the friends, right? Also, yeah. I guess those two endings are pretty good. Yeah, this whole what is real, what is not, are we actually ourselves? Yeah, okay. I cannot comment very well. SF routes, maybe I'll leave this for the end. Romance routes, okay, romance. I mean, it's just a silly route, not that serious romance. We establish a funny game that we date 3 girls. And then we decide our fate. A happy ending, just a silly route. Yeah, because it's not like... Yeah, it's not that serious, I guess. I guess if you're into romances, it can be fun. I mean, the endings were fun. Like, I'm gonna choose all 3 of them. Yeah, you can choose Nozomi once again. If you want. Or just choose all 3 of them and then Moko says no, actually, you cannot. Too bad. What happened in that route? Okay, you watched movies. Yeah, learn more about Kurara. Then Kyoshika, you train with her. And Tsubasa, you make stuff in the garage, yeah. I guess some spotlight for the girls. Wasn't bad, but wasn't too interesting, I guess. Slasher. Okay, Slasher is like whole 2 routes, serial killer and zombie. Again, since it was a mystery, it was pretty interesting. Let's start from the serial killer, because that's how I went. The whole mystery with Takumi being the killer. I mean, if you know about the Gi, that wasn't very surprising, because you realize that Takumi's brain was infected by it in the beginning, and then it's like I thought about that Takumi could be, but I was like, would they do it? Would they do it? I don't know. And then mostly thought like, no, maybe not. And then, but it's actually Takumi. Of course, I liked the ending that Takumi actually got killed, but it wasn't that Takumi. It was from Takumi from SF. That was pretty cool. Because you actually don't know what's going on. You're like, what? Actually, Takumi wasn't the killer. Maybe someone else is the killer, but no, it's actually Takumi. That was a pretty good twist. I guess I realized too late. Oh, this is the comedy route. Where's the slash route? This. Spend time with Nozomi. Oh, then yeah, you just die. Zombies. Run into the wall. Oh yeah. They are left alive and such something. After Hiroko Nozomi. Wait, in which route? In this route? Wait, in which route? Oh, in zombie. Wait, in zombie route? I don't remember. In which route does... Yeah, in zombie route, the Gi parasite enters you. Okay, yeah, the zombie route? I mean, what happened there? In the end? Oh, you get infected by the parasite, or what happens? So you let, I don't know, you try to get in the pod, and you get launched alone without Kyoshika or something, and the other one Kyoshika gets away. I guess it's all right. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of zombie movies and stuff. It's okay, I guess. Maybe the serial killer was just a bigger mystery, because the zombies. Oh, it's the Gi, and we know that. All right. Comedy route. Well, the comedy route. Another funny slice of life route. Was it that funny? I guess it had some absurd moments, like what the hell was that fish thing? What else happened? Forward the message, yes or no? I don't remember what happened in the comedy route as well. Oh yeah, the smart ass disease. What was? Yeah, some what moments in that route? Retort or not? Throw anything. Tell her how I feel. Oh my god, I really don't remember anything. Have you figured out the truth? What was the truth? I don't remember. What was it?
An omnidirect special defense.
The truth behind the case of the mackerel
Oh,
heads
mackerel
is...
heads.
Darumi did it! It all started...
But I never eat.
Ah. Okay, then.
Okay. Oh yeah, we... I wasn't here. How did I get here? I couldn't remember.
There's
I
no
just...
way for us to know the truth. This
okay.
is where I would...
Yeah, I think that's when there were too many free time events, so it got pretty annoying. But I don't remember what happened with the meat route. Meat or fish? Meat route. Sir A's announced. Oh, Sir A's no laughing, right? No laughing thing. And if you don't listen, what happened? No, I don't remember. I guess that just goes to show it. I wasn't very interested in this one. Killing game route. Killing game. The premise itself. I mean, was it a killing game? Was it a killing game? It felt more like just a regular death game, not a killing game. Is there something about killing game? Let's search Google killing game. No, it's just some online games. Killing game genre. Deadly game TV tropes. The yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't care. And let's say I didn't like that it was just you have to hunt down the invaders and the one with the least points dies. I felt like I wanted a more proper killing game, like where you actually probably had to kill someone. This is the mystery. Where's killing game? Killing game. One ending? Really? How did it end? We escaped, right? Yeah, we exposed Ato and stuff. And then Commune was there, yeah. We didn't kill the baby. So, who was the sponsor? Kako, but she had multiple clones. How did that work? I don't know. And the second sponsor, Ato. I guess, yeah, I had to guess it was, in those routes was like Ato or Kako, because that's the only people that traveled from another timeline. So I guess the mystery was okay. Why did we have to kill Ava? I don't remember. Oh yeah, the ending with Commune being turned into Crypto Globe, and that was sad. I guess, and so many, like, I don't know, okay routes, like, they don't, like, excite me too much, but I don't know, the execution is like, it's just okay. I guess it's like enjoyable to watch, just sit and watch, but not really much, I don't know, not like thinking, but I don't know, nothing stands out, so I just forget about it. Like, with this game, I'm pretty excited to play it again every time I want to play it. But I'm just searching for that glimmer of something that excites me. Maybe I'm just addicted to dopamine, I don't know, I just want the thing that will be interesting to me. Or maybe I'm just expecting it to be good too much sometimes. And it's not actually that good. Okay, but now we come to mystery routes. That one's good. That one's good. I like the mystery setup. Where was it? Killing game route. Slasher route. Mystery route. Mystery route. Let's start from the beginning. Mystery route. Yes. Who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma? Okay. I feel like it's a bit too easy sometimes, you know? Like, okay, the thing with... no, I'll get to this later. First of all, Shoma, like... They just had to put a scrap of this backpack in the vent. And that basically tells us it was Shoma, like... Like, what? Like, okay, another big clue was that it's only... the only one who can navigate through those vents is a small person. I feel like they gave out a little too many hints. So I wasn't very satisfied with my like with me solving it like that. Like there were some more different not different difficult clues, like the gamma feel that Shoma used it to be able to stab himself, or like the blood outside Shoma's range, let's say, where he threw out his tools to stab himself. Those were like a little bit more hard to guess. Like I only connected that after understanding what happened. But like, I guess gamma field didn't incriminate Shoma, and I guess the bloodstain further away did kinda, because he threw out his tool, but that would be a bit difficult to understand, to deduce. I don't know. They gave it away too easily. Now, who killed Shoma? This is a bit better, but I feel like again they just tell too much about the thing, and it all becomes obvious what happened. Or maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's just easy for me, but I feel like it's a little bit too obvious. Like, well, yeah, last time they didn't when Ato escaped, they didn't concentrate, let's say. What's the other word? I don't know, emphasize, concentrate on the parts of the escape, so maybe they didn't reveal as much, so it was a harder mystery to solve. Well, I thought that they filled the room, but I didn't get that the balloons were filled all, and then buoyancy, Archimedes force and all. But this time, after the investigation, it was pretty obvious what happened then. And I guess the fact that Ava asked, and only in this route, and the killing game / mystery route, that's the only path where Ava asked for her mask. That reminded me of that. The fact that Ava's mask had a breathing function, so I was at first like, who could have killed Shoma? What? And then I think I thought a little bit that anyone could have dived, because we have the gift-o-matic and we can make anything. So I thought anyone could have done that. But then later, the emphasis on the Ava's mask, I realized that, oh, it was Ava. Okay, yeah, so yeah, that's why they had the whole mask thing. Yeah, so I liked that we had that kind of mystery. Too bad. Okay. Who is X? Is that all? Yeah, who is X? Wait, then we... Like, it would have been interesting to somehow deduce that it's not the real Kurara somehow. That would have been interesting, but we just saw it and that's it. It would have been more interesting to deduce that. Like, who is X? Not in that way. Who is... I don't know. But, well, I guess Kurara is the only one with the mask, so maybe we were intended to deduce that. Maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I just didn't realize it was Kurara because of the mask. So yeah, I don't know. But who is X, I guess? How did I realize it was Kako? The fact that they were brought here on the 24th day, right? That's why it's Kako. Yeah, I didn't remember exactly when she was brought here, but I looked at the time flowchart and it looked like that's the point at which she was brought back. So I liked that they threw a little bit threw us off and by like saying we'll travel in this timeline in the SF route. Then that maybe it could be Takumi or Hiruko. But yeah, it was Kako. I mean, there weren't too many possible candidates. Like only Eito and Kako, I guess. Well, if you want to suspect Hiruko, that could be it, or Takumi, because he was a killer. You could do that. I guess there are a few candidates. But okay. Yes, that's that. And what's at the end? We just all we came from the SF route and we were all happy. Yes, okay. Yep, that's the end. Okay. Yep, this one's pretty good route. Okay. SF route, and after that a few more remarks. SF route. Okay. This had like, I thought it would be like, okay, this is the final act. This will all bring everything together and well, yeah, it did. It showed every timeline that we interfered with, that we actually saw everything happen before. That was pretty cool. But I still cannot forgive that that the distress signal was just like thrown away so quickly, and then that's it. It's just actually a bomb. I mean, we did so much time on the route was spent on that, and it was just thrown away. Like, okay, yeah, we don't do that anymore. It's just a bomb. I didn't like that much. That thing that much. Yes, we had the happy ending, but of course, because we didn't have much time, like there wasn't much time for anything else to happen. The idea was cool that we collaborated with someone from the other timeline, that we split the timeline in two and then collaborated with them. That was cool, but I guess it was all for nothing because it all just exploded. And so the timeline didn't have much to do, much time left, so it just ended. Yeah. I mean, okay. I don't know. I thought, yeah, I definitely thought that when we went to the basement at the end, we would all just die, but then just like Shion just said he would remotely detonate it, and I was like, well, I guess we knew that Shion could interact with stuff, but it felt like kind of a just how's it called? I don't remember words. Okay. It kind of felt a little bit too cheeky, let's say. That he could just detonate and that's it. Tsubasa suddenly reprogrammed the ship that it wouldn't launch for another 100 seconds. They all came back. Well, I guess she could quickly change that. I don't care much about that actually. That's not the big problem. Well, ignoring all that, it was just a happy ending, I guess. After wasting all of the route doing like recollecting the numbers for no reason. So that wasn't very satisfying. The other side with the Kako, I guess we finished up some of the some stuff with the slasher route. What happened in slasher route? What happened with Kako? Oh yeah, the meteor happens. That was that was what weird. What? Just for Kako to grab Nozomi just for that. And that mysterious woman in white robe. What was that? What was that? Yeah, what was that? That's a mystery. Did I not notice something? In white robe or a coat? Was it a lab coat? I first thought it was Hiruko from the future because I don't know, she would just come help us. But I don't know who that is. What other characters do we know? I don't know. Eh. But she boarded something, right? Some kind of ship, no? Where did she go with Kako? Into something, right? She took Kako away. Yeah, something like that. Okay, some other notes. Okay, so I always talked about the hidden entrance in the second cage in the courtyard. I think it just was supposed to explain how Eito escaped or something, right? Because it was never mentioned again. So probably that's just that. Okay, let's summarize my opinions, I guess. Second scenario. Okay, I liked some twists. I liked solving those mysteries. Reset route, pretty cool thing. Goodbye, Eito. Just something. Rebellion, pretty cool. Ava, it's okay. Multiple Eitos. Interesting idea, but I don't think the execution was good, or at least that's how I interpreted it. Serial battles, just why? Conspiracy, no potential. There is potential, but not that good. Casual routes, just slice of life, I guess. It's okay. Box of blessings, waste of time. Calamity, pretty good. Box of Calamity is pretty good. I liked it. Cult of Takumi, some good ideas, but too much horny. Vishna's route, underdeveloped. Redstone route, pretty cool. I liked the endings. I liked the ideas. Romance route, more slice of life, some romance, okay, I guess. Slash routes, cool murder mystery. Zombies, okay, pretty okay. Pretty okay. Okay, let's say okay. Yeah, overall, I think good enough. Comedy routes, I just don't remember it. Maybe, yeah, there were some funny things, but all in all, not memorable. Killing game. I mean, I guess pretty okay, pretty good, pretty okay. Mystery, I liked it. And SF, a little waste of time. The first part, second part, okay, happy ending. I guess it's interesting. Yeah, it's good that it brought everything together and explained everything. But why would just do the signal distress signal? Just yeah, just throw it away and that's it. Okay, yep. Any final thoughts? What is this game? Oh, why did you write that? I was covering up my chat. Oh my god, no. It was quite some time ago. Oops. Well, that's too bad. Okay, all in all, okay, a long game. Was it always, was it a good use of my time? Sometimes not, sometimes yes. Not, I wanted to say, like, how is it, valuing my time, let's say. I don't know. Like yeah, it's had some pretty cool mysteries. But compared like something, okay, it's very long, so yeah, that's why I wanted to say, like, is it if it was worth my time? Okay, like compared to, I think by its length we can compare it to Mineko, and I feel like Mineko was like a whole and all better experience. Like it's like one of my favorite Vians ever. Like it always like carried such a like so many things well done. The family dynamics, the mystery, of course. That love, without love it cannot be seen. I guess there were some like weird stuff, like I still don't quite understand like some stuff in episode 5, but this is not about Domineko, this is about 100 line. But yeah, all in all, sometimes waste your time, but all in all, I think I enjoyed it. I always wanted to come back and play it every time. Some routes are more interesting, some other routes are not that interesting. Let's see, what do I have to compare it to? Danganronpa, of course, Danganronpa. Of course, Danganronpa's whole strength is its premise. And if I compare it to Danganronpa, I'd not played it too long time ago. It was too long time ago, right? I guess something like what Kodaka cooked up. Yeah, Kodaka stuff. 100 line. Well, but I know I'm more interested in I was more interested in Uchikoshi stuff. And of course he delivered with this whole complicated time loop thing. The mystery route. Pretty good. I didn't understand the choices in SF route, but I guess it explained everything. Once again, I'm saying this, explained everything about the time loop and stuff. Well, a bit sad that the time loop only, like, Takumi only remembers the time loop on the SF route, but I guess it would be too hard to, like, make him remember on more routes, so I guess it's only on the final route. Hope we're coming up on 9 hours. Oh, we're recording only for like 8. So yeah, Uchikoshi stuff pretty good. I think yeah, he made SF route, right, and mystery route, and the whole other route structure. Like he inserted all of those time travel things in other routes, but I think the routes to themselves were written by other people. If I understand it correctly, I didn't read much. I just saw the credits that who wrote what route, so I'm just making my assumptions here. Kodaka is mixed for me, I guess. Kodaka stuff, some cool stuff in the main routes, main scenarios, cool mysteries, the whole cool world setup, the war, the choices of the war, the despair of war. But then some of those, like, I think he wrote The Cult of Takumi, at least partly. Yeah, his horny stuff is like not for me. Okay, what about recommendations to other people? I guess if you like Kodaka stuff, I guess you will like this. Uchikoshi stuff, I guess you have to wait for a long time for it. I don't know, all in all, I think I would recommend it. With the speed hack, of course, because it sometimes takes too long to do some stuff. Like I'm on speed hack right now. Yep. Guess that's all I wanted to say. I don't know what we'll be playing next, but yep, that's it. See ya.